What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to another tournament. It is the post-game show of the World Championship we had last weekend. But now we're going to be chilling, doing a little SFT action, and I'm going to be casting games today. And the first match we are going to be getting into in just a moment. So it's going to be a 5-round tournament, semifinal, grand final, all that normal stuff. And that is going to be that. All right, so Big B's versus Blood Penguin in game one. These are two players, by the way, that did play in the top 16. They did not make it to top 4, but they did do very well by qualifying and getting there. So let's see what they got cooking, yeah? Should be good. Yeah, what's going on, man? Yes. Okay, so first round tournament here. Let's go ahead and find Big B's lobby. Should be around here somewhere. There it is. Spectator slot, and it is go time. All right, so casting this round, it's going to be vampire counts for Mr. Fantastic here, and we will see what Blood Penguin is going to be playing. Yeah, I've been painting a lot of minis too, man. Been painting my Red Brigade for the Trench Crusade, which has pretty much become my favorite faction in the old Trench Crusade. Any news on the bar tourney? I'm thinking Friday, actually, Mexican Fry. Yeah, I'm thinking Friday for the Beyond All Reason stuff. I'm going to be probably organizing it tomorrow, posting something in the Discord, and then, yeah, we'll have the event most likely on Friday is what I'm aiming for right now. We'll see, though. We'll see. Either Friday or Saturday. It depends. Because if we were to do it Friday, it'd have to be pretty early in the day. So maybe Saturday would be better, actually. Yeah, because I got some stuff going on Friday as well. All right. Let the Warhammer feast. That's right. It is going to be feasting. So we're just chilling out right now. And, yeah. All's good in the neighborhood, man. Tournament started. We got some big dogs playing today. We, of course, ooh, look at that. Daniken is playing. Yeah, he took a break from the World Championship event, but it looks like the itch is still very much there for him. He's playing in today's tournament. So fun stuff indeed. Great time slot. Yeah, it's not like super late. I mean, I guess for folks in Europe, it's pretty late right now. It's like 9:30, give or take, but, you know, could be worse. It's not like the dreaded 6 p.m. stream where it's like in the middle of the morning for our European homies. All right. So still waiting on Penguin. Let's see if he's coming. Hopefully he is. If not, I could just play Big B's for fun. I think that'd be fine. In the meantime, checking with him. All right. There we go. Thanks for the update. You're very welcome, man. You're very welcome. Yeah, championship was really, really good. It was a great event last weekend. Man, oh man. Close games too. Like a lot. I've noticed a lot of the championship events we have are very, 3-0, 3-0, and then maybe a one contested series, but every series was contested, right? Yeah, Charix versus Chosen went to game 5. Inticity versus Max was a 3-1 series, but still contested games that were close, right? Ent did lose a couple games there, or a game, and then almost lost a couple other ones. And then we had the grand finals, which of course you guys saw went all the way to game 5, so that was pretty damn good. Very happy with that. Can noobs play too? Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah. We encourage the beginners to play. 100%. All right, cool. So we got our opponent here. He's going to be coming. And knowing Plague Penguin, Bretonia, Wood Elves have been some of the factions that he's played recently. Curious to see if he's going to be mixing it up. New Cathay minis for the old world. Yeah, we can look at those real quick. Yeah, I saw that there was some new Cathay news. Warhammer community. All right. Let's go here and see. Grand Cathay. Yeah, Old World Almanac. All right, so new Cathay miniatures. We're going to jump over here and look. Yeah, I mean, those are nice models. They're really nice. Yeah. They still kind of have the Old World feel too, you know? Very heavily designed, though. There's a lot of detail on these minis, a hell of a lot of detail. So that's the Peasant Levy. Then you have the Iron Hill Gunners, which look pretty badass. Crane Gunners as well. 36-inch range, strength 6, -2 AP. That's pretty freaking good. That's really nice. Yeah, I guess they just do 1 damage, but Armor Bane 2 on those. But wow, base AP -2 and Armor Bane 2. So if they roll a 6, it's just going to be -4. That's really good. Wow. Okay. Iron Hill Gunners, they're strength 3 AP, multiple shots. So Iron Hill Gunners are the same as other blunderbusses. Nothing crazy. They just have, multi-shot and, yeah. I think that Crane Gunners could be pretty good, actually. Getting like 3 or 4 of those up on a hill. These are basically like Ushabti Great Bows. Ushabti Great Bows are strength 6, -1 AP. but they can move and shoot. So they're a little bit more maneuverable than the Crane Gunner. But these are basically Ushabti Great Bows in terms of functionality, which Ushabti Great Bows will be way more durable, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Definitely more interested in other games at the moment, but someday we will get back to Old World. But yeah, it looks very strong. Looks very strong indeed. You're watching Anticity yesterday. Great. Yeah, he had a really good run in the championship, man. He had a really good run. He did well. All right. And do we have his opponent yet? Okay, he's not in the lobby yet. What's up, Jackson? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Today's just going to be a normal SFT. Nothing crazy. Your favorite game in the tourney was the Dark Elf victory versus Wood Elves? Yeah, because historically people used to consider that matchup to be like, I don't know if I would say unwinnable, but super, super favored for Wood Elves. But Dark Elves looked very convincing in it. They looked very convincing. Crane Gunners have a bonus versus Cranes. Oh god, the birds. The bird hunt. I remember that old game from I think that was the original Nintendo, or was it called Duck Hunt? Yeah, where you had like the Haggard plastic shotgun. Yeah, that's some old tech right there, man. Do all Old World minis have square bases? Yeah, it's kind of the nature of the game, because in Old World, instead of like units moving individually, they do have some that do that, but typically units move in formations. It's like a formation-based game, so the square bases allow you to rank up and have like a tight formation, whereas if you're playing like 40k, it's more skirmish-based. I mean, sure, 40k battles can be very large in scale, but they don't move in like concentrated formations like that as much. Maximillionaire, he's saying the little Dark Elf game was great. You did great, Max. You had a good run, man. I thought, man, when you took that one game off, I was like thinking you might, because you had done so well early in the tournament too. I thought you were gonna keep going. You did great though, man. Really, really good games. I think you're gonna win one of those, assuming you keep at it. I think you will win one. Yeah. It's supposed to be a rank and file game, Old World. It is, but it's really just Hero Hammer. Okay? Yes. He doesn't show. Okay. Let's check here. No problem. Would you recommend Lizardmen or Vampire Counts for a first faction to try to learn properly? Vampire Counts are a little bit more skewed. They are stronger than Lizardmen. I always recommend that people play based on whatever flavor they're interested in. Pick a faction whose flavor you like, because almost every faction is viable. Like, dude, like, man, Chosen in last weekend's championship, making Nurgle look like a solid top tier faction, which maybe they're better than maybe I just don't have the skill set to play them that effectively. But man, like, he kind of turned the meta on its head a little bit with the Nurgle play. I mean, he had a couple really solid Nurgle games, and they looked great. When he dominated Anticity's Kislev, I was shocked. I was like, I thought Anticity was going to rip him up with Kislev, but dude, he basically just pushed him back and spawn camped him, and it was making Nurgle look really, really good. So again, pick any faction whose flavor you like. I would say Lizardmen will probably teach you more because they're more dynamic. You're going to be learning how to use range units, single entities, infantry formations. So typically lizards are a little bit more dynamic than Vampire Counts, but if Vampire Counts are your favorite lore-wise, just play them. Play them, I don't know, Darewoods. The recent updates to Old World have made it more infantry, less dragons, but I do follow a couple tournament circuits for Old World, and it's typically still very dominated by monsters. Yeah. Unless the hosts like really, really cater the rules and competitive like change the missions to be more favored for infantry, which I think is good. I think it's good. The championship was amazing, dude. It was really, really fun. We had a great run. All right, checking here with Penguin. Let me make sure he's coming. If he's not, we have a replacement. You coming? Okay. So he hasn't joined the lobby in 12 minutes here, so I'm just going to check in. If he doesn't show up in the next, 3 minutes, we'll probably replace him and get somebody else in, because I do have somebody on standby. Been checking out Bar because of you. That game is hilarious. It's so freaking fun, man. It's so fun. Bar is amazing. It's so, so good. Yeah. Turn 1 to bring 340 Nobbler Trappers into Firebelly. Proper Old World army. Yeah. Why the hell not? Honestly, it would work in this game, too. If you bring a bunch of Nobblars and Nobblar Trappers and then a couple Ogre characters, you can totally win games. Oh, did we? Yeah. Oh, we have a bunch of new maps. Shit, I should have put some of the new maps in. Damn, I forgot. We have new maps. They're not like completely new maps, but look, you'll notice that a bunch of the maps, we have different corruptions. So, oh, does Bordello Landing have any corruption maps? Let me see here. It does not, but some of the maps have corruption. So, Blasphemous Snowfield, Chateau de Roquefort. Oh, we got to pick one of these maps in the tournament. Okay, maybe for the semifinals and grand finals today, we're going to showcase some of these new maps. I'm going to change it up on people a little bit. Yeah, because we wanna see what's cooking here. Hey, what's up, Dark Horse? Welcome. Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of new ones. You can see, like, when I scroll through the map pool here, there's chaos corrupted versions of a bunch of the OG maps, which is very fun. I love to see it. Yeah, good morning to you guys too, man. Good morning. Yeah, we're getting into round one right now. I'm just waiting for one of the players to connect here, and hopefully he's going to be able to figure it out. And then we'll go from there. On the bright side, we'll probably be the last ones to finish, which means that we will not have to wait too long in between rounds. So pros and cons to both. Okay, Plague Penguin did make it. There he goes. And so it begins. You can change any map for its corruption variant, no problem, because the corruption is only cosmetic. Yeah. You like Gates of Ekron? It's your favorite map, says Deacon. Yeah, it's a good map. It's good. It's definitely a very unique playstyle. Classic. Empire versus Vampire Counts, guys. We have the Sons of Sigmar versus Count Chocula. Now, this matchup, I would say, I used to think it was Empire favored, but I do actually think that it's Vampire Count favored now. But when I thought it was Empire favored, it was like a couple years ago, maybe like 2.5 years ago. Vampire Counts are a menace, man. They dominate the infantry fight. You can get a lot of value out of your... I love Black Lions in this matchup. I think they're very good. Also, Balthazar Gelt, Final Transmutation, can really punish Vampire Blobs. So you can definitely burn through the Witches and slam in the back of your Dragula and do all that kind of good stuff. Are you in a buy round or spectating? I am casting games today. Yeah, I'm resting the old man hands. I painted, oh man, 4, 5, or 6 minis yesterday. Pretty heavy duty. So I'm just resting the old man hands because I kind of wore myself out a little bit. So, yeah. The hobbying is going strong. There's a bar channel. Yeah. If you guys want to play Beyond All Reason, we have a section in our Discord for it. Absolutely. White Kings are brutal. Yeah, they kind of make it so the Empire just can't bring good infantry. I mean, you can bring great swords, but that's pretty much it. Probably, honestly, we do see that. I would see Plague Penguin bringing like 3 great swords or 2 great swords or something like that. Yeah, live showing, man. How do you think they will balance Nagash for multiplayer for vampires? What's going to happen is Nagash is probably going to get his own faction. And he's going to have a couple units from all the undead. So he'll probably have like Warngulls. He's probably going to get like Sepulchral Stalkers. Zombies, skeletons. Maybe some zombie deckhand mobs of some sort. I don't know. He's going to he's going to be like a Pokemon collector. Taking some Pokemon from every undead faction. And then he'll have a couple units of his own. So he's going to be like an undead cocktail faction, basically. Banshees are very good too, Emultra. Yeah, they get brought. Yeah, they do see play. White Kings are the most common, but Banshees are very good too. Yeah. No, not playing tonight, Kimsey. Just casting. Yeah, just going to be casting some games tonight. But yeah, that is the tale of the tape. Good times, man. Good times. Vampire Counts are ready. The Empire is going to be readying up here in a second. And let us see what is cooking. Give me the Gorst. We saw Gorst in the World Championship, actually. He got absolutely annihilated by Slanesh. That was game 1 of the grand finals. We had Anticity on Slanesh and Chosen on... That was the one game Chosen got it pretty good. But aside from that, he was very strong. But yeah, Helm Gorst got obliterated. So yeah, Archer line isn't bad. But Great Swords, of course, going to be somewhat common because of their fact that they don't care about Scab Scraith. And they can cut through Undead Chaff pretty effectively. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the party. Welcome to Game 1 in today's tournament. We have the Empire versus the Vampire Counts here on Bordello Landing. And we will break down the armies in just a minute. Why are Tomb Guards such a trash unit compared to Graveguard? I'll give you one answer for that, and the answer is armor. Graveguard have a fair amount more armor, and they have bonuses too. The Graveguard have less armor, and they don't have like unique bonuses, right? So that's very tricky for them. Yeah, it just makes them worse. But again, they're cheaper too. Tomb Guard are only $750, whereas Graveguard are like 150 gold more. So it's a bit of a different category. But like, yeah, the fact that Tomb Guard have low armor, low-ish armor, means that they get wrecked by wind spells, whereas Grave Guard don't give a shit at all. They just tank wind spells like champions. Plus, you also have to keep in mind that Grave Guard are often supported by corpse carts, and the Tomb Kings don't have anything quite similar to that. So, yeah, tricky stuff. Volk Hogan, oh, that's really good. Volk Hogan, I like that. Yeah, I think that's a good one right there. That is a good one. Yep, beautiful map here, Borderlow Landing, one of our classic competitive maps. Seeing some of these maps like makes me yearn for like a really high quality old world MMO. Even though I know it would probably have all the pitfalls of modern MMOs, I'm just like, I know, and I do know that there exists a Warhammer Fantasy MMO, but I'm talking something new. Yeah, resting the pause today, Boone. Yeah, resting the old man pause. Yes, yes. It's gonna be good though. Just kind of hanging out. And here comes the players. So these two players, by the way, were top 16 of the world last season. They both reached the championship and were eliminated in the round of 16, but still very high-quality players. Certainly both better than I. And let's go ahead and break down Plague Penguin. So Plague Penguin going to be coming into the Volkswagen. He's basically the Dracula, the Rob Zombie. He's going to burn through the witches. And yeah, good tech against Banshees and White Kings too. Anti-infantry doesn't have the best AP, but nonetheless fire damage, magic damage, and good crowd clearing against zombies with Grand Soulfire. Bright Wizard, and we have Spearmen, Triple Greatsword, and Baseline Archers. Baseline Archers are cool because they're expendable. If they get tar pitted, run off the battlefield, it's only 300 gold. So that is that. All right, guys, this is the Sigmarite army. Very much going to be a Mantide. And now on the other side, we have the Undead. Zombies with Skeleton Warriors, a couple Baseline Graveguard in the back, which are very good against Empire. Like a Graveguard unit, 90 armor, 40 weapon strength, bonus versus infantry. These guys can basically cut through an infinite amount of state troopers. So you just get a couple of those, let them shine, but they will get bashed by greatswords in a straight up fight. Cairn Wraiths are extremely menacing. Basically, if you get these guys, and you attack somebody. You attack a unit, bait out a Flaming Sword of Ruin, then just run away with their 48 movement speed. It is one of the most troll things you can do in the game. He's got 3 of those in total, and a Master Necromancer who's going to be stroking that Forbidden Rod up on his hell sheet here. And he does have Winds of Death against Greatswords, Raise Dead against range units, and Invo to heal up his pieces. Question from chat, have I ever played any? Yeah, Winds of Death can definitely melt greatswords. It definitely can, but it's a big investment too. You know, you're paying 15 Winds of Magic, and I think it's 20, it's like 22 or 28 or some obscene, I think it's 22 Winds of Magic for Overcasted. So yeah, it's expensive, and it can be partially dodged as well. 1v1 Greatswords versus Graveguard Great Weapons. I think the Graveguard Great Weapons would win it just because they're unbreakable, so they would outlast the grind since they're very similar in nature. Ethereal units are extremely meta right now, Major Moolah. A lot of the Vampire Count appearances we've been seeing in competitive tournaments have been spamming Ghost units because they're just very tough to deal with. I mean, you have 55% Phys Res, and if you don't have ample magic damage, you're going to have a bad time. Now, the Empire has plenty of wizards. Volkmar is also a nice tech against Ghosts because he is the Witch Hunter. You know, he's going to be able to roll through with his magic attacks and take down those bad boys. So this is a good counter against the Cairn Wraiths, assuming he can hunt them down. All right, guys, so it begins. So it begins. The battle is on. The Spearmen going to be arriving here. Outside objective going to be grabbed by the Sons of Sigmar. And now we do see Flagellants coming in. Now, Flagellants used to be really good against vampires, and they're still decent. The problem with them is they get wrecked by Scab Scrape. If your opponent has one White King, they can just, like, obliterate these guys and, like, literally half health them in, like, a couple shots. It's very, very tough. Honestly, last weekend's championship made me feel real good about the meta. Like, we saw, you know, Slanesh and Norska and things like that, but they weren't super dominant. We saw Nurgle do very well. We saw Kislev being picked, a lot of factions that aren't super common. So that was really encouraging, man. I mean, honestly, considering this game has like 5 million factions, I think that the competitive meta is pretty damn good. You can definitely get away with playing underdog factions at high levels, and yeah, if you train them and learn the techs and things like that. So not bad at all, man. So the Empire is going to be grabbing Objective 2, while Big B's is going to be forming ranks. The Cryptors under the heel of the Necromancer. He's waiting to give the Necromantic call to get them to charge, but it is not going to be this day. Cairn Wraiths looks like they're thinking about a flank, maybe trying to do a little bit of a flank overload. For the Cairn Wraiths, you just want to split them up so Volkmar can't get them all at once. Because Volkmar is designed to kill Cairn Wraiths between Banishment, Soulfire Bombardment, as well as his anti-infantry chariot. He is just basically designed to kill this kind of units. All right, Grenade Launcher is really good against Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts can shut them down by using Fellbats typically is one of the more common options. Or you can use a Master Necromancer, fly overhead, and drop a zombie summon on them. Or go Buna. Sometimes you'll see Manfred, Buna casters, things like that. So, all right, Outriders going to be forming up, the Rough Riders, and they're going to be taking some pistol shot to the trees and peppering into the Cryptors right there. Not bad damage. The little tree there was able to mitigate some of that. But the Outriders are going to need to retreat before they get caught by the zombies and whatnot. And on the outside now, we do see the Outriders with grenade launchers. So they're going to be getting in and going after skeletons, which is cost effective. Skeletons do cost about 300, so blasting them down with some grenades is always welcome. And you can see the first volley does go off there, and the skeletons lose a fair amount of HP while the Outriders continue getting some good kiting. And Volkmar now is going to be burning through the witches and doing it to it. Rolling over some zombies, but he's going on a retreat. He gets hard countered by Cryptors pretty hard, so he doesn't want any of that smoke. In the meantime, really nice grenade volley right there. Man, oh man, that was beautiful. That was really, really good. So that's, that's like 200 gold right there, just from a couple of volleys on those Outriders. Not bad at all. Ooh, nice zombie summon, though, from the Master Necromancer. Look at that. He summons his zombies on the retreating grenade launchers. He was just a little bit off, it looks like, but he is going to be trapping some of those grenade launchers. Now, the archers are going to be firing into the Cryptors, the State Troopers, Spearmen, holding in the front line, and they are going to be having a bad time, but the Necromancer are actually getting prison shanked by some of these Sigmarites. They got their spears out, they're karate kicking. I love, that's like one of the jankiest things in Total War. These homies are like wielding spears and weapons, and they decide to like karate kick like a giant monster or something. It's always great. But Spearmen holding, archers shooting into the Cryptors, and now we do see some dire wolves coming in, and we do see these Sigmarites trying to close formation right now to make sure that their archers don't get caught. Elsewhere on the front line, oh my god, that Winds of Death. Holy shit, that was brutal. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that Flagellant just got deleted. Oh my goodness. And then it went into the Greatswords here and into the Swordsmen. I mean, big B's with a god tier overcasted spell right there. That was nasty. Now on the flank, we do see pressure coming in. Knights of the Black Rose called in, but they don't do magic damage. And the Sigmarite front line right there is going to be getting melted up very quickly because of that. Granted, he does have some reserves at the ready, but Cairn Race coming around the outside from Hella Fantastic here. And we do see the Dire Pack coming in here, getting on top of the archers, and a lot of scariness as the vampires are getting into the cookie jar a little bit. Banishment going down to the front line, going to be melting a lot of the Graveguard right there, as well as some of the zombies. So that was a very, very nice banishment, but Volkmar needs to deal with these ghostly units. And now it looks like he is going to be gathering back here and getting on his pimp wagon to run these things over. We'll see if he can clear them out quickly. Burning Head from the Empire as well. Oh man, what a burning head. Nice. Melting through some of the Graveguard, but also gets rid of a couple of chaff units there, which is going to be incredibly nice. So the battle rage is on. Value trading very, very evenly here. Cairn Race in the backfield are causing quite a bit of havoc, but some Greatswords have fallen back to intercept them. Greatswords, I believe, will do okay because of the bonus versus infantry there. And how are the Knights of the Black Rose looking? Looks like they're trying to maybe surround that Banshee. Grenade launchers getting tar-pitted by some chaff units. Need to be microed away if they can, but looks like they're going to be taking big casualties as more Empire Knights are being called out. And the Sigmarite lines are holding in some areas. We do see the Greatsword, Spearmen, and these Greatswords in reserve have kind of maintained a semblance of a battle line right here, as you can see. But a lot of the range units for the Empire have been pushed back. Granted, the Outriders with grenade launchers and the basic Outriders have managed to retreat and are putting pretty consistent DPS here onto the Cryptor. So that is certainly good value for them. And now they're going to be unleashing on the Cairn Race, which they won't do a whole lot of damage against because of that ethereal nature. Now, the Volkswagen popping Grand Shield of Faith, and you can see some of the Cairn Race here are on the brink of crumbling as the Imperial forces do try and hold them back. But those Cryptors taking the Greatswords to Pound Town pretty hard, in tandem with the White King as well. White King's, of course, a nice little anti-infantry character. So is the Empire going to be able to stabilize some of its shooting? And the answer is yes. We have archers back online, Outriders and grenade launchers have reformed the ranks, while the Empire Knights and Knights of the Black Rose are doing a pretty good job holding back the Vampiric Tide. Now, if the Empire wants a chance of winning this game, they really need to make sure they don't lose their back objective. If they get triple capped by the Vampire counts, they're going to start bleeding really, really quickly. And it's going to be incredibly tough. Nice burning head right there, by the way, hitting the Cairn Rates, skeletons, zombies. In response, there is going to be a Invocation of Nehek going down on the Cryptors and the various infantry units here. I don't know how worth it is, but it does get a little bit of healing going. So the Empire, in the process of securing their back objective, it does look like the Sigmarites are starting to get some momentum, at least on this side, as we see Graveguard, Cairn Race all going down to the old trash can here. Flagellants being called out to try and re-push the front lines, and these Outriders honestly doing a decent job. Dude, nothing like a Chad Sigmarite gun line. We got the Free Company militia forming ranks and the Outriders standing shoulder to shoulder with them, shooting at the horrors of the old world. This is what it's all about right here, baby. They're going to be ripping pistol shots, and we'll see if they can drag down the big beasties as the Cryptors do get in and start to take them to the club a little bit. But the Outriders going to be falling back. And, you know, Free Company aren't slouches in melee. I mean, they're not great, but they can definitely hold their own here. They will lose, but they're going to put a little bit of hurt down on these guys and buy some time for the Outriders to provide some Overwatch fire. So we will see how that fight does unfold. Master Necromancer creeping in the backfield. Looks like he's going to be dropping a zombie summon to the archers right here, which is a good call. Those archers are actually very cost-effective at just dealing with things like Crypt Horrors. And now we do see some Black Knights being brought out as well. So Black Knight's a decently armored and durable unit. They're going to be chasing down the Outriders here, so Penguin's going to need to micro those. Now on the backside, a little bit of a cheeky gambit going down from the Sons of Sigmar. We see a Greatsword back here, and if the Vampire Counts let this back objective slip up, that's going to be a pretty big disaster, honestly. Granted, the Vampires are in the process of securing the Empire's backfield objective. We see the Volkswagen, couple Spearmen going back there. If Plague Penguin can secure his back objective here, man, gonna be chef's kiss. All right, here comes the Chadley Demogryph Knights. The Demogryph Knights will dominate Black Knights in combat, and they'll do very well against Crypt Horrors too. So Demogryph Knights, probably one of my favorite units on the Imperial roster. In my tabletop list when I play Empire, I usually run I run 3 squads of Demogryph Knights. It's my favorite unit. I think they're so freaking cool. So yeah, they are going to be ripping and tearing and really getting into the Crypt Horrors there. And Crypt Horrors are going to be crumbling down. The Black Knights are going to be next up. The Volkswagen holding on to the back objective, and is the Empire going to steal this back point? It kind of looks like they might, actually. I mean, there are a couple skeletons and Crypt Horrors coming, but if he flips this objective, this is going to give him a ton of agency. A lot of time right there. All right, guys, we do see the Vampire Counts losing this objective. Wow, that's so unfortunate. That's a huge misplay by Hella Fantastic. We'll see if it comes back to bite him. Demi's cruising over here, of the Volkswagen chewing through these bad boys, and now the Empire has a lot of freedom. They're going to hold this back objective for a hot second. The Greatswords are going to be able to probably hold off one skeleton unit, but when the Crypt Ghouls get there, obviously it's going to be changing the dynamic of the battle. Over here on the backside, archers shooting up, spearmen on their way, and the flagellants getting a little bit beat up here, but chewing through zombies and doing okay against the Crypt Ghouls right there. Empire Knights fighting up at the front, and the Volkswagen and his Giga Chad Demogryph Knights, it looks like they have been able to hold the backfield. They're burning through the witches. Yes, Grand Shield of Faith activated. Demi's going to be getting 20% ward save, and that helps them to annihilate those Black Knights there. Pretty good. But the backside objective still owned by the Empire, man. The Vampires have not been able to get that back yet. These floppy hats of Sigmar, they didn't hear no bell. So they're going to be chopping, and those are yeah, of all the Empire minis, I think my favorite ones are probably the old school Greatswords. Plus Demogryph Knights. I just really like the way those two minis look. It's a shame that Greatswords kind of suck in tabletop, but yeah, they're really, really cool here. All right, so Skeleton Warriors getting chewed up nice and good, but the Crypt Ghouls are going to get that objective back 100%. So the Empire is probably still going to need to find a way to get objective 2 at some point. I mean, they can keep playing their opponent's back objective like this, but it is going to come down to the fact as to whether or not the Empire is going to be able to get back up to the middle. Volkmar running over some of the Crypt Ghouls right here. The Feasters in the Dust getting feasted on. Critical binding, and they're on fire. So certainly not something that those Smeagol's had there. The Empire does have a mage. Yeah, he has a Bright Wizard that's been running around casting Burning Heads. Granted, the Bright Wizard may have been either routed off the battlefield and or killed, because I haven't seen him in quite some time. Grenade launchers online here, shooting at the Dire Pack, who is trolling around the battlefield. Knights of the Black Rose being called in to deal with them. The Black Rose Knights will crush those Dire Pack units. The remnants of the flagellants moving up, and it does look like the Imperials are getting some progress back on the middle, guys. The Vampire Counts are looking a little bit raggedy. A lot of their backfield diving has eventually been shut down. Here's the Bright Wizard, so it looks like he's still very much alive. So the Bright Wizard is chilling and is going to be cruising up. A Burning Head would be just God tier right here, by the way. If you got one, just melted these skeleton spears down. The Volkswagen is okay against White Kings, better against Banshees. His issue with White Kings is the fact that he kind of lacks armor piercing a little bit, but here he will be able to boink down those Banshees if he can get one-on-one combat. And oh, Volkmar burning through the witches. Heavy metal, dude. Bright Wizard and Soulfire Bombardment. It doesn't get any more Steel Faith and Gunpowder than that. And he does melt those chaff units. And now it's going to be heading into the middle. As the Empire knows it needs to fight for this ground, Demogryph Knight's going to be charging in. And a good fight for them, because Crypt Ghouls won't do much against them. And they do counter Crypt Horrors. So this is going to be a very, very nice fight for these Demogryph Knights right here as they roll in and start to butcher through these Crypt Horrors, who are losing a ton of HP. One thing about Plague Penguin, man, he's really good with these Outriders. And that's something that, as an Empire player myself, I have been seeing the light of the basic Outrider. They're just very, very good. They can sit back, they generate a lot of DPS, and are incredibly mobile. So against factions that are diving you, they can do work, man. So the Empire is going to be ripping up the middle objective. We see the villainous Vampire Counts here being torn up by Steel Faith and Gunpowder as the Spears and the Demogryph Knights continue chewing through these Crypt Horrors. Volkmar the Grim battling it out versus the Banshee, but it looks like he's actually running right now, trying to get to another engagement. A little bit hard to tell. And the Empire is getting the momentum, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of crumbling here. Now, you might be wondering why the Vampires are ahead in value. Well, this game doesn't effectively, Creative Assembly's army tracker or value tracker doesn't always track magic and abilities, nor does it track variables like crumbling. Crumbling damage is pretty considerable for Vampires. Not as much as Demons, but it is a lot, and none of that gets tracked on the value tracker. I kind of feel like the Demogryph Knights have carried this game a little bit in the late game. Like, they came in, they killed the Black Knight, they've killed like 2 Cryptor units, and now they're really anchoring the position. They're doing a lot of work. Up in the sky, the Master Necromancer, not in the best shape either, but a lot of Sigmarite pressure here. And I don't think it's going to be possible for the Vampires to get this back in time. Between the Flagellants and the Free Company Militia coming up, grenade launchers, outriders, and I would imagine he's going to be calling in some real infantry now, as we do see the floppy hats of Sigmars coming in. And here they come, looking super cool. So yeah, you gotta. I love kind of that that Holy Roman Empire look, like the launch neck look, or whatever the hell that was called. But yeah, they look so freaking cool. But they're going to be hopping on up, and ladies and gentlemen, Flagellants fighting against Skeleton Warriors with the Volkswagen, going to be pretty favored for the Empire. And the Empire does just win on one objective now. So if the Empire wants to, they can even fall back and make a last stand on their other objective. No reason to do that, but they do have that as an option. As long as they don't get Smeagol capped, that is something Vampires will often try. In this situation, like, you know, you could see the Vampire count player go for a Smeagol cap on the back point, but not going to matter. Empire gets a W. GG, well played, guys. And that was a very fun battle indeed. So Greatswords didn't do bad. You know, they held their own. Some of them got mashed up a little bit, but they tried. I like the basic archer tech. I thought that was quite good. The Volkswagen against ghostly units is great. Burning heads were on point. Mostly chaff clearing, but still good. Demogryph Knights really carried it. Outriders did good. Grenade launchers. I mean, overall, just Plague Penguin is one of the best players in the world. He's extremely good. So you can usually trust that his builds are going to be nice. And for Hella Fantastic, I don't know if Vampire counts as well. I personally think that the double White King is maybe better in this matchup, just for more Scabs great spam, but Master Necromancer wasn't bad. You know, it was a disruptive unit, but overall, GG well played. Black Knights did feel a little bit lackluster there, but probably needed some Fellbats, right? Like, I think Hella Fantastic needed to get Fellbats to chase down. That was probably one big thing he was missing. Like, just 2 Fellbats in your army to chase down those skirmishers, and then when they go just to defend the skirmisher, you pull the Fellbat back up in the sky and just fly overhead, and then you're occupying like a big portion of the army. So I think that homie needed a little bit more harass on those skirmish pieces, and he would have been okay. All right, guys. GG well played. Thank you for joining today. And that is round 1 in today's tournament. Let's go see how we're looking at the tourney right now. And check here. Let's see. Okay. Let me know what's up now. Okay, so just doing that. And let's refresh this. Cool, so we're almost through the round, and it looks like Kane8 did drop. Okay, so let me message you. You might have a replacement here that can sub in. Hey, Cronito, thank you. It says we need a Rats SFT soon. I was actually thinking about a Norscan SFT, because Norska, I feel like some of the balance changes were nice. I still think they're top tier, but I wanna try out some Norska, I think. Have you been seeing Dawn of War Definitive Edition devs are in early talks about community-driven multiplayer balancing? I will go back to covering Dawn of War 1 if they do that. The balance was just so horrific that I had like, I definitely killed my interest a little bit. Like, just seeing how dominant 2 factions were and everybody else just kind of sucked. Yeah, but if they did do some community-driven balancing, I would be interested. We're just casting tonight, yeah. Just casting tonight. Okay, so we need to do Kane8 here, so let's do that. Okay. So we're going to give you your buy round points. You should have that. So let's refresh. So I was having some interesting thought. Dude, it's weird. So I had a thought last night. And I don't remember if the thought was actually like something in my dreams or something I was thinking like late at the end of the night. But one sec. Let me just deal with this. Remind me. I need to do some admin stuff right now. So we are going to do that. Okay. Sky, thank you for the donation. Can we get Bretonnia versus Vampires? I can't choose what the players are playing, unfortunately, but if it does happen today, that'll be great. But I don't know if it's going to be happening. We're going to see. Yeah, so at some point, obviously Creative Assembly is going to stop supporting Total War Warhammer multiplayer. And, at that point, we'll probably be predominantly covering 40K, Dawn of War 4, things like that. Way down the road, that is. 40K obviously being a big focus. But that being said, at that point, I think it'd be really cool to gather like some hardcore Total War Warhammer players who are passionate about the game and do like a big multiplayer overhaul in which we add army abilities for every faction. So wouldn't that be cool if every single faction got some army abilities and we try and make them nice and balanced, and then we do like balancing passes on things? I think there could be some really, really fun stuff. How do I decide who to cast? I usually just see which I find players that I know who are, going to put on a good battle for us, basically. Yeah. Like every army should have army abilities, like every army. Insert the meme, my buddy's saying good about other women. There you go. There you go. But I was just scheming it. All right, so we got to sign up here. Dwarf great weapons are all right. Yeah, it could be worse. And Longbeards are not terrible either. We've seen them in competitive play. Longbeards with great weapons have charge defense, which is pretty rad. They can actually endure cap charges and fight back kind of well. New season, new faction main. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to be playing. I do want to play some Norska soon, though. Norska has been my jam. Round 2 about to start. All right, so Adam is doing this. All right, cool. So we're just waiting on the last game. Apparently, some of the players are having some lag, so we'll see what's cooking. Hopefully, it won't be too bad. Time to main rats. Oh, they're so tricky, man. Yeah, Skaven require a lot of effort to do well with, a lot of effort. And I'm kind of like, I only play this game on stream. I don't practice off stream, so I feel like to really put on a good, consistent show with Skaven, I would need to practice them more off stream. Yeah, community balance project someday. It's not time for that yet because CA, you want people when you're running, tournaments and having a competitive community, you want people playing in that community to be playing the same version of the game that people who are like playing ladder and eventually getting into tournaments are playing, right? So that's why I'm a little bit like, I don't want to go crazy with community bouncing now, but there will come a time where I think it'll be necessary. Yeah. Dropping a fat like before you go to sleep. Thank you, man. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, brother. What did you want to tell us? I mentioned it. Yeah, we talked. It was the bouncing patch thing. Yeah, I was talking about like army abilities and all that sort of goodness. So, all right. So there we go. Cathay could be fun. Yeah, I like Cathay. I like playing them. There's some cool combos. Like Plague of Breast Crowman is really nice. Dude, Cathay is going to be very popular when they get their update for sure. Like when they get some solid, infantry beaters with anti-infantry, man, it's gonna be nasty. Yeah, Norska would be fun to play. Yeah, they're just a cool faction, man. Norska's got some great mechanics. Dreadmobs are super fun. They have some cool lore choices now. Sail the Faithless. Dude, so Sail the Faithless being used in the recent championship, I think. Yeah, so when we look back at Chosen's games... What the hell? What the heck? All right, let's go to Norska real quick here. Norska. I don't even know where they are. Where's the Snowy Man? Here he is. Warriors of Chaos. Chaos of Norska. Okay. So, Sail the Faithless here was being used like this. So basically, Homie was bringing nothing. Wow. So Sail, bare bones, guys, is only 450 gold. God damn, is that just really cheap? And then he gets the Enrage and Backstabbing Sorcery. So every time an enemy casts a spell, they're going to be taking at a minimum, let's see. That's not bad. Like 150 damage minimum, give or take, and then more. Okay. Casting is, yeah. So he was just using Sail the Faithless as like a cheap character to hide in the woods to get a little bit of damage out and also make sure that his lord doesn't risk dying. Yeah, so no, he was just bringing Sail, I mean, maybe with Arcane Conduit in the woods for the magic recharge plus Backstabbing Sorcery. So, man, he is really cheap. Okay, I can kind of see why he was doing that now. It makes some sense. For Backstabbing Sorcery and maybe the Winds of Magic shenanigans, I would guess. Yeah, we're just waiting on this last match right now. But I played in Turin earlier and it was perfect. Apparently he did too. Just wanted to let you know. Okay. Yeah, so hopefully these guys will be done soon. Yeah, let's see. Is he cheaper than the basic shaman? So the basic shaman, if you bring him with absolutely nothing, is... no, he's a little bit more expensive. So basic shaman's 400 bare bones, but sale is going to be 450. The thing is, you do get backstabbing sorcery with Homeboy here. Even if you go bare bones, which I don't know how good that is. I don't know how good that is. Always have trouble finding a specific faction. I know, Jimmy. It's so true. It's a weird thing. It's probably because, you know, they're multitasking, talking. You know, it's easier than if you're just being quiet looking for something, right? Here, multiple thoughts there. Yeah, that was a cool tech. You know, another thing that I really liked from the championship was seeing Nurgle using toads as like a mass blocker. So basically using like 3 or 4 Nurgle toads just to like block chariots and like mass punish your opponent. I thought that was a really interesting tech with the Plague Toads of Nurgle. Yeah, kind of wild stuff, man. Kind of wild. Yeah, so these guys still going at it. Might be close to unplayable there. All right. It's cool, man. What's my favorite faction for a campaign? My favorite campaigns that I've played all time. So if you guys are newer to Total War, obviously the big dog himself is my favorite campaign. Karl Franz, the Prince and Emperor, just absolute Giga Chad. His campaign just, it doesn't, yes, have the most like unique mechanics, but flavor-wise and narrative-wise, I think it's one of the best campaigns in the game. The reason being is because you get to unify the Empire. Then you have to deal with threats from every direction. You have Festus and the Beastmen in your empire. You have vampires to the east. You have greenskins from the south on your southern border. It's very thematic and feels very epic when you're playing. You know, that's why I like his campaign the most. My second favorite campaign is probably Tamarcon. With Tamarcon, you get to play the evil Avengers. Basically, you gather Pokemon characters, and they really allow you to create unique armies. And Tamarcon himself is an absolute raid boss of a character. He has like an obscene amount of HP. He hits for over 1,000 weapon strength very quickly. You get a Mortis engine on him as well. I really, really love the Tamarcon campaign. Next up, it's hard to say from there. I really like the Chaos Dwarf campaigns. I think they're very fun. Getting just like an unholy legion of artillery and gun lines is so fun with Chaos Dwarves. Like Drazhoath is good for that. I can't remember who I usually. Yeah. You want to go Zaytan if you want artillery because they're just cheaper to recruit and whatnot. But yeah, it's Chaos Dwarf campaigns are very fun. Other favorite campaigns that I played in the past. I haven't played too many in a long time. Vampire Coast are really outdated, but yeah, overall, usually a good time. That is an evil-ass laugh, by the way. Jeez Louise. Very evil. You like Deathmaster's campaign? I haven't played that one, actually, since launch. I played it when it came out, and I remember it being pretty good, but yeah. Man, one of these games is lagging real bad. We might just have to tell them to drop, and we'll figure it out later if they're both lagging or something. I don't know. We'll give them another... Okay, so we started, what, at 1:30? It's been about 45 minutes, so they're at the deadline right now. They did warn me that they were having big lag issues. One of the players was, and they don't know who, so we'll see how it's going to go. All right, who is his opponent? Scarbang, let's do this. Okay. All right, check in here. All right, so just going to give the players one last chance here before we move forward. There we are. They finished right on the money at 45 minutes. And report that score. Outstanding. All right, guys, round 2 is coming up right now. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for joining today. Let's frickin' do it to it, man. Let us do it to it. So he is reporting that. And round dose is upon us. Yeah, we played Ashes of Singularity yesterday. It definitely has some potential. There was some elements of it that were very fun. I still think I like Beyond All Reason quite a bit more. But yeah, I think it has potential. Okay, so score reported and round dose is now in effect. There we go. All right. Bar is so fun to watch. It is. It's fun to watch, and not only that, it's also very fun to play. All right, so we're going to be advancing the Swiss. So let's do that. Round 2. And then we're going to be adding Subutai in as a substitute. Going to start painting my Trench Crusade army for my campaign. Nice. Yeah, I've been painting Trench Crusade like a maniac. Yeah, so we're going to do potatoes. Let's do this. All right. And cool. So let's go to round 2. First potatoes. Great. And goblins. Round 2 is live. All right. So let's go ahead and add Subutai in here. And do the buy round reported off. Okay, there we go. And you're in. Alrighty, so let's go find a game to cast, ladies and gentlemen. We could actually do that one. That'd be kind of fun, although he's probably going to be playing something similar. Ooh, Boss Toss Space Pope. Let's freaking go. Battle of the OGs. Lobby code, please. Thank you. So we got Space Pope versus Boss Toss. That's going to be a really, really fun match. All right. Okay, I think all the adminning is done for now, and we're going to go get into this game. So let's find the lobby, see if we got a spec slot here that's going to be Big B's, and this one I don't think is going to be our lobby name, so we just got to wait to see when Space Pope gets that one going. Yeah, the Queen of the Crown. It's a cool background there. All right. Thank you, Space Pope. I appreciate it, my friend. There he is. Yeah, his lobby name is always really great. It's Nurgle's Perfectly Waxed Bumhole is his lobby name. I don't know if it gets any better than that. But let's get in there and spectate that bad boy. And do it to it. What faction are you playing in Trench Crusade, by the way? I've been painting my Red Brigade, man. I love the paint scheme that we settled on. I can't wait to show you guys some pictures. It's a lot of fun, man. It's a lot of fun. All right, so here we are. And we're just about ready to go. Cool, man. Yeah, New Antioch is my favorite right now. Red Brigade specifically. I love the army rules because Red Brigade you get to use battle doggies. You get to use warhounds. So being able to have like so basically, I know there's a lot of people who don't play the game, but in Trench Crusade, New Antioch is like the general good guy faction. They're kind of like the Imperium of sorts. They have like, you know, a bunch of different factions within them. And one of the factions, well, all their factions get a special rule called fire teams where their units can activate together. So you can have a fire team of 2 characters that get to activate together to allow them to get these like big alpha strikes and these cool combos. But Red Brigade, they have warhounds, and the warhounds get to form extra fire teams. So you can team up like a warhound with like a basic unit. And yeah, they can do some work. They do have holy hand grenades. They do. Yeah, they do. How dare you, Professor Pone? How dare you, dude? Pone is just so evil. Look at him. Okay. And yeah, Warriors of Chaos Beastmen. All right, so you guys are here for a sweaty match. This is going to be a sweat fest. So fasten your seatbelts and get ready to go. As we are all set here. Okay, great. All set. And any other adminning we need to do. We're going to give Subutai his buy round points. So let's do that. No problemo. What's the background you have for this music? It's just in-game music that's playing right now. If you're hearing anything, yeah, nothing I'm playing. YouTube is really strict about that. Like, I remember I once started a stream and I was listening to, I can't remember, it must have been like a Metallica song or something. And I forgot it was on in a different browser despite my speakers being turned down, and it immediately crushed my stream. Like the stream like went live and then like 10 seconds later it got shut down because it detected Metallica was being played on, you know. I don't know if it's still like that, but yeah, it's pretty trolly there. All right, so Beastmen versus Warriors of Chaos. Well, Pone, the one I play, isn't a basic good guy faction. Red Brigade is very different than basic New Antioch. Very different. Main menu background music. Oh, it could be any number of songs. Yeah, it could be any number of songs. Okay, there we are. Cool beans. Ah, you're playing the Prussian Trench Crusade troops? Yeah, they're really cool. There's like heavy aggression. Yeah, it's a good time. Okay. Yeah, Lars strikes again. Yeah, they were really up in arms about that, weren't they? I remember Metallica were the ones to go after the what the hell is that called? Napster back in the day. That was like the Mortal Kombat from the early 2000s. We had Napster battling it out with them. Yeah. I do remember that. Okay. All right, so adminning is all done. I'm going to go grab some water real quick, guys. I'll be right back. And thank you all for joining today, man. It's going to be a fun one. All right, kids, we're back. So probably what we're going to be seeing in this matchup is going to be a hell of a lot of horsemen. You're probably going to be seeing Marauder horsemen in mass to counter skirmish centaurs. And aside from that, we will see. But Warriors of Chaos can play this a bunch of different ways. I mean, you have obviously Festus if you want to play a healing blob. Yeah, Hellstriders are amazing here. They can fight Sentis and they do really, really well against other big beastmen targets. So could be any number of directions. Any number of directions. We do have Momo in chat saying, I thought Turin would be a Beelzebub main in Trench Crusade. I don't like the Black Grail models that much, but also I've painted so many Nurgle models in my life. Like, I got about 4,000, 5,000 points worth of Death Guard. I wanted to paint something different. Are the Eerie Rangers any good in Trench Crusade? They are, but they're hard to play, Daryl, but they're very good, yeah. They're like a high skill cap faction because they're a skirmisher faction. So yeah, it's tricky, but they're very strong, I think. Yeah, the Eerie Rangers have some dank combos. They have some really, really cool combos. But again, hard to play because you have to really position your units well. Your units are squishy, and positioning is everything with them. The Disgustingly Resilient podcast, yo, Death Guard, yeah, man. Death Guard all day, man. I used to be a tournament grinder with my Death Guard. They're thematically, they're just so freaking cool, man. They're so cool. The Plague Knights I like a lot. Yes, I agree, Phantom. I really do like the Hell Knights and the Plague Knights on those two factions. Yeah. Not for me, then. I like Unga Bunga. So, Daryl, if you want to play Unga Bunga, let me show you. Okay, so we're going to go here. We're going to do this. So, Unga Bunga factions are probably Black Grail or like Great Hunger. Like Great Hunger and Black Grail are just like pure like pushing up, swarming powerhouse. Seven-Headed Serpent is a little bit more finesse based because you have so few models, but still can be kind of Unga. Heretic Legion is also really straightforward and easy to play. You just get like super powerful units, march forward. You don't really care about unit synergies as much. You just move forward. Trench Pilgrims are probably one of the most Unga Bunga factions in the game. The Trench Pilgrims are just like rip and tear, march forward with really, really powerful melee characters and just like take people to Pound Town with your melee weapons. So Trench Pilgrims are a great faction for Unga Bunga. It depends if you want to play good Unga Bunga or bad Unga Bunga, because they have both. But yeah, Trench Pilgrims are incredibly Unga Bunga. Now, if you want more factions that are like, if you want finesse factions, you play Antioch. Most of the Antioch factions are pretty finesse-based and positional-based. They require a lot of synergy and kind of a careful strategy. Heretics can be that way too if you play Naval Raiders. Iron Sultanate is similar as well. Iron Sultanate definitely is a little bit more positional-based. But you can also ungo with these guys too because they have some monsters. And dude, their assassins are super cool, by the way. The Sultanate assassins, these guys are rad. And they do get big monsters. They get like the Brazen Bull. You get the Lion of Jabir. Not that they're very good, but yeah, it depends on what you're looking for. But yeah, Iron Sultanate is really cool. My buddy is going to be playing them soon. Yeah. Neat faction there. Yeah, it's fun, man. They're elites Kanunga. Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. So here we are. Oh, they picked one of our corrupted maps. Oh, how sick is this? So look at this new map. Basically, our map makers, they updated a bunch of the old maps and they added variants of the maps. So this one is a map with Nurgle corruption. Or not Nurgle, Slaanesh. Yeah, so you can see the Slaaneshi corruption like creeping in from the land side and corrupting. Oh, that's so freaking cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the tournament. Spawning in on the south side of the map, it is going to be Boss Toss. Boss Toss, one of our all-time greats in Warhammer 3. He's had a very good run. I don't think he's won a major event yet, but he certainly has the ability to do it if he puts in the time. Marauders, and we do have the Knights of the Brazen Throne. So who doesn't love seeing these bad boys? And they're going to be ripping and tearing for sure, as their anti-infantry bonus will tear apart the Beastmen infantry. And honestly, with 130 armor and their good combat stats, they probably don't care that much about Centaurs either. Aside from that, Horseman Vanguard in the front, backed up by double Hellstriders. So Archaon, Knights of the Brazen Throne, and then we do have a couple of Hellstriders and a couple of Marauder Horsemen. For the Beastmen army, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a frontal battle line of Ungor Raiders, so we do have a bunch of those. And, yeah, Goreherds as well. Goreherd's a cost-effective anti-Marauder unit, so mixing them in to get some killing power is always good. And then we have Bestigors. So Bestigors are a meta counter against Forsaken. So Warriors of Chaos players have just a huge boner for spamming out Forsaken, and Bestigors just absolutely put them in a trash can. So that is why the Beastmen players bringing them. The high armor in tandem with the armor piercing is a nice deck there. Malagor the Dark Omen with Flock of Doom, just an all-around good spell. If you're new to the game and you want to just play it really simple, just get Flock of Doom and cast it on their cav and their infantry, and you're going to get value. It's going to be good. Your throne is so brazen right now. That's what I like to hear, man. That is what I like to hear. All right, guys, so the battle is on, fighting over the Slaaneshi Corruption, and we do see the skirmishers of the Warriors of Chaos gathering on objective number 3 right here. They're going to be setting up, getting that very, very quickly, while Hellstriders are going to be pressing up too. But the Beastmen will reclaim it rather quickly if they just advance up with their Ungor lines. The Warriors of Chaos army, how they're going to be playing is they're going to be moving up towards the bushes right here, gathering on objective 3. And then what they're going to be doing is moving towards the middle and trying to press there. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Oh, he didn't capture it. Oh, no. Oh, he didn't capture it. Oh, that feels so bad. Now, this isn't like a game-losing play because he would have lost this objective like after another 30 seconds anyways. But, yeah, a little bit haggard. Flock of Doom activated. Not the best cast there by Spaceboat, but only hit one unit. Could have hit both of them, but nonetheless, it still does some okay damage there. Could be worse. Holy shit, Knights of the Brazen Throne. Damn, dude, they just deleted that Ungor unit. Oh my god, look at that charge. Jeez Louise. So the Knights of the Brazen Throne into an unbraced Chaff Spear unit. Burning Head going to be coming in from Archaon. Damn, dude. Boss toss. Ripping and tearing right now, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely ripping and tearing. Another Ungor Raider going down. And now the Knights of the Brazen Throne going to be positioning on the high ground and preparing to fight. As the Warriors of Chaos do get this objective back, it's going to be going to them. But man, oh man, that was a really, really nasty charge right there by the Brazen Throne Knights. And they're one of the killiest cav in the game against infantry, for sure. If they get that full-on charge, man, they can just run you over. Boss Toss going to be circling around the back with the Hellstriders, but is going to be encountering some Centaurs with great weapons and regular Centis. We're going to see if he micros these guys away or if he gets caught. It looks like he does pull them back. And now the Marauders going to be engaging in the front versus the Beastmen herd. So the Beastmen will probably win this fight eventually with the Bestigors. Flock of Doom activated from the Beastmen. Nice cast there as the Knights of the Brazen Throne get in and start melting these Ungor Spearmen pretty effectively. And the Brazen Throne Knights can also do very well against the Bestigors if they can catch them with a really nice charge as well. So Warriors of Chaos are playing like a defensive value trading build in that they're just trying to sit on objective 3, value trade, beat up the Beastmen army a little bit, and then push out from there. We're going to see if the Beastmen can get some momentum, and they certainly are in some ways. The Bestigor herd is enveloping these Marauders on their flank, and their big great weapons are going to be boinking these bad boys down. So you can see the Marauders are getting their flank collapsed by the Beastmen, and they are going to be folding rather quickly. Now, nice Burning Head there, and that's a good angle. It's going to be cooking the Gore herds and the Ungors. Not much against Bestigors, and it misses anyways, because Bestigors do have good armor. But up here, high ground fight, it is going to be some Hellstriders with Slaanesh versus Centis, but there is Khorngor support. So the Beastmen did use their Vanguard point and call in some Khorngors with Halberds. And Khorngors with Halberds are a very hard counter against Hellstriders. And the Hellstriders are going to be forced to retreat, but not before they do a ton of damage against the Centis. So not a terrible trade at all. Now, Archaon the Ever-Chosen, the thing about him is if it gets to the late game and both armies are worn out and Archaon is still very healthy, he is a hard carry character. Whereas the characters like Malagor, more of a support piece, but they need to get you a value early on with that magic before they run out of Winds of Magic, right? That's going to be the plan. Brazen Throne Knights a little bit beat up with the Hellstriders, but they do manage to fold up that great open unit. Nice Flock of Doom going down right there by Space Pope. That is going to be hitting the Knights of the Brazen Throne. While the Hellstriders collapse again, but those Bestigor herds are pushing and causing some serious pressure right now, guys. Value trading very, very close in this game. Double Khorngor is called out, and the Khorngors are going to be a problem on this objective because the Warriors of Chaos don't really have a ton of good answers against them. Now, we do see the Soul of Damnation being called in the back, but the positioning of the Soul of Damnation is a little bit sketchy, and it's just going to be hitting trees. So he shoots, and oh, that was a very lucky shot. Normally, that would have probably hit one of the trees right there, but it does get on top of the Bestigors and does do some nice work. Now, Forsaken and Hellstriders and Archaon trying to push where they can, breaking one Centaur unit, but the Beastmen might have an opportunity here to steal the high ground objective. If they move the Bestigors and their Khorngors on the point like this, they probably will steal that objective, which would be massively strong. Now, Brazen Throne Knights are a little bit haggard right now, a little bit beat up, but they are chewing through these Ungors very quickly, and even though the Ungors are anti-large, you're still dealing with a freakish amount of armor and really, really high melee defense. And these guys, I think, do have the, Murder's Charge. They get mass charge bonus and speed when they get that sweet charge right there. But they are getting worn down. Value on them is only 1,000, so they haven't come close to paying for themselves yet. Beastmen still got their clutches on Objective 1, Objective 2, as the Warriors of Chaos continue to try and scrap that one back. Archaon fighting a bunch of Bestigors, going to be dropping a Searing Doom on his head, which is going to be very cost-effective. He is the master of the Arcane as well, and he does get that, and those cows are going to be getting sent out to pasture right there, as they do take some decent little HP damage. Back up the point here, the Beastmen with the Goreherds and the Ungabunga Khorngors are starting to win some of these fights. Granted, Bastos is up in value, but is he going to be struggling on the objective situation? We're going to have to see. Bastos, if you guys haven't seen him play before, I know there's a lot of new people here on the channel. He is an OG competitive player from Warhammer 3 and is one of the best mobility players, I would say. He's really good at playing objectives. I think that's one of his big strengths. Hellstriders with Slaanesh here, getting charged by Centaurs, going to be getting folded up. The Beastmen not quite able to get their clutches on this point, as Forsaken do arrive. And Forsaken are an excellent counter against Khorngors. Khorngors with Halberds are really designed to fight big targets, and they have low melee defense. So Forsaken can rip and tear. But we do see Space Pope getting a good fight. He sees the Forsaken coming in, and he charges them with Bestigors. Bestigors will uptrade into those Forsaken, even if they're very beat up. Although that Hell Cannon makes contact, triggers the take cover, also the penalty for being shot by artillery, which is -10, so it's actually -18 leadership in total, and is going to be forcing those guys back. Being shot by artillery in this game does apply a natural penalty outside of the take cover that you do have on this artillery piece here. So, objective number 3, still owned by Warriors of Chaos, and it looks like they were able to steal objective number 2 as well. So he did rotate over when I wasn't looking and was able to get that objective. Warriors of Chaos and Bastos starting to pull a value lead, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. You get into the later stages of the game, if you don't manage to pull a big value lead early against Warriors of Chaos and they have a character like Archaon on the battlefield, Archaon's basically just going to run through this battlefield and end the careers of all these Beastmen units. He is one of the strongest fighters in the game and is really, really powerful force multiplier with his Crown of Domination as well. So it's going to be tough. Armored Chaos Troll is also an excellent tech here by Bastos. So they are basically a hard counter against Bestigors, and are really good against Beastmen infantry in general. Just got to, watch out for their leadership. But yes, they can do some work here. They do get broken, but they will rally, I'm sure. The Khorngor is able to put some good anti-large attacks on them, and Khorngor's, really, really nice anti-large. All right, guys. Objective 2 belongs to the Beastmen. Objective 1 belongs to the Beastmen as well. And the Warriors of Chaos, they are holding on to the high ground objective, but the Khorngors are ripping and tearing, man, and they're a good unit. They're very OP on launch. They did get a couple nerfs, but now are in a pretty good spot. But yeah, still okay against infantry. They are Khornate champions after all. But if Bastos loses his high ground objective, could get really, really sketchy really quickly. Oh! Malagor the Dark Peacock back here, boys. Malagor attacking the Hell Cannon. Look at that. What a homie. 1,500 value on him. Forsaken come out, but now what should happen is that Space Pope should fly back here and go after that Hell Cannon if he can. Warriors of Chaos had a little bit of momentum there. It looked like they were starting to break through the Beastmen lines, but then they ran out of gas, and we see, Chaos Knights with lances coming out. So Archaon going to be teaming up with some of these Chaos Knights right here and looking to try and run through the Ungabunga Spearman herds. Khorngor's heading over towards Objective 3 right there. Archaon trying his best to hold it while the Hell Cannon is shooting. So the Beastmen still have more units on the field, but the Warriors of Chaos definitely have the quality advantage. Forsaken on their way out. Chaos Knights with lances chasing down Centaurs right now. And that triple cap does go to the Beastmen. Yeah, so the Beastmen are going to be bleeding a lot of points off the Warriors of Chaos, guys. And you can see 3 victory tickets. He's currently at 715. Bastos is going to have to find a way to get back on the board here and get some of these objectives. And certainly chasing down a Centaur unit doesn't feel good. Because now the Centaur unit's going to loop around the back. Probably going to try and go after the Hell Cannon back here. But I would imagine Bastos will have something like a Warhound he can call out to try and deal with that soon. 500 value. He's trying to unsummon the Hell Cannon. Sentries are going to be coming for it. Unsummoning the Hell Cannon is a decent play. And it looks like he is going to get a partial refund. So he's at 630 right now and now up to 1100. So he does unsummon the Hell Cannon before the Beastmen can get to it. And that is going to give him a little bit of a refund there. Archaon up on the point with the Chaos Knights. Flock of Doom. Really nice Flock of Doom by Space Pope. What a Chad. Dropping it like it's hot on those Chaos Knights. So the middle objective is for sure going to go to the Warriors of Chaos. But are they going to be able to contest the field and get more of those objectives. All right, so Archie moving in, attacking into the Ungor Spearmen. Forsaken are going to be very nice here in the late game. They have 46 movement speed and are hard hitting and have 5 capture weight, so going to be very excellent against these Ungors. Centaurs with Grey Weapons coming in, and the Beastmen do have a pretty good Alpha Strike squad. Double Centaur with Grey Weapon is a lot of damage, and I wonder if they're going to be committing to the charge here. Looks like the Ungor Spearmen do get terrified, do get broken, but Khorngor sitting on side objectives, Gore Herds coming on up. Are they going to be able to mitigate that? Yes, they are. So the Gore Herds do arrive, and these bad boys, bonus versus infantry, they do lose to Forsaken, but not a one-sided fight. They're going to get in with their bonus versus infantry for their price point, and they will cut through a lot of these Forsaken units. Now on the backside, Armored Chaos Trolls coming in to reinforce. Chaos Knights over here getting charged by Sentis with Great Weapons. Really, really nice play here by Spacebow, finding good engagements. And the Chaos Knights with Lances did not get their charge, it looks like. Yeah, so the Centaurs are going to uptrade into them, and the Chaos Knights might actually lose this fight. Changing with the Hellstriders, good play. Hellstriders now coming in, another Flock of Doom activated. He's been really god tier with these Flock of Dooms, by the way. They've been very, very nice. Hellstriders in the back cleaning up these bad boys. And Archeon and company looks like they might be able to get this middle objective. But the question is, are they going to be able to get the other points in time? Space Pope is going to be holding on to them like a dog with a bone here. Low ground objective 1, owned by the Beastmen. High ground objective over here, number 3, owned by the Beastmen as well. Middle objective, Warriors of Chaos owned. They are able to get that one back, and the Beastmen herds being pushed back into the shadows. With Armored Chaos Trolls, really nice, sustainable armored position. They are a little bit tired right now, but their armor is still holding firm. And Boss Toss will need to get a triple cap. He's not going to be able to just chill out here, and the Beastmen are just keeping that pressure on. Even though they're probably losing out on value a little bit on the battlefield right now, they have the mobile agency, and they do have some guarding units on the side objectives, which are going to be tough to uproot, man. These are 2 of the strongest factions in the game. Beastmen, I would say, are top 5, and Warriors of Chaos, I think, are top 5 adjacent, if not top 5. For me, Wood Elves, Norska, Slanesh are probably the 3 best factions in the game, followed by Vampire Counts being number 4, and then Beastmen, Warriors of Chaos kind of in that number 5 or 6 range, if I just had to give you like a little tier list off the top of my head. But yeah, that's not to say like lower tier factions can't beat those. We saw Chosen with Nurgle in the World Championship taking games off freaking some good factions, so very, very fun to see. All right, guys. Beastmen just swarming with capture weight, and it looks like they are going to be able to uproot the middle here. He's approaching 1,200 points. Boss Toss is going to be calling in some Forsaken here. He might need to start playing all 3 objectives, like sending the Forsaken over here to try and get this, but it does look like he just can't break through the Beastmen, numbers. Hellstriders here trying to push in and get the objective from the Ungor Spearmen, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. We're going to have to see how that goes. Middle objective does get stolen. Archeon, the Ever-Chosen, trying to put this game on his back, but he just doesn't have enough support. Doesn't have enough ground. And the Bray Herd, man, they are really playing the objectives incredibly well and making it so hard for the Warriors of Chaos to get these ones back. And the problem is, Khorngors are just so hard to shift. They have that Fury of the Skull Throne, so when they get low, they become unbreakable for a period of time, which makes them really, really good objective holders. And here, at the end of all things, it does look like the Beastmen are probably going to be clutching the game out. I mean, Warriors might get an objective back here, but I don't think they're going to be able to reclaim quick enough. We see baseline Marauders coming in. I mean, the Beastmen are so tattered, by the way. This is just all good micro by Space Pope. Like, they have a couple raggedy units here, but I guess the Warriors of Chaos are incredibly raggedy, too. So Forsaken will counter these Khorngors when they get in, but I don't know if it's going to matter. 1,400 points is being approached here for the Space Pope. And looks like the Pope is going to do it. I think he is going to clinch it here, guys. Marauders on the backside coming in as well. Burning Head activated here on the Ungabungas, and that's going to be a good one. But the Skrinderkin, I believe is what that called, Warband, the Beastmen getting it done. So it kind of looked like Boss Toss was taking over the game for a while, but then Space Pope, getting some really good Centaur engagements, was able to find his way back into the game and block Boss Toss from getting those objectives, and he did it. Yeah, the cheap spears were really cost effective. The Centaurs did really well. I like the best score tech too. Having them, even though they kind of got wrecked, I do like that inclusion. Very fun. Beastmen do reinforce their lines faster. Yes, that is true. Because Beastmen are a Vanguard faction, which means most of their units are really quick and can use Vanguard deployment. So it's a very, very strong combo. Archeon did good. Knights of the Brazen Throne, probably the weak link, even though they looked really cool. They're an incredibly expensive unit. So probably just replacing them with, like, I don't know, any number of other things could have been pretty good, like a Rot Knight. Like, if this had been the Rotting Riders, I think it would have been a better fight because they would do well enough against infantry, but also would counter these Centaurs really hard. But yeah, it's hard to say. GG, guys. Well played. Great game. Awesome comeback by Space Pope, and great game by Boss Toss as well. All right, so let's see if I have any admin stuff. And there we are. Perfect. And cool. As somebody new to Total War Warhammer 3 multiplayer, do you recommend straight battles for this or domination mode for... definitely domination mode, yeah. Domination mode is a game mode that's designed for competitive multiplayer, and it is what we play as multiplayer here. So if you're looking to play in these competitive leagues someday, you might as well start with domination mode. However, you can still learn a lot because they are different, but a lot of the unit interactions and strategies are the same. So firstly, play what you prefer, but if you want to play in the competitive leagues and whatnot that we run here, definitely would recommend domination mode. In domination mode, you don't need to worry about being cheesed by like, line camping, draw kiting, people running circles and not fighting you. So yeah, here's the thing. If you are playing quick battles or just playing casually in, let's say, like a land battle game, there's nothing stopping your opponent from running in circles with a faster army for 45 minutes and never fighting you. And yeah, or your opponent can sit on the corner of the map and use the white lines of the edge of the map to deny you engagements. Like, it's just, yeah, it wasn't designed with competitive multiplayer in mind, obviously. It's for campaign. So in that situation, you just like, it's just not going to be a fun multiplayer experience. In order to have effective land battles, you need to have rules. You need to have in-house rules that you play with your friends. And you need those kind of rules for tournaments. Whereas domination mode was designed with competitive RTS in mind. You have objectives which force the players to fight. There's a win condition just like that. Like, imagine, yeah, like what if like you were in Age of Empires, for example, and you had a horseman and your opponent could only have knights, and that horseman could run in circles indefinitely and deny you from winning the game ever. He could just spitefully kite you around the map and you could never beat him. Domination mode was designed for competitive play. You can't cheese your opponent by corner camping. You can't cheese your opponent by not engaging them, because eventually you're going to lose on objectives. So, but that's not to say land battle and conquest mode can't be done competitively well. There are people who run competitive scenes for those, and they use rules. So they just have to use house rules to make it playable, basically. Conquest, I would say if you don't like domination mode, okay, you don't like it, it's not for you. Then I would recommend Conquest, because Conquest has an objective which forces the players to fight. So land battle is like the most tricky, because you need to have house rules to even make it playable. And yeah, that's obviously not something I enjoy. Conquest is the better of the two modes, in my opinion, because there is an objective that forces the players to fight. So yeah, either Conquest or Domination would be my recommendations if you're a newer player. Now, there are some OGs who prefer land battle, of course, because it's just what's been the thing forever. In Total War Competitive for years, it was land battle. In Rome, in Total War Warhammer 2, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, if Tau could sit on the back line with no terrain and no objectives and say, we will display kill points. Yes, that is an exact... Dude, that gives me unholy nightmares, disgustingly resilient. I was a competitive tabletop player in 8th edition. I played Death Guard, and god damn, dude, some of those RTTs I used to go to in GTs with very little terrain, when only kill points mattered in early 8th edition. Like, so Tau players would just sit in the corner, or Iron Hands players would just sit in the corner and just punch you in the dick over and over, and just, it was awful. But then in later editions of Warhammer, objectives, even in the end of 8th edition, objectives became more important, so. Yeah, I like Dom because I like the reinforcement system. It reminds me of RTS. If I'm playing StarCraft, okay, I'm spamming Marines and, whatever. My opponent comes with a bunch of roaches. Well, I'm going to build some Marauders to counter those, right? Or on the flip side, I'm playing Zerg and I'm facing a blob of Marines. Well, I'm going to make a bunch of Banelings and get you with those. So being able to call in reinforcements based on the tech you invest in is one of my favorite parts about competitive play here. What is one of the most one-sided matchups in the game? Probably Skaven versus... Skaven dominate Dwarves, like, really bad. Dwarves get wrecked. Yeah, Iron Hands... yeah, Proviathan almost broke me on Comp 40k in 8th edition. Dude, it broke my spirit once. I remember I was training for an RTT, and I brought my Death Guard... Or no, my Black Legion back then, to play against my friend's Iron Hands. And he basically tabled me like on turn 1 and 2. It was like the most awful shit ever. I was so sad because my list was strong, but Iron Hands were so broken. Yeah. How does unsummons work in multiplayer? So here's how unsummons work. When you unsummon a unit, it gets taken off the battlefield after 10 seconds, and it goes back into your spawning pool after a short period of time. You also get a partial refund based on the remaining HP of that unit. So if you use an artillery piece and you use all of its ammo, but you may manage to keep it healthy, you can unsummon it and get a partial refund of half of its value, which is really strong. Granted, artillery often can be niche and or weak sometimes in domination mode. I mean, it's good, but very specific because it doesn't give you forward pressure on the objective. So yes, you get the advantage of value trading safely and unsummoning, but you also give up objective pressure too. So it's actually pretty well designed. The individual who created domination mode, let me show you guys who he is. He doesn't work at Creative Assembly anymore, but he created it. We talked to him between Warhammer 2 and 3, and he was a developer for Creative Assembly back then, and he freaking created it and did a great job. His name is Nakamura RTS. He is awesome. He's like a super passionate RTS creator. He does Spellforce, he does Age of Mythology, he does all sorts of stuff. And he's just such a nice guy too, but really passionate about RTS. So thanks to him, we have like a competitive game mode here. Granted, you know, we would have found a way to make land battle and or conquest work, but yeah, he is an absolute hero of the people. So if you guys want to check out his channel, I can't recommend him enough. He's really, really nice. So there he is right there. But he created Domination Mode, the competitive game mode. He also runs Meta Plays RTS and a couple other channels as well. So this guy is a hero of the people for sure. All right. The round is almost done. We got one game wrapping up, and then we're going to be going to round 3. Yes. Yeah, he used to work for Creative Assembly. He was a developer during Warhammer 2 and early Warhammer 3, and he was like a big proponent of giving us a competitive game mode. So, because he comes from a competitive RTS background, so he related to us very much, which was great. Yeah, and if you're looking for individuals who run like OG land battle stuff, you can find Human Boy, who does traditional old school land battle. If that's your jam and you really like that, and I completely understand the elements of that because old school land battle really captures the classic Total War battle, and it also does have a really fun aesthetic. At times, just two armies lining up and fighting. And if you're looking for heavy conquest play, I can't recommend Dob Plays enough. Dob Plays is one of my OG friends from the Total War community, and he's great. So you can check out Dob and Human Boy for those formats if you're interested. All right, Barles and Martinius are playing. It looks like they just wrapped up, so let's do it to it. Let's do it to it. Okay, so where are we going to go? And we are going to advance to the next round. Cool, round 3, guys. We're going to be casting another game right now. So let's get it, and let's have some fun. Okay. So here we are. Round 3 is up. All right. There we are. Cool. So now we need to find a game to cast. Oh, we could do Daniken versus Pope Patty. Daniken playing again. Cool to see him. Yo-yo, lobby, code please. All right. Cool. So we're going to be doing Pope Patty, which is a different Pope. We had the Space Pope, and now we're doing Pope Patty versus Daniken, which will be a really, really fun one. So we're going to get this. And there we are. Cool beans, man. We got to find his lobby here. So which one is it going to be? It's not that lobby. Is it this one? Let me see if this is the lobby here. Chosen is not playing in this tournament. No, I think he's taken a little bit of a break. I mean, he's already... So we're on a new season, by the way, of our competitive leaderboard. And I think Chosen might be number 1 right now. Let me check. He's up there. He's won a couple tournaments already. So yeah, if we go to the tournament website, you can see our tournament leaderboard. Maximillionaire is currently number 1 this season. And Evergarden, this is Chosen. He has a different Discord name than he plays under in-game, but... Evergarden is Chosen. He is the current defending world champion right here. So he's number 2. So if the season were to end today, he would be, qualified for that. But the season is going to be 2 to 3 months. So probably January, February, March, April. So sometime in April or May, we're going to end this season 13, and then we're going to have another world championship, basically. So that is going to be that. Yeah, Evergarden is Chosen. That is him. Okay. And great. Do we have a spec slot? Okay, we need to get a spectator slot here. Okay, so there we are. I was wondering where he was. Yeah, because the website, our website, like leaderboard is tied into Discord, so that's how it works. Okay, where the hell's my spec slot dog? He's getting it right now. Danikin's going to do that. So we're going to be doing Danikin, former world champion. He took a break from the last championship. I understand that. You know, those events are very stressful and very intense. So sometimes people like to take a break for a season. But I hope to see Danikin come back and make another shot at the world champ. I feel like the meta was... He may have been disenfranchised by the meta a little bit. But honestly, when we actually got to the world championship, we saw it. We didn't see the typical meta. Like, we saw Slaanesh probably get banned a lot. But the meta was pretty good. It was pretty diverse. All right, so where the hell is he? He is going to be right there. So let's find this. Okay. It says failed to join game. It's full. Don't see lobby. Are you guys on version of map pack with all the new corrupted maps? All right, guys, we're just figuring this out real quick here. And, yeah, we'll get in there in a second. I want to join that Nurgle game. Dude, yeah, I can't believe how good Nurgle looked, by the way, in the frickin', in the champs. That was pretty nuts. It was pretty nutty. Yeah, I think they might have had a bugged out lobby there. But yeah, Max is number 1 right now. You are. Max, I think you have what it takes to win a world championship, dog. I think you do. You're very, very good, man. Like, the thing about me is I'm the dreaded eternal gatekeeper. Like, I'm really good at measuring people's skill by gatekeeping them in the semifinals. But you have some insane micro when you want to. Like, some of the games I played against you, I'm like, God damn, your SE micro is just such a menace. I think you can do it, man. Every time 3x3, I'm just banning endless. Yeah, but if you look, Max, at the World Championship, we saw like Empire, we saw Nurgle, we saw tons of factions being played. You know, it was pretty good, I would say. Connection timed out with the host. What in tarnations is going on here? All right, let's see if we can get in there. Hopefully, we're going to be able to get in here. We might need to just cast a different lobby because I'm going to jump out here. Yeah, joining game. We're stuck there right now. Failed to join. Timed out. Okay, so we're probably going to do a different lobby. We're going to do this one. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be Driver, Vampire Coast versus Chaos Dwarves. I love it. Great matchup. Cast a diff 1. Lobby troubles. We'll get you later. All right. So we're going to do Chaos Dwarves versus Vampire Coast here, guys. Yeah, we saw Grand Cathay in the grand finals. But yes, of course, you're going to be banning a lot of Slaanesh Warriors of Chaos Norse Beastmen, 100%. But it's kind of like that in every RTS game, Max. Like, at the very pinnacle of meta, you're going to be seeing, like, a defined thing. Like, in Age of Empires, it's the same way. But, yeah, we still, I think, had some very good diversity. We saw a lot of factions. What's up, Frap? Great Dune content. Really enjoyed the Dune videos. I know. I feel like we should go back and do a Dune stream relatively soon. I do. Maybe when Dune Messiah starts to come out, we'll do some Dune streams and kind of ride that wave of excitement. I think that'd be fun. Yeah, we saw Greenskins versus Nurgle in a very competitive game. That was a great game. Max was actually, I think, winning that game. If he had gotten his Rotting Riders out like a tiny bit earlier, I think he wins that. Ogre Kingdoms didn't see much play. I wouldn't say they're top 5 right now, but they're still very good. But Ogres are probably not top 5. I would say top 10 for sure. Yeah. Yeah, General, one day you'll stop building your mass turrets. Played this guy's Chaos Dwarfs twice on ladder today and got smoked. Just started Norska, though. Yeah, Driver is very good. I recently casted a replay of him beating, I think he was beating Charix. And, you know, Charix is a champion level player, so, you know, taking him down is not an easy feat. Not an easy feat at all. Yeah, Driver is here and Lura is here, and we got Vampire Coast versus the Chaos Dwarfs. Let's do it, man. Go back to Middle Earth one day. I know. We will. Age of the Ring is amazing. The Age of the Ring team does such a good job. That mod is freaking so good, man. It is so good. All right, guys. Fasten your seatbelts. Oh, God. Double Dreadquake Mortar. I don't think I can get any more erect than this. 2 Dreadquake Mortars? Oh, God, yes. And on this map, it's pretty good, actually, because you can hide them behind the trees. So you put the Dreadquake Mortar behind the tree right here. And then you can shoot up and over it, and the Vampire Coast can't hit you with cannons. Oh, God, I'm so happy we got into this lobby. That's what it's all about right here. It doesn't get any better than double Dreadquake. So Dreadquake Mortars against Vampire Coast are actually kind of decent because they're really slow, and they can, like, one-shot their infantry units, basically. So, yeah, we're going to see how these bad boys do. We got 2 of those. Battle line of Goblin Laborers. Front line's going to be Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and a Sorcerer Prophet of Fire, most likely, with Burning Head. Yeah, so Burning Head spam to clear through zombies. And that is going to be that. So double Dreadquake. I mean, hey, you guys were here for the glory. Let's see what happens. All right, guys, on the other side, it's going to be Vampire Coast, and Lura is going to be coming in with Depth Guard, handguns. So pretty combined arms army, but pretty frontal heavy with the Depth Guard. And Count Noctilus, maybe he's going to be able to work into a position to take down those cannons. I mean, he's all right on the Crow's Nest up on his Giant Colossus, but genuinely curious to see if those Dreadquakes are going to get the job done. This is not a meta Vampire Coast build at all. Opening with Depth Guard in tandem with Count Noctilus is very, very off meta here, I would say, on the Colossus. But we'll see if he can make it work. Typically, you go a little bit wider against the Chorfs and just kind of pin them back and triple cap them. A lot of it is going to come down to how effectively the Dreadquakes are going to be shooting. So we will see. Look at the Chaos Dwarf player. He's like dancing around with his lord over there. Just frenzy micro. Yeah. Artillery gaming is so fun. I wonder if you just unsummon the Depth Guard. No, you don't. You run the Depth Guard into the trees probably and just play them very conservatively. If you have the Depth Guard fighting like right here and stuffing your opponent, like, so you run to the tree line and then you dash to this tree line right here. And then from there, you keep them from getting to the objective, and the Dreadquake Mortars probably won't be able to hit you. So Count Noctilus, in terms of his spells, is going to be rocking Pit of Shades, which is very meta against Chaos Dwarves, because if they have Fire Glaives, if they have any sort of Infernal Guard, Chaos Dwarf Warriors, Blunderbusses, the Pit of Shades is going to be able to obliterate them, and then you always bring Invo, like if you're going to have a big, expensive character like that. So, well, that settles it. Starting a new Chorf campaign. Oh, Chaos Dwarves are so fun in campaign. When you get that Artillery Death Star going and you just, like, mow down the enemy army, like, have, like, an entire front line of Blunderbusses with artillery behind it, it's definitely one of the most satisfying feelings in Total War. It's so freaking good. Aim for the bushes. Yeah. I love that movie, dude. It's so funny. All right, guys. So here they come. The Hard Knock Life is going to be marching. And on the backside, the Depth Guard are coming as well. And I don't really care about in-depth analysis here. We're just going to watch the Dreadquake Mortars and see what they're going to get done. They are very easy to dodge, by the way. So when you see a Dreadquake Mortar target one of your units, you can definitely dodge that. So the Sorcerer Prophet can go fight Noctilus as well. He drops a Fireball. So that's going to be going, and here it comes. Fireball! All right, is it going to hit? It is going to hit him. And it does a little bit of damage, and nothing to write home about, but it does, add up over the course of a long game. And the Dreadquakes, are they going to shoot yet? Find out today, guys. Infernal Guard Fire Glaives being called out, so a little bit of stopping power. Certainly a good Pit of Shades target for the big Noctilus, the Hard Knock Life. Chaos Dwarves can also do an armor check in this matchup. They can spam a ton of armor and just kind of push the Coast, but Coast will use Mourngulls and or the Hulks to push them back, so you got to be careful about that. Oh my god, the double Dreadquake. Give it to me. All right, we got one shot here. Looks like it's dodged, and the other one is going to be dodged as well. So both of those Dreadquakes were targeting that Depth Guard, right? And you see what I'm saying about it being easy to dodge? If you are the Chorf player here, you don't want to be shooting the Depth Guard. You want to be shooting the slow zombies and just killing them. Now, Pit of Shades being cast on Orc Laborers is kind of haggard. I don't think it's worth it. Granted, it is going to annihilate those 2 chaff units, but probably isn't worth the Winds of Magic. So, one Dread... No, don't shoot it, Noctilus! Oh no, where's he going? Okay, that one is going to be a miss, and that one is going to be a miss as well. But it is putting the fear in his opponent and certainly forcing him back. So even if the Dreadquakes don't hit, they will be forcing you to rethink your decisions. Now, handgun mobs drawing line of sight onto the character up in the sky, and the zombies are going to be getting some big DPS right there as we do see the Dreadquake shots coming. Eventually, one of these Dreadquakes will hit, and there is going to be a reckoning. Oh god, yes. Give it to me! Oh, some of them get hit. They got hit. Okay, they got tagged, and then they're going to get burning headed afterwards. All right, that's really good. That's probably going to be the end of that unit, actually. So that zombie unit is gone. Negative 55 leadership. That's going to be some hardcore crumbling right there. So the Dreadquake did slow them down, allowed the burning head to get the job done, and that is going to be that. All right, guys, more shots coming in. Dreadquake Mortar is going to be unleashing here, so there they go. And that zombie pirate gunnery mob is in the trash can right now, as we do see Wraithstorm onto the Infernal Guard. And another Dreadquake shot does land home on the black spot, doing some okay damage, as Noctilus is afflicted by the Withering right now, so his stats are going to be a little bit lower. But let's just keep watching Dreadquake mortars, right? Yeah, so one of them here, one of them here. The 2 handgun units going to be taken offline. Noctilus should not Noctilus, but the Sorcerer Prophet should not go in there. There's no point, really. As far as the objectives go, we do see the Chorfs holding only the middle objective. The other ones are being contested. Chaos Dwarf Warriors here are going to be losing to the Depth Guard. And that handgun unit does get nailed here. Did I just turn the game sound off on accident? Nope, it's still going here. So the black spot is going to be crumbling down after getting Dreadquaked. And now you probably want to switch the Dreadquaked units onto the slower zombies in the front line and or this handgun mob back here. And the Chorfs are going to need something to deal with these Depth Guard, though. So the Depth Guard are dominating the Chorf infantry, which makes sense. Depth Guard are pretty elite. You know, they cost basically twice as much, and they are designed anti-infantry units, so they are going to be bullying these guys. But the Kadai Fireborn are going to be needed here by Driver to deal with this. If the Depth Guard can push through and get on top of the Dreadquakes, that's going to be really bad. Burning Head right here. Fellbat's coming in. Really nice dodge here. Pit of Shades is avoided here by the Infernal Chad Fireglaves. And how are the Depth Guard doing? They are moving up. It looks like they're not going after the Dreadquakes quite yet. And we got 2 shots coming in. Oh, God, give it to us, Precious. Really nice engagement here. Wolf Riders managed to get on the Shade Wraith Gunners in. Oh, here they come. Okay, the double shot. Oh, man. All right, that was something. And they do take some nice aftershock damage there. And that was a good Dreadquake shot. That one was not bad at all. Now, Fellbats do get into the cookie jar, and they do get on top of one of the Dreadquakes. Wolf Riders coming out. Going to dispatch them very, very quickly. But he's going to need more than that. The Infernal Guard Fireglaves probably going to want to turn about face and shoot these Depth Guard if they can, and probably get that Sorcerer Prophet back here to help kind of stabilize the backfield. We're going to see how this all goes. Another Dreadquake shot right there is avoided by the Depth Guard, and the doggies here do manage to do some okay damage against Shade Wraith Gunners, but they only kill 8 models, so the Shade Wraith Gunner is still going to be relatively cost-effective in this situation. Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs ripping armor-piercing shots into the Chaos Dwarf Warriors while Noctilus continues his push. And now we do see some Kadai Fireborn being called out. Kadai Fireborn are going to be a great counter against a lot of these vampiric units, especially the Depth Guard. They're going to have a very, very bad time. Sorcerer Prophet charging back here, applying silence. Very fancy stuff right there. And here comes the Kadai Fireborn. Anti-infantry and armor-piercing. Going to be pretty much a hard counter against Depth Guard. So they get in there, they're going to be chewing those bad boys up, and then the Dreadquake mortars will be back online. And they still have a little bit of ammo to fight with. Probably not a ton of value, but they are shooting. So here they come. Oh, God, yes. Hey, Ziggy, thank you for the donation, man. Greatly appreciate it. All right, so one Dreadquake shot hits over there, and the other one hits back here, kind of clipping that formation, but not doing too much damage. But this Depth Guard unit here did get hammered almost directly by that Dreadquake. So those Dreadquakes are actually getting some good value over here. They are for sure, over the course of this long grind, but they are stuffed back a little bit. Chaos Dwarves are losing on the objectives. However, I do think that there is going to be a time that when the Kadai Fireborn break through, they're going to start reclaiming objectives, but is it going to be quick enough is the point here. The Pit of Shades activated on the Infernal Guard Fire Chads. A good choice. Unsummons going down to the Chaff units to get them back in the pool to make sure Homie doesn't run out of units. Oh, another Dreadquake shot, baby. Let's go. That was a nice one right there on those Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs, getting worn down right there. And here comes another Dreadquake shot. Dude, this is what Total War is all about. Just big, haggard centerpieces. Just blasted away, and yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to lead them to crumbling, potentially. 3 leadership right now. Looks like those bad boys are barely hanging on there. All right, and the low ground objective, another Burning Head activated by the Sorcerer Prophet. And right here, we do see the Hobgoblins ripping and tearing, helping to get through the Mourngul units. Kadai Fireborn about to finish off the last of these Halberd mobs, but need to make sure to finish them off. If they're able to sit on that Dreadquake, could be a little bit problematic. Dreadquake mortars might want to switch some firepower onto the Sirens right here. We're going to see how they go. And there, the Zombie Pirate Gunnery mob, -20 leadership, on the brink of crumbling down and or breaking. But it's a close game. This is a very tight game, actually. Vampire Coast is doing a good job pushing up, and they have gotten the Sorcerer Prophet pretty low. But I'm starting to see a bit of a Chaos Dwarf Death Star forming of a couple of very powerful units and a couple Hobgoblins, which are going to be able to break through and shut down a lot of their shooting pieces. Kadai Fireborn on their way out, and it does not look like the Vampire Coast has any Depth Guard with Halberds. Another Dreadquake shot right there, guys. Able to really rip apart these gun units. So the Zombie Pirate Gunnery mob getting eviscerated pretty hard there as the Kadai Fireborn secured the low ground objective in a moment. So that one's going to be flipped into Chaos Dwarves here in uno momento, and you will see it in just a moment. There it goes. So Chaos Dwarves do get this. Kadai Fireborn definitely need to get back here and stabilize this Dreadquake. We certainly, as the Chaos Dwarves, don't want to be seeing that happen, but this is a good play by Lura. Sirens, sticky, armor piercing, they'll be able to punch through that Dreadquake, and the Dreadquakes are actually out of ammo. So a big thing if you're going to be a Dreadquake main is you want to make sure that the Dreadquake mortars don't get damaged so that you can unsummon them later on and get a really big refund. It gives you a second wind, which is incredibly nice. Oh, another Dreadquake shot. Oh, damn, son. They just got baptized. All right, so right there, negative 25. Oh, my God. That just one shot, basically a 550 gold unit. So you can see in the early game, it's really easy to dodge the Dreadquakes when you're paying attention, but man, dude, that was really, really good there. We do see the Zombie Pirate Gunnery mob paying the Troll Toll. One sec here, guys. Let's do this. And one moment. Okay, so we need to do this, and we are going to do that. All right, let's do that. There we go. All right, sorry about that, guys. And we are back in business. And so it begins, the battle of our time. Objective 3 belongs to the Chaos Dwarves. Objective 2 still belongs to the Vampire Coast. The Dreadquake mortars are out of ammo, and it looks like they are going to be getting unsummoned right now. Yeah, HP refund is based on HP, so ammunition does not matter. Yeah, it's based on the remaining HP of the unit. But you still want to unsummon it to get it back in the pool, so you can maybe call it out later on if you need to, right? Looks like that Dreadquake mortar still grinding there, being attacked by some zombies. Is the Vampire Coast going to be able to hold this? It looks like they kind of are. We see the 2 Depth Guard in the middle. And there's going to be 2 of them right there. The Kadai Fireborn surge again. Anti-infantry bonus will be very, very nice here. But guys, Chaos Dwarves don't look like they have a ton of the battlefield. The Vampire Coast has successfully taken down the Chaos Dwarf Lord with their shooting. They still have a couple of handgunners back here. And Count Noctilus, he's been standing firm, man. He has been standing firm. He's going strong, blasting away where he can. Depth Guard units holding, obviously facing a counter, but due to the fact that they have Noctilus with them, they might be able to get it. And it does look like Driver maybe has run out of steam here, guys. The double Dreadquake was probably a little bit too ambitious, and even though they did all right, it just didn't clear off enough, and they just couldn't value trade in many other aspects of the game there. Yeah, the Sorcerer got gunned down while I was dealing with the spam in chat. Sorry about that, but yes. He did get mowed down there, which very much ended the game. So, Dreadquake, 1,600, 1,500, not bad. Not bad at all. And yeah, the Chaos Dwarf build was fun. I think maybe 1 Dreadquake would be enough, but 2 is very Chad, and I love that we got to see that. So that was very, very fun. All right, guys, 2,100, and we do see the Depth Guard there holding it down. GG, well played, my friends. I hope you guys enjoyed that one as much as I did. All right, good times, man. Good times. Shade rates kind of got shut down there, but overall, he just couldn't. They do enough, but you're giving up so much agency on the battlefield. That's the problem with double Dreadquake. You really have to get an obscene amount of value with them to make it worth it. All right, guys, no admin stuff there. Let's see what's cooking, and we are going to come across and see how this goes. All right. Yep, round is coming to a head soon-ish. About half the games are done right now. And let me do this. A little bit of admin stuff here. There we go. Sleep Now in the Fire. Great song by Rage Against the Machine, by the way. Cannons do defeat Dreadquakes head-to-head in a fight, but there were trees. So if the mortars can hide behind trees and shoot over them, and the cannons cannot shoot through the trees effectively, so that's why you didn't see the cannons getting called in. Yeah. He did have 2 cannons in reserve walnuts. There was 2 in his reinforcing army. No. Which is smart. You definitely want the cannons, but in that case, there was no real point in calling them out. He was just basically keeping his opponent off the objectives. The Depth Guard were really cutting through all the Dawizar infantry. The Chaos Dwarf infantry just could not hang, and the Dreadquakes were not killing the enemy Depth Guard quick enough. Yeah. Lure did a very good job there. He did a very, very good job. All right, guys, taking a look at the tourney so far. Let's go break it down. Okay, we're going to do that. Refresh and see. And here it comes right now. Okay, so on the tournament website, yeah, so we have the games that are in green still have yet to happen, so we have a couple of those still going. And Vampire Coast player is actually undefeated. He's 3-0, damn, okay. And he was using Noctilus on the Crow's Nest. I mean, that's a little risky. If the Chaos Dwarfs had come in with double Death Shrieker instead, it probably would have been an auto loss for the Vampire Coast there. Chaos Dwarf player still has 2 wins. Wildfire's going. Danikin 2 wins as well, but I think he's still playing his game for the round, yeah, versus Pope Patty, so he'll probably be undefeated as well. We're going to have to see. He did a good job. Yeah, he did do a good job dodging the Dreadquakes. Granted, we weren't fully blue-balled. The Dreadquakes were able to hit home, I would say, pretty consistently in the late game, which was nice. Hey, Boone, thank you for resubscribing, man. Thank you, thank you. Remember the shot the giant artillery bugs fired? Yes. Of course. You're talking about Starship Troopers, the movie? Yeah, with the bugs that shoot the artillery shots? Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure we're going to see that in 40K with Tyranids. They have units like that in old 40K. Yeah, man. So what's cooking? We got Marinos here. Name on website. Gotta do a little bit of adminning, so give me 1 second. Don't know what his name is on the website. So, okay, scimitar here. So let's do that. And then we're gonna have to drop him here. Okay, so we're gonna do a drop. We need to adjust Blake's score back. All right, so then we need to adjust Blake's score. So let's adjust that. How many of you guys, by the way, applied for the Dawn of War 4 alpha, beta test, or alpha test, whatever it is? God, I'm so eager to get my hands on that and just kind of see what's cooking there, you know? I'm so freaking eager. All right, let's get you adjusted and fix that down to 2. Obviously, I think it's NDA'd, so even if you guys got in, you couldn't say anything. But man, oh man. I am very pumped for that. I want to play it so bad. I just hope they add a Chaos faction kind of quick. Okay, so that's going to be 2 for Hobo Honkers there. You got invited to the test? Nice, dude. I hope you have fun. Oh, I'm jealous, man. I'm jealous. Curious who are the 3 to 5 most dominant competitive players of Warhammer 1. Yeah, Anticity's definitely up there. He is, in terms of being like a really powerhouse competitive player, because Anticity was very good in Warhammer 2 as well. He's been at it for a while. For sure. In Warhammer 2, Falcon was pretty dominant for a long time. You know, you can, if you go to our website, you can kind of do the analysis yourself. But if you go back to the website, you can see all the championship high-level events here, and you can see all the players who won. So we have like a little Hall of Fame here, and then we have one for Warhammer 3 as well, you can see. So Houseplant has, yeah, he won 3 official Creative Assembly events. He won Season 3 championship, Season 4 championship. So that's like 5 major event wins. Nobody's come close to Houseplant yet. I think there are people that could have, but they didn't have the determination to keep playing the game for that long. Solasora was extremely dominant, but only for 2 seasons. Then he just disappeared. Anticity, of course, winning 3 major events, but then Chosen and Daniken won the most recent 2. So, yeah. The faction wars, I wouldn't really count these towards hyper-competitive events. These are just kind of for record's sake. But these, I don't count these towards major event wins. Yeah. But Solasora was pretty beast mode. He was pretty beast mode. But Anticity and definitely Houseplant are probably 2 of the biggest dogs in Warhammer 3 history. Houseplant being number 1. I think there are a couple other people who won 2 major or 3 major events. Let's see. Own Goal also belongs up there. He formerly went as Tim, but he got second place in like 5 of these events. So I would say like Houseplant, Own Goal, the artist formerly known as Tim, and then Anticity, probably, and then Solasora. Yeah, so Solasora won a Creative Assembly official event and then won 2 World Championships. So yeah, Solasora kind of tied with Anticity, but he just disappeared into the night. He won like 3 major events and then just was gone. Yeah. Although Solasora did win a faction war too, a domination faction war, which was pretty competitive. So Solasora is kind of at 4 major event wins. So right now the rankings of all time for Warhammer 3 would be Houseplant, Solasora, Anticity, and then from there probably like Own Goal would be there somewhere, but he only has won. But if you consider the like the second place finishes, I think that would be kind of a tiebreaker with him and other people. Yeah, obviously Voidlaws. If Voidlaws didn't, he could have been one of the best probably. If Voidlaws didn't, get caught up smurfing and stuff, he could have been one of the best for sure. But yeah, it's always fun to go back and look at the history and see the lore, and I think that's very, very fun. Yeah, Voidlaws is like the John Jones of Total War Competitive, just like very much like John Jones from MMA. All right. like Barry Bonds kind of situation, right? Okay, so looking at the tournament right now. Do all of Void Law's multis count? Yeah, I know all of his Smurf accounts. Tim's got a lot of silver medals. Can't ignore that. Yeah, exactly. Houseplant doesn't play Warhammer 3 anymore, no. He played so hard for so long, he probably just burnt out. A lot of people do. Hadri's he stopped playing competitive. He still lurks around, but he doesn't play competitive anymore. But yeah, Hadri's is definitely an all-time contender too. He was really good for a long time. Hadri's won a couple major events back in Warhammer 2. If we go back, he won some Faction Wars. So Hadri's, he didn't win any of the season championships here, but he did win several Faction Wars with his beloved Skaven. He won twice. Won one here and one here, which are big accomplishments. Those are highly competitive events, those Faction Wars. Like every big heavy hitter in Warhammer 2 played in those. You know, we had Anticity, Void Laws, Alfredino, Falcon, like Soothsayer. Those were highly competitive events. So, all right. So that is that. Chosen has only won one major event, but man, oh man, did he look good winning it. But again, Chosen, if he keeps playing like that and keeps winning major events, you know, here he is here. We could see Chosen become one of the all-time greats if he can keep winning. You know, winning one major event is a huge accomplishment. Defeating Anticity in a best of 5, dude, that is super hardcore. But he needs to keep it up. He needs to keep it up. We will see if he does. Yeah, Daniel, it was very strong. It was very strong. Aerocrastic, also one of the Warhammer 2 goats for sure. He won. So Everchosen's became pretty competitive starting after number 2. I would say like Everchosen 1 and 2 were not super competitive. I wouldn't really categorize those as major events, but Warhammer Everchosen 3 and beyond, Everchosen 3 was like the first time the Everchosens were hyper competitive. We had like tons of high level players in them. So yeah, Arrow won 2 Everchosen events, and they were really competitive too. Like he was playing against Falcon, Soothsayer, some really high level competition. So yeah, Arrow was a beast. He was a beast back in Warhammer 2 for sure. All right. So let's see what is going on here. Yeah, I like that we have this like history book, right? That we can keep track of all the lore of old, and we're always going to have it. As long as I'm around, we'll have our compendium of Total War champions. We will have that, and the history will be written here. All right, one game left to finish. We got Kane8 versus Blood Penguin. When those guys are done, we're going to be going to the next round, and I think this is a 5-rounder. Oh shit, it's a 6-rounder. Okay, I guess we're 6 rounds today. Let's go, baby. Fasten your seatbelts and get ready for a lot of Total War, because it is a fat 6-round tournament. I did not notice. Yeah, I think, one of my favorite events of all time in Warhammer 2 was the third Everchosen. So the third Everchosen, I think, yeah, that has to be my all-time favorite event in Warhammer 2. So the third Everchosen was right here. This was the Vampire Coast release. Of course, Templar Knight. Of course, I remember him. He was a really good Dark Elf player from the UK. Aerocrastic's performance in the third Everchosen was so epic, right? Because he comes in round 1, you know, a known player, but certainly with something to prove. And he defeats the Gobbo King. Gobbo King was an absolute beast of a player. He was very, very good. So he defeats Gobbo King with a big round 1 upset. Nobody was expecting Aerocrastic to win that. Then he goes all the way through the Vampire Coast tournament, and he ends up defeating Tlaxlan Soothsayer in a best of 5 grand final. It was epic. And this was like back when Creative Assembly had in-person events, so we had like a full casting team. We had like interviews. Like it was really fun. It was very fun. But yeah, that was really, really good. That Everchosen was pretty goated. It was pretty goated as far as Warhammer 3 goes. For Warhammer 2, excuse me. For Warhammer 3, I don't know which one would be my favorite. Probably it would be one of these championships. Like, oh man, the recent championships are really good. They were really good. Yeah, like Anticity's championships were really high quality. Danikin's championships might have been one of my favorites. I think Season 11 championship might actually be my favorite event we've had, because that one had so many close games, and then the way Danikin played, it was super fun. Season 11 championship might be my favorite Warhammer 3 event so far that we've had. I think I would say Season 11 championship might be my all-time favorite. Anticity also in Season 10. So Season 10 and 11... And 9, like these 3 seasons, 9, 10, and 11 might be my favorite in the ballpark. This is bringing up so many ghosts. Yeah, it is. Was that the Ever Chosen when you had the Weatherspoons experience? It was, yeah, it was. Yeah, the Daniken versus Ent final was very good. Yeah, it was very good. All right, so let's get back, guys. Hopefully you had some fun with Memory Lane right there. Always a good time. Cool. So let's see. Are we ready? We are. So let's go ahead and advance the Swiss. Kane need to make sure his score is right. So Kane should have 1, 2. Should have 2 wins. Okay, so let me fix that before we advance here. Probably all of them turn 2026. Yeah, those three seasons, the 2 Anticity victories followed up by the Daniken victory were probably my favorite championships. Although, dude, I don't know. This last weekend's championship has to be there too. Like the Nurgle grand final play by Chosen, making Nurgle look god tier and like beating just amazing players. Defeating Charix and Anticity, that's like a hell gauntlet, dude. Like that is so brutal. That is one of the hardest runs of opponents you're gonna have to go through. Yeah. Yeah, Bloody Bob. Yeah, that was really fun, man. That was very fun indeed. All right, so we got that. Let's refresh this. And here we go. Yeah, and Anticity is definitely one of the Warhammer GOATs. I agree with you 100%. He is, not only is he one of the best players in the world, but he also runs a great channel and is very entertaining to watch and does a lot of cool challenges. And yeah, he's definitely one of the GOATs. I agree. I would agree. Ent is definitely one of the GOATs. Okay, so let's go to the next round. We're going to do this. No, Daniel, I think Chosen might be the Nurgle GOAT right now. He whipped out Nurgle twice in the Grand Championships and did really well with him. I think he's the best Nurgle player right now, for sure. Chosen. All right. Oh, man, we have Subutai versus Daniken, so let's see if we can cast that game right now. Okay, let's do this. And we're going to do that. Okay. So, are we ready? Okay, I think this looks good. Let me announce round 4 is live. Round 4 of 6. Okay. There we are. So round 4 is live, and we're going to be doing Subutai's lobby. All right. Lobby code, please. So we're going to do Subutai versus Daniken. Max is an incredibly good Nurgle player, too. He's definitely in the top 5 Nurgle players. I would say, like, Chosen is probably the number 1 Nurgle player from what I saw. Max would be up there, maybe even as number 2. I'm probably in the top 5 Nurgle players. I would say maybe 4 or 5. I think there was a couple high-level players who are better than me, but I'm definitely in the top 5 of Nurgle players. Yeah. Yeah, in the ballpark there. But there's not very many of us. There's only like 8 Nurgle players, so to be number 5 isn't really that impressive of a feat. You know, it is what it is. Yeah. All right, so let's get here and get into this game. Chosen's not playing today. No, he has been playing in tournaments. He's currently already won 3 tourneys this season. Oh, Chad Grand Cathay from Daniken. Let's go, baby. Let's freaking go. Daniken's Cathay is so good, by the way. Oh, I love it. This is what it's all about right here, man. This is what it's all about. Okay. Yeah, Ent does stream a lot. You can definitely watch and learn quite a bit from him. Yeah, you can. But it's kind of hard to learn from Anticity in terms of the way he play. Like because his play style is not an accessible play style for most people. It's like watching Happy play Warcraft 3. When you watch Happy play Warcraft 3, you can't copy him because his micro is so insane and his builds are just so strange in the way he executes things. And it's kind of the... Yes, Kara, I will. It's kind of like hard to copy the way Ent plays. He'll come out with these builds with like 8 cavalry units and then like a bunch of single entities, and it's like... Even intermediate or other advanced tournament players cannot copy the way Anticity plays. It's hard. Like, I've looked at Ent builds before and then tried them myself, and I have pretty good micro. I'm a decent RTS player, but, like, I still can't emulate them. It's the way his brain works in tandem with his builds being unorthodox. It's just hard. Let's get some soundboard redeems. Yeah, I'll talk to Frost about the Twitch stuff. Thank you. Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, it's tricky. So like new players trying to learn from Anticity is hard. I mean, he certainly knows how to play every playstyle though. So Ent is capable of teaching any playstyle, but copying his advanced builds that he uses, dude, it's so hard. It's so hard. Playing against Anticity's, yeah, it's very, it can be very annoying. It can. But dude, freaking Chosen like stuffed him back so hard in so many of the games. It seemed like Chosen was so in tune with how Anticity plays. Like it almost seemed like he countered him so hard in so many of those matches. Like a flash build, yeah, it's pretty nuts. Ent has a third army, doesn't show on stream. yeah, I guess so. Man. Soundboard redeem. All right, I got you. I'll work something out. Emperor Palpatine cackle. Yeah, it's always a good one. We could do that on the soundboard. Steam is down. A lot of people can't join lobbies. Okay, yeah, we'll just... today is what day of the week? Tuesday? No worries. Just get into the games when you can. If you can't get into a lobby, just refresh and keep trying, and then you'll be done when you're done. It's not a big deal either way. Don't worry about it. You know that Falcon played recently as Thrones of Decay, not competitively, but he played a bunch of games on Dov's channel. Yeah, Falcon will play with people if you reach out to him, but he's going to be mostly playing Conquest and or Land Battle stuff, yeah. Okay. So it begins. It is the greatest battle of our time. Just refresh and keep trying to get into lobbies. Yeah, it'll pass, you know. It'll pass. This is going to be a great matchup, though. They are playing on Terracotta Graveyard, which is very lore accurate for Grand Cathay. So we're going to be seeing if old Subutai can break the Cathay battle lines of Danikin. Danikin's Cathay, though, I'm telling you, it is a menace. It is an absolute menace. I can see turns having only one, and it's only have no power. Falcon might have the best micro of any Total War player. It's definitely up there. I think of all the Total War players we've seen, Anticity's micro is pretty god tier. Charix's micro is incredibly good. Voidlaws might have some of the best micro out there, by the way. When he was playing, he probably had some of the best micro out there. A lot of those players from Poland, from Ukraine, from Russia, from the various Balkan, like those territories, they just have insanely good micro. I think it's because a lot of them come from old school RTS backgrounds. Like in that part of the world, you know, you see a lot of Warcraft 3 players, a lot of StarCraft, Red Alert, like vintage RTS players who just have crazy good micro. Yeah. Did C ever do land battle tournaments? They did back in Warhammer 2, and it was all we had. But now their official competitive format, as far as I know, is domination mode because all the official big tournaments are on Dom. But they did used to do land battle events. Like all the events I did in Warhammer 2 were land battle because we didn't have this game mode. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, from Oz, it's a strange phenomenon. Basically, from what I understand, YouTube has like changed the way that live streams interact with YouTube in that if you go have autoplay on YouTube and you go AFK or you're just letting it play, YouTube has been trying to promote their streams by when people leave autoplay on, they'll just basically send you to a random stream afterwards for a lot of people. So that is what's been happening lately. I've been doing quite a bit of investigating and that's what I've drawn. So yes. Survive battle format. I'm not sure what you mean. You're talking about like a siege battle or something? That's exactly how I ended up here. Yeah, exactly. It's been happening a lot. So, you know, for a long time, I thought it was like someone was like doing some bot trolling on the channel. I thought it was that, but the thing is, the people who get sent here by autoplay often do interact with likes and a lot of dislikes as well, which is understandable. Being sent somewhere where you don't know what's going on, you don't like it, totally get that. But yeah, that's how I arrived here just 5 seconds ago. Exactly, Jan. Hey, well, welcome, Jan. Happy to have you here, man. But YouTube's been doing that like crazy. I even. Like a couple months ago, I even reported it to YouTube. I was like, I feel like I'm like YouTube is like I'm somebody sending bots to my channel or something, and yeah, apparently it's just the autoplay from what I've heard back. So yeah, yes, that's that. Hey, you know, it's cool. We get to meet some new friends, and welcome to Total War Competitive. And here we are, and we're about to be loading into a game soon. We're just doing some RTS action. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yeah, from like the various articles and posts I've been reading, YouTube has been like trying to compete with Twitch. And that's one way they've been trying to, you know, amp up their streams. So, yeah. That is that. Oh no, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think that it's like, oh, 100%. No, I get it, man. If I got sent to a random stream that I didn't like, you would want to dislike that particular stream so that you wouldn't get sent to it back again, right? You're trying to like tell the algorithm. Totally get it, but that's how I could tell. Yeah. Hey, welcome. All right, guys. Grand Cathay getting ready. Danikin preparing the most forbidden builds possible. And we need to do a little bit of dropping now. Great, so that's working. Boss Toss is here. Danikin is here. Do I need to drop anybody else? Adler. Okay, I think everybody has their matches. Sorry about the delay, by the way. Some people were having problems with Steam. So Steam was having an update, which is delaying some of our games and getting people in. Danikin Subutai is fun. Yeah, Subutai is a great player. He is. He's like... You know how in the UFC or in mixed martial arts in general, you have like the crafty veteran archetype? It's like it's someone who has not won a championship level event or hasn't been a world champion, but they're always like a top 16 fighter and always are somebody you have to get through. That, you know, and the commentary team refers to them as crafty veterans. It's kind of a blessing and a curse. They're like, yeah, he's a crafty veteran. He's always going to be a problem. That is Subutai. He is a crafty veteran. Very much the case. All right, guys. So it begins. Hey, well, some kind of legend. I appreciate you, man. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to this tournament showdown. Spawning in on the east side of the map, we are going to be looking at the Norscan Hordes. Norsca are going to be coming in with Marauder Bearmen, which are a good quality frontline unit. They have a lot of HP, and they do also have shield. So presenting a frontline of Marauder Bearmen, it's a lot of HP for Cathay to chew through. Now, Cathay is a very armored faction, so you're going to be wanting to get some great weapons in the mix, and it looks like we do have a couple great open units. The Marauder Bearmen here, to chew through the armor. Now, a Skinwolf Werekin, an interesting tech. A lot of Cathay players like to use some of the Moonbirds and the Celestial General. So having a Werekin to try and attack the General is quite good. Now, the Sorcerer Lord is going to be a great Shaman, and Final Transmutation is always kind of just a good choice. Getting him in, casting big Final Transmutations on Cathay Lords or Blobs, what's not to love? Granted, I do think he should have probably brought Searing Doom as well. So Cathay, mainly Bearmen, with the Skinwolf Werekin, Shaman Sorcerer, but oh guys, he also has triple Marauder Champion. So he's got a very Giga Chad front line. Yeah, he's got a very Giga Chad front line. Marauder Champions are going to dominate Cathay Infantry, but Cathay does have shooting and other tools to bring them down. For the army of Danikentrop, former world champion, going to be rocking a battle line of Peasant Spearmen, backed up by Jade Warriors, and a Zhangu War Drum. So Homie is going to be doing a Cathay drum box. So the drum does give nice AoE buffs to Cathay. It gives melee attack, immune to psychology, and then also armor as well. So it massively increases the quality of your Cathay defensive formation. We have a Dragon-Blooded Lord with the Lore of Yang, which is going to be used against Bearmen, and a Moonbird up in the sky with the Moonflare ability, and only combat. So it's a combat Astromancer, who also brings the Master of the Elemental Winds. So that's kind of nice for augmenting the magic damage. But yeah, I like the Astromancer. I think that's pretty good. Those are Marauder Champion Great Opens, and they are a really good tech here by Subutai. So the box of Cathay is strong, but on that same coin, you can see the Marauder Champion Great Opens annihilate those Cathay infantry. Like, it will be a very one-sided beatdown there. All right, guys. It is on. Marauder Champions are a very cool unit. I think in total he had 3 of them, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they're beefcakes, man. They have really good melee defense for a Great Open unit. Those guys, they get through there, man. All right, so the Skinwolf is chasing. Danikentrop blobbing up the Marauders. Damn, son, he just baptized those guys. Big damage going down in the Marauder Bearmen. So 4,700 right here, as we do see the big man coming across. Astromancer are going to be diving after the Werekin. Werekins are weak to fire damage. Moonbirds do fire damage and magical damage, so they circumvent all the defensive characteristics of the Skinwolf Werekin. And Danikin going to be popping up again, looking to get a big breath attack. And here comes the Cathay box. Oh, going for the hunt on the Lord. Subutai blunders a little bit. And the Great Shaman Sorcerer is getting hunted by the dreaded Moonbird, as well as the Dragon-Blooded Shugingen Lord, who's a decent little fighter. She's doing some anime attacks right there. But this would be a big throw by Subutai to get his Shaman Sorcerer killed already, but he is going to be responding with a nice Final Transmutation. Breath attack coming in from Daniken once again, but nice overcasted Final Transmutation right there. No, just regular. But that does do some considerable damage against the Astromancer as well as the Dragon-Blooded Lord, and the Skinwolf Werekin is going to be coming in with its anti-large. Now, Cathay is just put their feet on the ground, and they're like, this is where we're going to hold. The Zhanggu War Drum is going to be buffing everybody. So these Haggard Spearmen actually have 28 melee attack. The Jade Warrior Halberd is going to be pretty sauced as well. And the Moonbird is now going to be coming in to attack the Werekin and see if we can get any snipes there. But Marauder Champion's going to be getting in the mix. Are we going to be seeing the Moonbird's bird poop ability where it does its bombardment here on the champions? Doesn't look like it. Cathay calling in Nangao Grenadiers. And we do see our defensive formation, basically like a big kind of semicircle here of halberds, all of which are going to be afflicted by, or buffed up by the drum. So the bird does do its moon bombardment here on the Great Weapons. It won't do the most damage, but not insignificant either. Actually, never mind, I take that back. That was actually a lot of damage right there. It's a really nice usage of the Astromancer. Beautiful breath attack right there, wrecking 2 Bearman units. So Subutai blobbing up on those pieces a little bit, but Subutai needs to get that triple cap if he can. Try and pin in the Cathay forces and really punish them for their sins. On the backside, Jade Lancers here. Daniken going to be moving them up and around, I would imagine, while the drums are on. Now, Subutai going to be calling in heavy hitters to try and deal with Daniken's front line, but they are great weapons, so they have really low melee attack against infantry, but they will be good against the bigger threats on the Cathay roster. But a bit of a blunder here, actually. Subutai moves the Skinwolf Werekin into the enemy backfield where it is getting dunked on by the Astromancer. And here's the thing you have to remember, guys. These Cathay Halberds have a really big stat increase, and they're basically punching way above their weight grade right now. As they do have their Halberds, the drum is nearby, that's going to be buffing them up. So Cathay is basically getting to live their power fantasy right now of getting all of their synergy. They have their harmony, they have their drum, and this is where Cathay really shines. We do see the Shaman Sorcerer. I don't know why Subutai sent the Shaman Sorcerer in there. He's going to need to get that homie back there, but the Werekin is getting smashed. The Famir get their butts kicked pretty badly, but Grand Cathay is currently triple capped, ladies and gentlemen, and now Subutai bringing out some Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, which is a brilliant choice. On the backside, grenades going down. The grenade's going to be trying to cook some of the Bearmen coming into the flank. And did we see Marauder Champions? Nope, just Bearmen. So the Nangao Grenadiers should be able to do some good work, while Daniken trying to use his Jade Lancers and hand grenades to secure the backside. And it looks like he does. Jade Lancers break through the Marauders with great opens, and now these basic Marauder Bearmen are going to be next. The big Final Transmutation going down right there. And that's another good one by Subutai, going to be hitting a lot of the formation, but the Halberds are holding firm, and the value trading is even, but that is not necessarily good for Cathay because the Norskins have a triple cap. They have all 3 objectives. Obviously, if you bring a build that's very static and very defensive like this, your opponent is going to have the agency on the mobility. On the outside, Peasant Horsemen intercepting Norskin Ice Wolves. Head-to-head, Norskin Ice Wolves would typically beat the Marauder, these cheap Peasant Horsemen, but considering they're very damaged, the Peasant Horsemen are going to win that fight. And there were also some Crowmen there as well. So Cathay is going to have to find a way to get some objective pressure back. Not going to be easy for them. The front line of Norska is getting a little bit flimsy, and now we do start to see some outside plays. Peasant Horsemen are going to be playing that objective. I do feel like Daniken is pulling ahead in the battle. The Harmony is just so cost effective. Like, all these cheap Cathay units are punching so above their weight class because of the buffs they're getting. And I think they're going to get there eventually and at least break through that part. 2 Halberd units fighting here. Empress's Crowmen going to be flying overhead and getting ready to charge onto the Marauder Bearmen. In the meantime, the Peasant Horsemen holding back Bearmen here. More grenades coming up. And Cathay is kind of like a powder keg right now, where they're just barely being held back, but they're pretty close to advancing up. We do see Daniken trying to ninja the outside objective here, which is a brilliant play with these Marauder Horsemen. Not seeing any Kurgans out here to come and intercept those bad boys. So it does continue to rage on as the Crowmen flying overhead, going to be trying to maybe disrupt some of the throwing axes. These throwing axes for Subutai have been getting good value this game with their constant armor-piercing shots. And here they come. So he's going to... Oh, is he going to do the bombardment? I think he is. All right, so he's going to come overhead, and the Nangao grenade's going to be coming down from the Crowmen, dropped on the head of these Haggard Marauders, and they are going to be getting blasted off their horses. This game looks so good, by the way, man. It's crazy. But they do manage to pop lock and drop it right there, so they are going to be dropping it there, getting that nice DPS, and this is huge for Daniken. Being able to ninja a side objective against Subutai is going to give him so much more time, because being triple capped, man, 3 victory tickets per second is pretty shady indeed. All right, guys, big pressure in the backfield. We do see the Dragon-Blooded Lord being hunted by a bunch of Ice Wolves, and the Iron Hail Gunners going to be trying to turn about face and drop some shots where they can, obstructed by their allies, but when they find an opening, they will shoot. And the Crowmen are going to be getting a beautiful rear charge. And we do actually see the doggies here, the Norskin Ice Wolves, getting heavily surrounded while the peasants hold them in place. And so too do the Jade Lancers. Now here, Kurgan Horsemen Great Weapons are called out, and I would imagine that Daniken will probably send the Peasant Horsemen to fight them. Kurgan Horsemen don't do super well against chaff units. They're designed to fight armor, and they have pretty low defensive stats. So even a Haggard Peasant Horseman and or a Crowman is going to be able to overwhelm them. Right here, this objective in the process of flipping for Grand Cathay as well. Norska desperately trying to stuff back Daniken, but it is not an easy task. And Wolfwerken lurking. And where the hell is that Astromancer? I look away for a second. I think the Astromancer might have gotten blasted by the final transmutations earlier, but I am not sure. We'll have to go ahead and look. All right, guys, the Peasant Horsemen and the Crows breaking the Norskin advance here. We see them starting to kind of run out of steam a little bit. In the meantime, Daniken using Onyx Crowmen. Beautiful choice, by the way. Crowmen are infantry sized. And yeah, they have good stats too. So they're getting the jump on the Kurgans. Kurgans are a unit that want to be getting the jump on you. They're what I like to call a bully unit, which means they punch down really, really, really well, but they don't punch up super great unless it's like a big armored unit. But in this case, the Onyx Crowmen annihilate them, and Daniken is able to secure his outside objective. Meanwhile, objective 2 is going to be getting secured by Daniken as well, and objective 3. The battle lines of Grand Cathay have held firm, and the Norskins are going to be driven out of the Cathay lands. This Kurgan warband has been held. The Great Bastion will endure, and it does look like the Terracotta Graveyard is going to be protected from the Norskin hordes. As Grand Cathay battered and bruised, but they do endure. The drums of war continue beating, and the Jade Lancers standing proud in their formations after driving back the Norskin threat from their homelands. Very, very epic stuff, guys. Very epic. So as it currently stands, yes, Subutai does have a points lead, but he's not going to be getting any victory tickets here. We do see the Great Shaman Sorcerers running around, the last of his people, but I don't think it's going to be enough, guys. As Subutai calling in wolves, final transmutation going to go down, and that's going to be the end of the road. As Subutai's Lord is about to get blasted into another dimension. Was it overcasted? It was. So an overcasted final transmutation is going to be shadow realming the Norskin Sorcerer, and he's going to be turned to gold by the Cathay Wizard, and down he goes. Responding with his own final transmutation, which is pretty funny, but it only reached a Peasant Spearman, and it is not going to be enough. All right, yep, that has got to be it. Pretty much no chance for Subutai to come back. Even though he was ahead on points, his army is basically tabled off the battlefield. And Cathay is really not good at taking objectives, but they're pretty good at holding them once they have them. Especially with these harmonious battle lines with really good stat lines, really good leadership, and yeah, Crowmen are really good. I honestly think that if the Cathay units we get in the upcoming, I don't know if it's an FLC or a Lord Pack, whatever the hell it is, if those units are actually good and Cathay gets some cost-effective Kroxigor type units, I think they're going to be one of the best factions in the game. They could be an absolute menace, man, because Cathay has some really good fundamental units. They just have some big glaring weaknesses in their infantry pushing power, but if those get addressed, man, oh man, they are going to be a problem. All right, guys, move it across. Jade Lancer is sweeping around the outside. Norska is going to be defeated here for sure. Subutai, fighting to the bitter end, seeing if there's any ways he can weasel back in the game. But he's basically just going to be taking bad trades. The Jade Shield, 57% ward save on these guys. How cool is that? Daniken, definitely one of my favorite players to watch. And yeah, we do see the 57% ward save. Basically going to be owning these forces. Crowmen going to be rear charging in to break that position. And we do see some Marauder Horsemen, but they're not going to be able to do a whole lot. A little bit of split pushing down here in the bottom. Some Norskin Ice Wolves, but I would wager that Daniken just going to be sending some Halberds over there, which are going to get there in time. Should be able to handle that. And here we do see the Norskin position breaking. The Skinwolf character is surrounded, sitting at 17 leadership. And even though these units aren't great against him, they will break him eventually. GG, well played, guys. What a fun game that was. I'm really, really happy we casted that one. That was worth every freaking penny. Price of admission was worth it. And now, guys, we are going to be moving on to another game. We are going to be doing it. Okay, so looks like everybody was able to get in their lobbies. Value on the Norskins. Nothing crazy, honestly. The Skinwolf didn't do bad at 1,500 champions. I thought they would be more dominant, but the Cathay Magic and the Moonbird was able to do work. It does look like Subutai did kill the Astromancer off camera. But yeah, the Crowmen play was really good, and overall, just good synergy from Cathay. They really, really grinded that one out. All right, so aside from that, for the Cathay army, what got really good value? Wizard, 1,100. The drum and the halberds, they just held, and 1,400 value on some of them. Not bad at all, man. Be interested to see what tier Tigermen are. Tigermen are going to be like Kroxigor type units, I think. I think they're going to be like monstrous, would be my guess. Like White Lions of Krace kind of like tier of unit, but just like bipedal instead of running on all fours. Something like that. Are you hyped for Warhammer 40k? Yeah, I am, dude. I am. I really am. I already played it. I played an early look at it. It was an alpha test though, so it was really, really hard to draw conclusions. But there were some things I really liked. I just hope that the multiplayer is developed well. I really do. Like, I hope we get like a shred of scraps as the multiplayer community. Just give me the scraps, man. Just enough. Like, improve upon what we have here a little bit, and we're going to be golden. We're going to be golden, you know? Yeah, they have stock though. Yeah, so like Morngul's, like stocking monsters. I think that's really, really fun, man. I think that could be very cool. Okay, yeah, like skin wolves. Yeah, kind of similar to skin wolves, but you know. Yeah, it's true actually, Avalon. It's true. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, guys, rounds are still going, and that's going to be round 4 in today's tournament. Danikin currently undefeated. What's up, Duke? How you doing, man? You have Picard as your picture? Hell yeah, dude. Star Trek TNG is pretty goated, man. Pretty goated. Trying to think what my favorite Star Trek is. Probably TNG, followed by Deep Space Nine, followed by... if we're looking at new Star Trek, most of it I think I don't like at all, except Strange New Worlds. I really, really liked Strange New Worlds. The one with the guy who has like the gray hair. I forget his name, but the actor. But yeah, it's quite good. Quite good. But yeah, TNG, Deep Space Nine with Captain Sisko is really good. I mean, I even enjoyed the Haggard ones like Voyager and Enterprise. Like, I didn't hate those. Those ones are fun, the early 2000s ones. I still feel like that was like the last of the Star Trek that captured like the old ways of Star Trek, like the exploratory nature, the episodic structure. Yeah. Dude, if they do 40K multiplayer well, it could be pretty insane. Yeah, it really could. Did you read the Cathay Warcom article? Peasant Spears are getting first strike. Of course, yeah. Of course, Cathay, yeah. Cathay has been getting power creeping everybody in tabletop pretty hard. That's one of the reasons I took a break from Old World and mainly play Trench Crusade now. Trench Crusade is my favorite tabletop game at the moment. It's just so freaking fun. All right. Let's do this. And right on. So we're just waiting for the last couple games to finish. Thank you guys for your patience. And as we take a look over at the brackets, let's peek. Lura and Canator playing Space Hope and Big Bees, Boss Toss and Turtles. Glidden and Spartacus Dog and Adam and Potatoes are playing down there. So when those guys finish, we're going to go to round 5. You can start to see the top of the leaderboard forming. Danikin and Subutai lurking. Subutai did just lose that, but I don't know why. Got to update that. Let me go check that real quick. So we'll do this. All right. Cool beans. Looks all set. So Danikin is undefeated. Subutai is still in the running. Pope Patty is maybe going to be undefeated as well. Yeah, so we'll have to see. I don't have pictures of my Trench Crusade army. I'll get some. I have a Heretic Warband, and then I have a Red Brigade from New Antioch, which I like more. The Heretics are fun, but they feel a little bit unga and a little bit too powerful. I like playing underdogs that are a little bit harder to pull things off. So New Antioch's Red Brigade is like the ultimate underdog faction. Yeah. It's very fun. Loving the Streams King, working my way through some of the Flawless Blades. Nice, dude, yeah. Slaanesh is pretty fun to paint. What I like about Slaanesh is like the color palettes you use for them are very different compared to other factions, so it's a very unique painting experience. But yeah, Slaanesh, you can get some really cool looks with all the pink and the black and the metallics and things like that. Yeah. Thought about getting into Trench Crusade, but exploding minis and them turning back on 3D printers. You said you thought about getting into it, but exploding minis? What do you mean exploding minis? You're saying their miniatures explode? What? Yeah. Here's the thing, Ad. Yeah, I heard that they were primarily committed, the Trench Crusade guys were primarily committed to doing like 3D printed like STL files, and then now they're making plastic minis, and that has been... a lot of folks don't like that, which I completely understand considering the initial platform of the game was indexed into, 3D printer files. But the games themselves, it's pretty much miniature agnostic. If you like the rules of the games for Trench Crusade, you can just get minis from anywhere, from any third-party STL company. People make tons of, and just play the game. Like, you don't have to use the minis made by, the studio, like... That's kind of my attitude towards it. Just, get whatever minis you like. Personally, I love the Red Brigade minis. Let me show you guys Westphalia. These are probably some of my favorite miniatures on, yeah, here you go. So let me do this. Desktop capture, I think it's going to be good. I think this is the website, yeah. So Red Brigade has some dank minis. Like they have a sniper priestess, a prioress. It's like a sniper priest, but it's a lady. They have a cool trench cleric. They have like a plague priest doctor. They have the accordion man. I just finished painting this guy, the heavy shotgun. He looks so sick. And then their line infantry look amazing. They have attack dogs. They have like the praying soldiers, flamethrower guys. The minis are amazing. So you can just find all sorts of stuff. Yeah. Yes, correct. If you guys, resin is tricky to work with, but if you do it correctly, it's fine. You just need to properly cure your minis and make sure that if it's a mini that can have resin inside of it, like pooled resin, that you drain it properly before you cure it and everything. But yeah. Yeah, there's so many cool Trench Crusade minis that are made by third parties and just like individuals. Like just the game system is really good and the aesthetic of the universe is incredibly fun. So yeah. And, you know, if it means that they're going to be able to, if they make more money from selling their plastic minis and they continue to support the game, develop new rules and new additions, I'm chill with that, you know, honestly. Yeah. Never seen Trench Crusade models? Yeah, there's a ton. The Heretic Legion miniatures, Trench Crusade. The Heretic Legion's really cool, too. I don't know where I can look at the minis. Let's see if I can find some of these. Yeah, they're cool as hell. Like, the Artillery Witch is awesome. Yeah, is this... Let me find this. Yeah, these are like the core, like old school Heretic Legion minis. There's no Artillery Witch there, which is a little bit weird. But the aesthetic of the universe is just so brutal. I like it. Yeah, Artillery Witches are one of the coolest models in the game. Yeah, here you go. The Artillery Witch, it's like she like levitates artillery. The Werewolf looks really cool. I mean, man, they look awesome, dude. They look awesome. You have the Sallet helmets? Yeah, that's... The Wiener Dogs, I use the Wiener Dogs in my army. Yeah, I have them as my attack dogs. It's really funny. The Red Brigade is a specialty subfaction of Antioch, and they get attack dogs as a part of their core army, whereas the other Antioch armies do not. So Red Brigade, you get to unleash an army of attack dogs, and yeah, they're great. They're great. Yeah, Savro, agreed. I think the Trench Crusade game system is so good. And I think the guys who made Trench Crusade are originally, they made the old school Wartime games, right? So they've got a background in those kind of skirmish games, but yeah. It's fun times, man. I could rant about it all day. It's my favorite game right now. I would love to start a channel just covering it, but I don't have anybody to play with consistently, which is tricky. All right, so we got one game still going, guys. We have Boss Toss versus Turtles Army, and when those two are done, we're going to be going to round 5 today. And then we should be good to go from there. We should be good to go from there. Artillery Witch or Stigmatic Nun? Oh, man. I don't know. Well, my wife has said that she's more of an Artillery Witch, and it's one of her favorite models, so we're going to have to go that direction. Yes. You should see if Trench Titans wanted... I would love to go play on Trench Titans channel. I'm a big fan of Trench Titans and Tabletop Titans and Trench Titans. Those guys are amazing. Hey, take care, AD. Nice to meet you, man. Thanks for joining. Yeah, Tabletop Titans freaking, they rule, dude. They rule. I don't know if you guys have seen them, but they run a great tabletop channel. And let me go pull this up here. Let me find this. If you want to see one of the best Trench Crusade channels, they just started doing this, but these guys run a really, really fun system of campaigns, and they do like little podcasts afterwards. They don't post a ton. You know, the last thing they posted was 11 days ago, but they do put up good battle reports with beautiful terrain and well-painted miniatures. So yeah, highly recommend it. Check these guys out if you want to see what the game looks like. So Tabletop Titans rules. They live in California too, I think. I think they're in Northern California somewhere, so it wouldn't be impossible to get up to them, but maybe someday. Yeah. My buddy plays Trench Pilgrims. Yeah, I'm a Red Brigade main, and he's a Trench Pilgrims main. We have a Black Rail player in our current campaign. We have a Heretic Naval Raiders, and then we have a what the hell are those guys called? We have Order of the Serpent, and then Iron Sultanate. No, we have 6. Those are the 6 factions in my campaign right now. The Iron Sultanate is inspired by basically the entire Middle East. You have Ottoman inspirations, you have Middle Eastern inspirations. Because in the lore, the Iron Sultanate is like a unified Middle East. They like unify and create like a giant barricade / wall to block the demons into the Levant, is the lore. All right, so let's advance this, and here we go. So advancing Swiss to round 5. Thank you for joining, everybody. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to an SFO tournament someday, Reaper. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I stream. AD says, wait, came back real quick. What times do you stream? We either stream at usually 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time or 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, about 4 to 5 days a week. If you join our Discord channel, let me get you a link. Hold on. We're going to do this. And what the hell's going on here? Don't know why I didn't see this. Did you get it? Okay, so 1 sec, guys. Got to do some adminning here. Thank you for the donation, Sky. Appreciate that, man. So we have the general chat, invite the channel. Here we go. So if you want to know when all the streams are, the best bet is to join the Discord channel, and then you'll get notifications. Okay. All right, so the next round is up. Let's go ahead and announce this to the players. This is round 5 of our 6-round tournament. And we are all set. So upcoming tournaments, announcements, goblins, round 5, and here we are. Okay. So what do we got? So we had somebody who didn't show up last round. You dirty dog. Who was it? It was... Wait, Boss Toss didn't show up? What the hell? Oh, did he tell me he was going to drop and I missed it? I think he did. Okay. No worries, Boss Toss. No worries. I will drop you now. Sorry, I missed that message. So we're going to drop you right now. Boss Toss getting dropped. Ponty is going to get the dub. Yeah. I would love to have a tabletop channel someday. It's definitely on the list of things to do. It's definitely on the list of things to do. I want to start a tabletop channel, and one of my long-term like career fantasies is to own a local game store. I want to create a local game store that's focused on tabletop gaming and competitive card games. And just you guys come hang out at the game store. We can play tabletop games, run campaigns, play some Magic tournaments, Commander, dude. That is something that like when I'm in my 50s, that needs to happen when I'm in my 50s. That's one of my goals for the next 15 years is to open a local game store in Southern California. And yeah, you guys come visit, man. It'd be fun. We could all game it up and do it to it. So the next round is up. Let's go ahead and announce it. And now we need to find a game to cast. Now, Ponty got a buy round. So what I'm going to do is go, yo, you got a buy round. Want to play me? I'm going to offer the individual who got a buy round a match so that he's not bored and we can play. Sign me up. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. That's the plan. Game stores are not profitable at all, though. They're pretty horrible, like rough business for people. So I need to like have success in some other way first before we do the game. Before we do the game store, yeah. It is. I'm a dedicated part of the Loot and Sleep Legion. I kind of put. Oh, got it, AD. That's funny. I'm not playing against your braids. You know you want to, dude. You know you want to. Ever been to? I haven't been to Arizona for a long time. The last time I went to Arizona was. I was running an event out there, or helping run one. So I used to work for a nonprofit that ran sporting events, and we ran one in Arizona, and I was helping to run it out there, but that was a long time ago. All right, I don't know if Ponty is here, so we're going to go find another game to cast, just in case. Let's do Big B's versus... No, we already did Big B's. We need to find a game to cast, because he's not responding, so... 1, 2, 3, 4. This is round 5. We'll do Adler versus Potato Devil. Adler was top 16 as well. Lobby code, please. Thank you. All right, so we're going to do Adler versus Potatoes Devil. They're both very good. If you open it up in Ireland, I'll drop by regular. Hell yeah, man. I do have some Irish ancestry. Most of my family is both Irish and Italian going back, so I'd love to visit Ireland someday as well as Italy. Check out what's cooking there. Dude, we're going to open up a game store that serves pierogi. Yes, that would be the ultimate. Okay, so Ponty has not responded, so he's just going to be chilling in the buy round then, and we will... I tried. So let's go join code here. Okay. Pit of the Everchosen, and so it begins. How long have you been running Warhammer PvP events? I don't know, about 7 years. 7 or 8 years, yeah, give or take. We ran smaller events back, like in the early days of this channel, we ran like really casual, like best of series. So we do like best of 5, best of 7. We didn't really have a structured tournament circuit until like 2018, give or take, I would say. Oh my God, a Grand Cathay mirror match? Holy shit. Okay, well, we're already committed. Let's just go for it. Why don't we just suffer for our sins, all right? We're going to do it. Yeah. Let's go. You guys deserve this. The double Cathay mirror match. Oh, it'll be fun at least. They're going to do some dumb shit, I'm sure. So, yeah, it is time. Okay, guys. So far, the top dogs in the tournament. Daniken is the only player who's undefeated right now. He's the only player. Yeah, he's the big dog. So let's go look at Daniken real quick. We're going to do this. So we got Daniken right here, Pope Patty, Space Pope, and Subutai. So these players all have 3 wins. These are all players who are contenders for top 4 right now. If you're lower than that, it's going to be hard at this point. You know, if you're 2-2, it's not impossible if you win the rest of your games, but going to be tough. Open a game store, deny entry to Slash players. A game store with stadium seating for live commentary gaming. Look, I wouldn't be opposed to it, man. Could be fun. There's a lot we could do. Yeah. All right. Oh my God, this is so freaking haggard. Oh my God, why did we do this? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Cathay Civil War, okay? So, the yellow Cathay player, Mr. Adler, halberd frontline, backed up by mass Iron Hill gunners and a Celestial General. And looking at the build here of our player, who goes under the name of Australian Labrador, he's got double terracotta, including the Jolly Green Giant, which is a bit of a counter against gunline if it can get close. Now, the Jolly Green Giant, what he does is he reflects missile attacks if you get close to him. He's got the redirecting aura, which is hilarious. Halberds, we got a Sky Junk, double terracotta, and Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon, is going to be here as well. When will you do the next tournament on our channel this week? We'll probably have another tournament on, I don't know, Thursday, Friday morning, maybe. Maybe Friday night would be the next tournament, I would guess. Yeah. All right. So, guys, let's freaking get it. Mirror matches should be illegal, says Silver Mountain. I love it. It's actually going to be fun, though, because at least it's a meme map, you know? It's just, yeah. The Iron Hill Gunners versus Jolly Green Giant. This could be over very quickly. Mr. Adler probably has the advantage with the Iron Hills. Iron Hills do have 90 range, and the Jolly Green Giant redirects at 55 meters. So with crossfiring, the Jolly Green Giant could do, could get mowed down. We're going to have to see how this goes. What's in the middle of the map? It's like a giant skull pillar. All right, the battle's on, ladies and gentlemen. Iron Hill Gunners are shooting. Here comes the Jolly Green Giant. Breath attack on the way in. And the Jolly Green Giant's going, and oh, the missiles are getting reflected. Let's go. Oh, yeah, there we go. Get in there, Terracotta Sentinels. This is what Warhammer's all about right here, boy. And oh, the Iron Hills are getting the shots reflected. Look, they're losing a bunch of HP from the Jolly Green Giant's aura. Oh, my God. This is the fantasy. This is what real life is right here. This is so good. All right, the Jolly Green Giant going to be trying to close the distance. Oh, my God. They're going to get reflected. You guys ready? Here they come. Oh, yeah, dude. The Jolly Green Giant's reflecting the shots. So there he goes. And kaboink. Right on their heads. Big damage going down. And the other Terracotta Sentinels rampaging on the other side. And yellow's kind of getting into the cookie jar, but some of the Iron Hills are connecting. The Jolly Green Giant is eating a lot of shots right here, ladies and gentlemen. But he is getting in and causing a fair amount of disruption. Yo, wait, maybe the mirror matches ain't so bad. Some of them can be fun. So big breath attack coming in from the Iron Dragon right here. But these Iron Hill Gunners are sitting just out of range of his aura, so they are able to connect without getting the shots reflected back at him. On the other side, the Terracotta Sentinel here shutting down some of the range units as the value trading does continue going on. A Jolly Green Giant reflecting more shots. Yeah, Iron Hill Gunners are getting it. He's trying to close the distance, but he is trapped in halberds right now, sitting at 2,700 HP. Probably not going to last a whole lot longer, but oh my God, they're still shooting. They're still shooting at the Jolly Green Giant. I don't know why they're not all getting reflected. It looks like maybe some of them do, but some of them don't. Very, very strange. But I guess when he's low, maybe the aura turns off or something. Yeah, weird. Well, nonetheless, he does get on top of those guys. He reflected a lot of damage to this game on the Iron Hill Gunners. Aside from that, looking at the armies here, Mr. Adler's army should be favored in this situation, considering he was able to mow down one Terracotta very quickly. The Jolly Green Giant is going in the trash can. And the other Jolly Green Giant, or other Terracotta, I don't know where it went. But Mr. Adler secures this objective, and the armies of the Australian Labrador are looking a little bit haggard. Yes, the other Terracotta is still in line here. The Iron Dragon battling it out versus the Celestial General, which will of course favor Zhao Ming. Good breath attack right there. And we're going to be seeing if the Iron Dragon is going to be able to carry this. We will find out. As it currently stands, yellow is very favored. He's going to be getting a triple cap right now, and we all know how terrible Cathay is getting at getting objectives back. And so much of the army here of Mr. Adler is going to be Iron Hail Gunners and Halberds and Pointy Sticks, all of which are kind of a hard counter against Terracotta Sentinel. Final Transmutation going down on the Iron Dragon. Remember, he has a big healing aura, but we do have the Chinese Karl Franz duking it out with Zhao Ming here. And yeah, the Celestial Generals are really, really good fighters. Not as good as a Dragon, but they're close enough that they can put up a fight, especially if they have a little bit of support. So Terracotta Sentinel here, taking down some of the gun units on the flanks, going to be eliminating some of his natural predators, while the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin continue diving on top of the Iron Hail Gunners. Iron Dragon getting incredibly low, though. Fearsome Roar, lowering his leadership, not that it matters. He's close to unbreakable. He's very, very tough to break. And he is going to be getting his heal from the Burning Van Braces here soon. When he gets below 25%, the Iron Dragon typically does get a big heal, which is very, very strong. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the rest of the army here of the Australian Labrador have been bullied. The Jade Warrior Halberds are getting last samurai'd by the Iron Hail Gunners, and they are really, really mowing those bad boys down. Fire, reload, fire, they are indeed. And the Jade Warrior Halberds are going to be getting mowed down, ladies and gentlemen. Elsewhere on the battlefield, looking at the last elements of the Cathay army here of the Australian Labrador, he does have some Jade Lancers, the Iron Dragon, and he does have a Terracotta Sentinel, but the big problem for him is going to be reclaiming objectives. It's going to be incredibly difficult. So the battle still rages on, and the Iron Dragon did get his heal. You'll notice that he did get closer to his healing cap, but the problem is he's taking a fight with spears. So even though all of these spearmen are on the weaker end of the spectrum, they still do, of course, have anti-large. So every little one of those attacks is going to be adding up into the back of the Iron Dragon. A fight that the Iron Dragon would normally dominate, he is struggling a little bit with. Breath attack going down to the Peasant Long Spearmen, which are holding firm. Celestial General kind of getting beat up a little bit. Iron Dragon showing him who's boss, and now it's going to be hunting those bad boys down right there. Elsewhere, we do see Objective 3 belonging to the yellow Grand Cathay, and the other two objectives belonging to the yellow Grand Cathay player as well. I like this by Labrador, bringing in the Empress's Crowmen to annihilate the Peasant Long Spearmen, then calling in some Jade Lancers to steal the objective is a good play for sure. Value trading is kind of close, and look at this. The Iron Dragon is going to get the Celestial General broken, but the Iron Hail Gunners are on the ground, and they're going to be trying to protect their general, reforming the ranks, and they're going to be getting a nice shotgun shot right there. And I don't know if they're going to get the kill, but it's going to be close. He's taking a lot of HP damage, another Iron Hail Gunner there, and the Bandits of the Silver Road are going to be trying to peel off the Iron Dragon. He's shaken, trying to juke these shots. The Burning Van Braces only has one charge, and it does look like the Iron Dragon is going to be getting hunted down here. Great Long Riders on the way. Breath attack activated by the Iron Dragon. He could land on the ground to avoid some of the arrow shots, but yeah, he's at 700 HP, and I suspect that that's going to be the end of the road for the Australian Labrador. I think he's going to be taken out of the game. Crowmen, though, did dunk on those spearmen, but not going to matter. They don't have capture weight since they're a flying unit, and ladies and gentlemen of the old world, I think a victory for Mr. Adler. So the mass Iron Hail Gunner in the blob in the middle was able to emerge victorious against the Jolly Green Giant, but you know what? We got to give huge props to the Australian Labrador for his beautiful Giga Chad Jolly Green Giant play. We got to get cinematic shots of the Jolly Green Giant reflecting. It was great. It was great. Jolly Green Giant reflecting just doesn't work at closer range. It's a horrible ability. Yeah, it's probably not on CA's priority to fix it, but it should work. Honestly, I think the Jolly Green Giant's aura should be extended to shut down all blunderbuss units. If it could be extended to like 100 meters, I think he could actually be like a feasible pick in a couple matchups. And I don't think it'd be game-breaking either. I really don't. I would love to see little changes like that. There's a lot of fun things that we can do. All right, guys, the Empress's Crowmen going to be coming over here and sweeping off the Labrador here. And yeah, it's over. This game's a 5 million% over. Right now, the yellow Cathay player is sitting at 800 points, getting 3 victory tickets per second. The Great Long Riders going to be diving here, and they got their lances. And good night, sweet princes, or princesses in this case. These Iron Hail Gunners are ladies, I believe, but they are going to be getting run down by the Lancers. We got Halberds coming in. The Terracotta Sentinel coming to try and get to this objective. Nice Iron Hail play. They pop out of the bushes and mow down some Peasant Horsemen, so those Peasant Horsemen probably will break. Nope, they actually get in combat. Pretty unfortunate for the Iron Hail Gunners. as another unit of Long Riders going to be descending on those bad boys, and we can get a couple last-minute shots of the Terracotta Sentinel, getting some cool cinematic charges as it is going to be trying to chase here. And yes, the dragon did go down. I believe he fell over here somewhere, but nonetheless, yeah, the Iron Dragon is really, really good. He's one of the stronger, I think one of the stronger legendary lords in the game. He's a menace. His ability to endure, tank, and also just crowd clear and be a big single entity fighter is very, very nice. But yes, the Cathay Civil War, the Dynasty Warriors fight is over. And it is a victory for Mr. Adler. Mr. Adler, I believe, getting top 16 this season. He was, or last season, and was in the championship in the earlier rounds. So clearly a very strong player. And this was fun, though. These players put on a great show, man. They really, really did. One of the funner mirror matches we've had in quite some time. Yep, he manages to hold here. The halberds arrive, and the Australian Labrador trying to get some ground back. But he's just going to be charging into halberds, which is not going to be cost-effective at all. And these halberds form ranks. They're going to shank down some of the Jade Lancers. Bombardment coming down. Lord of Metal caster with Searing Doom from the Alchemist of Mr. Adler. Middle point just being, guarded very carefully as we do see more Iron Hail Gunners coming out, and 1,000 points. I'm surprised he hasn't tapped out yet. This game is very over. He's just kind of fighting out of the bushes. It's kind of like in Age of Empires. Somebody just turtles in their bases, the English, and makes you take 15 minutes to kill them. Or, for example, Warcraft 3, a Night Elf player eating into the trees with his Tree of Life and hiding and making it very, very difficult to catch him. So, yeah, man. Good times. So now I'll take some questions from chat if you guys have any. Duco says, what happened to Felcon? Felcon doesn't play competitive Total War anymore. He played for many years, kind of burnt out, I would assume. But he still does occasionally get on and play some casual multiplayer games. And yeah, he's doing good. Doing a bunch of different games and whatnot. But yeah, Felcon he still endures, man. He still endures. 1,100 points there. On the backside, the Jade Lancers afflicted by the Fearsome Roar. I don't know what got them or how they were even in range for that. Where the hell did that character go? That was kind of a weird one. Well, yeah, will I ever show you the setup? Do you mean the setup in terms of, like, you want to see my keyboard and mouse? Dude, my keyboard is from 2018 or 2019. My mouse is just a Logitech G502 Hero. But aside from that, there's nothing interesting to really show. I can assure you, I'm not a tech-savvy person, man. I don't know anything about technology. I am an idiot. Do mirror matches not allow for forbidden tech to make them more interesting? Yeah, I mean, this was absolutely a forbidden tech. Poisonous. We saw crazy amounts of weirdness this game. Double Terracotta Sentinel. I mean, it doesn't get any more bonkers than that. That is absolutely weirdness. But yeah, Mr. Adler is just going to entrench on these two objectives, and the other Cathay player does manage to get their home point back, but good luck. I mean, it's literally impossible to try and get these other points back. Impossible. Like, getting objective 2 and getting objective 3 back it's like, in the amount of time you have allotted, it's not going to be possible. Yeah. The G502 is goated. It's really, really nice. It's a great mouse. What happened to the Dancing Wurzak at the end of the videos? I could bring him back. Some of the stuff on there was outdated, so. My favorite Empire color scheme, I really like the red and white. The classic red and white Empire is my favorite. Granted, I really do like the black and yellow Empire as well. I think they look really good. But yeah, red and white is my favorite Empire color scheme. Bring back Dancing Wurzak. Sure, I don't know. I'll consider it. I will consider it. All right, guys. Iron Hail Gunners going to be getting hit by a big charge here. So good attempt by the Australian Labrador. I mean, look, he's slowly grinding back on the two objectives. And right now, it kind of looks like yellow's in a little bit of danger if the game were a little bit longer. Right, yeah, Labrador is kind of creeping back, but it's just not going to have enough time to get this last objective, I don't think. But what a good gremlin comeback here, man. Not bad. Not bad at all. So objective 2 is taken. The Terracotta Sentinel is rallying, but now he has a little bit of time left to get back to the high ground objective, which is heavily entrenched. And we do see the Peasant Spears there, Jade Lancers there. Really, really nice attempt, man. Yeah, I don't think he would get this momentum, but he's been able to isolate a ton of Yellow's units and pick them off. And old Yellow here, though, has such a big brick here. And he only needs to hold for 1 more minute. 60 more seconds. He's currently getting 1 victory ticket. And by the time the Cathay army gets here, it's going to be game over. The remnants of the Jolly Green Giant are here. You know, he fought valiantly, and I'm sure he'll be back later. He was very, very cool. Searing Doom activated to try and intercept some of the reinforcements right there. And ladies and gentlemen, 40 seconds left. The Cathay army here of Australian Labrador is going to be arriving, but they are going to be meeting a hail of gunfire and bowfire. As the bows unleash on the Terracotta Sentinel, the Iron Hail Gunners mow down the Crowmen in the sky. Going to be breaking them for sure. And then they're going to be turning about face. And, oh, epic Last Samurai. This is what it's all about right here. Giant terracotta charging into shotgun fire. 5,000 HP down to 3,700. Oh, man, look at it going. Is it going to make it? Give us the cinematic attack, baby. Give it to us. Oh, yes. And he gets in and annihilates those Iron Hill Gunners, but not going to matter for him, unfortunately, as a victory for Mr. Adler. Actually, it became a bit of a close game there at the end. But the Celestial Loyalists get the job done. All right, all right. Tom Cruise, is that you? I don't know. Could be, man. Could be indeed. All right, so it begins. Yeah, the Dynasty Warriors fight, man. The Warring Kingdoms. Iron Hill Gunners were able to crush the front line. The junk got dunked on. Holy shit, that junk got 127 value. So if Australian Labrador had been able to squeeze more value out of his junk, he might have actually had a chance to win that game. Like if this junk had gotten 1,000 value, he might have won the game. It was close there at the end. But yeah, that's going to be it. GG, well played in that mirror match of doom. Iron Hills, some of them got some good value. And the Celestial General put up a good fight. Iron Dragon, 2,400, always a beast. And fun game, guys. Very, very fun game. So now let's see how we're looking on the tournaments. What's cooking right here. Yeah, ended up casting another game. All right. So let's see what is up and see how the tournament rounds are going. Yeah, he needed to get some value out of that junk for sure. He did. So Ponzi has how many wins right now? Do I need to adjust his score? 1, 2. So he should have 3 wins at the moment, which he does. Okay. So all good. Squeezing value out of your junk is your specialty. There you go, man. See, you guys would be great at this game. Sounds like we have some naturals. Okay, so let's hit this up. There we go. Round will probably be over soon. So how many rounds do we still have left? I mean, I could play a game versus Ponti, but I don't know if we have time for that because I think a lot of the games are going to be coming to a head right now. So we jump over here and look. We got Danikin versus Subutai. They're having a rematch. Interesting. Okay. And then I guess they had the 2 highest scores, so they kind of got tied up there. Blake versus Pope Patty. Laura versus Space Pope. And then, yeah, a lot of games actually still going. That one just finished, though. Yeah, just got going. I think we have a Chaos Dwarf Giga Chad, by the way. The driver, I think he's doing pretty good. Yeah, the Chaos Dwarf Chad is currently sitting at 4 wins right now. Nice. He just lost, did he lose 1 game? So he's 4-1 right now. He only lost to that Vampire Coast player we saw earlier. That's, by the way, is the double Dreadquake player that we casted earlier. 11K viewers. Yeah, the YouTube autoplay is going ham today, guys. It's going ham. It is going ham bone indeed. All right, let's refresh that. So what day of the week is today? Today is, Tuesday the 24th. Okay. I think tomorrow we're going to do an RTS stream. We'll probably do an earlier, like noon, 1 p.m. stream. We'll do an RTS variety. And then Thursday we'll do Total War again. Friday we might take off. And then over the weekend I do want to plan like a big event of some sort. I'm not sure what, but we will we'll cook up something good. We will cook up something good. Yeah, man. I do want to do a BIR Discord tournament too, like a newbie tournament where we could do some like, I don't know, 4-on-4 or 8-on-8 or something. I don't know how hard that would be to coordinate, but no banned factions in the tournament. This is not the State of the Union. No, you're in the wrong place for that. You are here for some haggard millennial references and RTS gaming. That is where you are. In-house Warcraft 3 tourney. Yeah, that could be fun. Is a lot you don't play with Empire. I'm not sure what you mean. I do play a lot of Empire. I do. I have no idea, Dusty. I have no idea. We'll find out in the future. Yeah, we'll find out in the future. YouTube is an interesting thing. Yeah. If any of you guys ever have questions about doing YouTube for a living or, you know, the back end of how things work, feel free to message me in Discord. It's a very, very interesting thing. Because YouTube's like one of those platforms where you can kind of like any subject matter can really have a degree of success. I mean, some more than others, of course, but whatever your passion is, you can certainly pursue it. If you talk to a mod from Bar, you can get a 64-player match going. Yeah, that'd be fun. The millennial references are like 60% of the entertainment for you. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, I really want to do a Halo stream. Combat Evolved. Oh, that'd be so fun. Dude, are you guys down for some 4-on-4 Blood Gulch action? Oh, man. I just want to play Blood Gulch with you guys and have the Warthog capture the flag escapes with the theme playing from the Warthog escape. That is like that is for me has been one of my biggest itches lately. Halo Combat Evolved stream. Let's freaking go, man. Master Chief Edition. Let's get it. All right, so here's a little thought exercise I have for you guys. Not a thought exercise, but something that I wanted to know. What for you? I don't need like a big paragraph or a big essay. Just your inner child just audibly gasped. Yes, brother, yes. I want to know for you guys, what is your number one gaming moment of all time? Any video game you've ever played, multiplayer, single player, it is a specific sequence or moment in a video game that for you encapsulated the peak gaming experience. This for you is your all-time most hype, excited, most fun you've ever had in a game. You know, I want to know what video game that was, what moment it was, and you know, if you have a reason as well, I would be curious to hear it. And we're going to go through these as well and like read it with chat. Yeah, so just going to wait for the YouTube delay to catch up, and then I will eagerly await your answers. Twitch is instant. Okay, Halo 3 split screen and community at a community center. Dude, yes. Yes. World of Warcraft 2003. Oh, God. Peak World of Warcraft, man. When you first load into Azeroth, like the first time. Oh, God, that was such an experience. First entering the open world in Oblivion. Yeah, man. Carrying the team as Vigar in League of Legends. Hell yeah. Getting those big nukes is really fun with him. Morrowind leaving the ship in the beginning. Yep. All gillied up in Call of Duty 4. Okay. I remember I didn't play COD 4. Four of us playing League, getting flamed by our fifth rando. What? So you're saying you and your four friends playing and just getting roasted by a rando player? When a Stone of Jordan dropped for me in Diablo 2 back in 2003. Dude, when Stone of Jordans, whenever a unique ring drops, it was one of the biggest dopamine hits in the world in early Diablo. You're like, Stone of Jordan, Vamp Gaze, Shaco, Shaft Stop, Andariel's Visage, Grandfather's Sword, Immortal King's Armor on your Barbarian. Dog, talk dirty. All right. Ethan says, definitely my first Rampage team wipe in Dota 2. Still riding that high 5 years later. Hell yeah, dude. Thunder Fury and Classic WoW. That is one of the peak gaming moments, man. It really is. MW2 lobby. I don't know. Modern Warfare 2? I'm not sure what that is. Oh, Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer lobbies, yes. Team Fortress 2 kill streaks. Battlefield 2. Valheim on a snowy day with my wife. That's very nice, actually. That's very wholesome. I love that. Defeating Owl in Sekiro. Don't know what that is. Let's see. Elden Ring. Halo 3 with my brothers and LAN parties with my friends. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of overlap. You won a local Warcraft 3 tournament? Hell yeah, Dusty. Nice. Being in the top WoW guild back in the day and Encourage. Yeah, that was epic. OG God of War on PS2. That's old school, man. Battlefield 1 in high school, the full squad of 5 with the boys. Vanilla WoW with the succubus seducing the sheep. I'm not going to ask questions about that one. Halo 3 split screen. Last few Mass Effects. Beating Wave 50 on Gears of War 3 split screen. Yeah, the wave thing on Gears of War was so epic. That Horde mode survival. Oh, okay. Yeah, we got time. I'm going to keep going through these. Yeah, WoW. First time playing Warcraft 3 campaign, Dark Souls 3 Invasion, where a host summoned like 5 or 6 people and you took them all out. Hell yeah, dude. High school in darkened room, full of my friends, clutching the level in the mirror. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good times, man. Old and entering the Dark Root Basin in Dark Souls 1. LAN party where I finally met my online friends and getting smoked in every game we played. Yeah, there's a certain like fun of just getting blasted with your friends and laughing about it, you know? Destiny 1, Vault of Glass. I was the last Guardian and killed Atheon off face. Nice, man. Beating Illidan with the full raid. Oh, dude, you're not prepared. I remember that. You won a GoldenEye tournament, says God is my rudder. Oh, dude, nice. Did you get the golden gun for the killing blows, dude? Halo Reach duo campaign with your brother. Those are some core memories, man. WoW 2007 doing the Wetlands run as my Night Elf and constantly dying. That is just such pain, Frostlight. I remember that. Oh, my God. Tabletop playing Warhammer in 1993 and a grot falling off a truck was a kill. So Yeah, Left 4 Dead with your cousin, yeah. Halo LAN parties were some of the best times. They were. Oh, man. This is fun, man. This is like memory lane. It's. I feel like we're all going on a little adventure here together on down old memory lane, you know? Thunder Fury, the blessed blade of the Windseeker, yeah. Oh, God. I remember when you... Do you guys remember in Classic WoW when you would just be like rolling around with your like dungeon gear and you would see some absolute Giga Chad roll by with like Thunder Fury and like all the raiding gear and just be like, oh, the final boss. Yeah, it really was. Bannerlord release, old school Bannerlord was so great. It was fun. Crash Bandicoot, dude, I played Crash Bandicoot so much as a kid. StarCraft Brood War, losing all 10 games for initial placement. Never touched the game again. Oh, I love that. Ocarina of Time with your brother. Oh, that's a core memory right there. That's a core memory. All right, guys. I think we're caught up mostly. Sorry I missed some of them. There was a lot to get through. N64 Super Smash Brothers. Oh, dude. Some of the best times ever. Some of the best times ever. The Halo theme for the first time. Yes. 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 Rise, champions. Rise. You met your wife wow, you met your wife playing World of Warcraft back in 2006. That is super awesome, dude. That is super awesome. I love that so much. Wholesome gaming memories, man. All right, we're still waiting on the round, by the way. We have a little bit of time, so we've killed some good time here. Big B's, Martinius, and Adam playing. We're just waiting it out. Okay. Baron's chat, dude. You guys remember the Chuck Norris jokes? Yeah, those were some good times. The one Chuck Norris joke, yeah, there was some good ones. I actually used to own a book of Chuck Norris jokes. I remember getting it at Barnes and Nobles like back in the early 2000s. Yeah, good times. The nostalgia. I know it's a nostalgia overload here, man. That's what we do. You met your wife at a Smash Brothers tournament in a vape shop? No way. You met your wife at a Smash Brothers tournament in a vape shop? Holy shit, that's an experience right there, dude. Oh my God. That's so good. I love that, man. Getting smoked as my Lizardman in a tabletop against my Bretonian main friend. Hated Lance formation so much. It was good. Red Alert LAN parties. Yeah. Don't forget the Red Alert LAN parties. You hear nuclear launch was detected and nobody would own up to it. Yeah, man. Going through the portal to Outland. Yeah, it was. Portal Outland was pretty peak gaming. Like, so I remember... It would have been Burning Crusade release, midnight launch. So for how many of you guys does this unlock like a core memory, right? We go here, we go to Burning Crusade. How many of you homies were doing this in 2007? I probably was there with some of you. Like this for me is a core memory. Burning Crusade midnight release. You had been grinding Classic WoW for years. You and your friends gather up at midnight. You go to GameStop. You get Burning Crusade, and then you rush home afterwards, and you go through the Burning portal together. Yeah, the portal to the Outlands, dude. For me, that is one of my most like just core memories. Like yes, like this. Oh, dude, come on, dog. It doesn't get much better than that in gaming. Raise his hand. That's right. That's right, man. Okay. Okay, so let's do this, and we're going to go ahead and get Adam here and make sure he is all done. Oh, God, yeah. I remember the smell of being in those lines, too. I remember there was a distinct smell of gamer. Adam, okay, so Spartacus dog should be fine. And great, we are all good. Killing people as a Stunlock Rogue before. Dude, you know, it was Stunlock Rogue was OP, but Ice Lance, Frost Mage, and early Burning Crusade was like one of the most degenerate world PvP builds ever. All right, just one more game left, and then we are all good to go. Let me make sure they're still going. Okay, Martinius. Let me know when done. I think the smelliest stream event I've ever been to was probably a Magic card tournament, I think. I was too Eastern European for this. Oh, got it. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of a pretty big thing in America, those midnight releases. Good times. I was there 3,000 years ago. I was. It is kind of sad to see how shitty Blizzard is now compared to what they once were. But at least we have Diablo 2 remastered. We have their remasters, just like dredging up the corpses of their old games. I'll take the scraps, man. I'm actually going to be doing some Diablo 2 remastered soon, I think. I'm going to try and see if the wife wants to play and we can do some co-op or something. All right, Essence of Nerd. Yeah, so I am a really avid tabletop player. And the smelliest event I've ever been to was a big Magic card tournament. It was actually, I thought it would be Warhammer. But like when I went to Warhammer events, there were some stinky nerds for sure. But a lot of the guys I used to play, like I was on a Warhammer team for a while, a competitive team. And a lot of the guys were like, you know, firefighters. We had a couple military guys. The guy who ran the team was a lawyer. Like they were all very like put together. But the Magic card tournaments, I think, were the grungiest smells I've experienced, hands down. Not all of them, mind you, just a couple. It's not like every Magic card tournament is stinky, but there's a handful there. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. And we are going to advance this here and go to the next round. So we're now in the 6th and final round of the tournament. Yeah, the Warlock looks interesting. I'm probably going to play an Immortal King's Barbarian with Whirlwind. It's just my favorite. Yeah, or a Necromancer when I get back to D2. All right, guys. So last round of regulation. So let's go ahead and tell everybody to get it going. So Goblins round 6. Good luck, have fun. So let's go find a game to cast real quick, yeah? This is round 6, and then we have semifinals and grand finals afterwards. And that is going to be the tournament. All right, all right. You got to have a decent job to pay for Warhammer. Yeah, no, that's one of the reasons I don't collect Warhammer minis as much anymore is the cost, whereas Trench Crusade is like you can get a full army for like $50. And it will like give you like years of fun, you know? Let's do Blake, Hobo Honkers. We haven't cast one of his games yet, so let's do that. Lobby code, please. He's one of my favorite players to watch. We're going to do a Hobo game. Yeah, I love game cafes, like board game cafes, just going and hanging out, having a coffee, doing that type of stuff. It's very fun. No, you know, a lot of the tabletop stores I've been going to recently have been pretty well kept and very clean. Yeah, but there are some grungy ones for sure. All right, so we're going to spectate. Let's do that. My first time at Nimwin says, my first time at DreamHack Summer 2004 was a pretty stinky experience. Yeah, gaming tournaments, especially in big like venues where the air conditioning isn't powerful, can get really, really gross. We're going to do, a Vampire Count game. Okay, I'm down. We did have one earlier where they lost. Let's see if they can redeem themselves. Okay. So that is Pope Patty. Pope Patty is dropping, not Space Pope. Okay. So we're going to drop you, and there we go. Okay, outstanding. So he is done. And Lura might be making the top. Man, you know what I used to love, though? In terms of, like, old gaming, like, early StarCraft esports was so fun. You guys remember, like, 2011, 2012 Twitch? Before Twitch kind of rotated to another universe, basically. It was, like, early 2000s, early 2010s RTS esports on Twitch was so fun. In Control, Day 9, Artosis Tasteless, HD StarCraft, Husky StarCraft, watching those like casted tournaments, those were so fun. And like the drama between like Evil Geniuses and some of those other teams. It was great. It was great. Those were peak times. Wings of Liberty. Oh, so good, man. So freaking good. All right. Well, anyways, let's move on here. Okay. See what's cooking. Sure, you can play. Lobby code. So I'm actually, instead of casting a game, I'm going to play against the person who has a bye round because I feel bad for him. So we're going to go play, and he's currently undefeated. Well, 5-1. No, 5. Yeah, 5-1. But we're going to go play that Vampire Coast player from earlier. Yeah. So this guy is in the tourney. We're going to play his game. And we're going to do that. Playing a game. So I'm not in the tournament, obviously, but this guy has a bye round, so we're gonna see what he wants to do. So let's pick a map. Let's tell him. So you pick map. Pick a new map. One of the corruption ones. So we're gonna showcase a new map right now. Yeah. So I'm telling them to pick one of the corruption maps, and then I'm gonna play whatever he wants. Whatever you guys want to see. What do you want to see right now? This is just a showcase match. We're not, we're not in the tournament or anything. So I'm 37. Yeah, 37 years old. Yeah, 37, turning 38 in 5 months. Okay, so the Blasphemous Snowfield. Oh, Blasphemous Snowfield. What is this map like? Okay, do we want to play Skaven? We could do Skaven. Let's play Skaven. I'm going to go Rats. Release the Rats. We're going to, like, this is going to be a fun build. It's not going to be super meta, but we're going to have some fun with it. All right. Wookiee is here. The screen blocker is there. Skaven, come on. You guys know you want some stinky rats. This is like a perfect time to be a stinky rat, so... Let's do this. We're going to do that. And aside from this, we can do the business there. All right. All pestilence build. Yeah, I got some sauce cooking. Don't worry, guys. Yes. Good, good. All right. So aside from that, we want to do you guys. Yes. This is a pretty Chadley... It's a pretty Chadley Skaven build. Probably going to be a disaster. For your 40th, you need a big digital games bash. I'm down, dude. I'm down. That's boring in literally every game mode. You might be one of the only ones. People usually... You're not... Okay, for the record, you're not going to find this build boring. I can assure you. But yeah, I can see... I can see that. Okay, so let's get this. I'm going to get you, and then we're going to get... we're going to get a little Vermintide. What's not to love, man? What's not to love? Okay. Oh, no, we can cut that, and then we want to get you guys. Holy shit, this build is haggard. Oh my god, is this going to work? This is like an Anticity build almost. No, it's not. He would not bring this. He would definitely not bring this. Okay, so... I have most of my units here. We're probably going to want to get you guys... Yes, yes. And then ogres are pretty necessary too. I don't know if he's going to meme hard. We're going to see. We will see what he decides to do. Get a Doom player there is always fun. Skaven do have a ton of variety. They really do. Yeah, they could do some crazy shit. Do we have any way to save a little bit of money? We do not. Evil Skaven schemes, guys. Extra evil, extra Skaven. So Guando rats are always kind of welcome. I think mixing in you and then you would be good. So then what else do we want to mix in here? Do we want like a brood horror to like come in and... They're so low leadership though. 55 leadership on the brood horror is incredibly tough. So maybe like a mutant rat ogre is going to be all right. More Skitaris Hellions, pretty Chadley. We can mix you in. Then we're going to need to get some... This could be an unholy disaster, by the way. I could absolutely get steamrolled over. I don't know what this map is like, by the way. This is a new map. It looks like it's like fairly... Trixie Hobbits is here. Yeah. Is this going to work? Narrator, it was not. No. But you guys are going to like this. I think. I think you're going to like this. I don't know. I could be wrong. Let's get... Oh, God. It's so bad, dude. It's so bad. Oh. Oh. All right. That's just going to have to do it, guys. If this build wins, I'm going to be massively shocked. Massively shocked. All right. But we're here to have fun. We're not playing in this tournament, so yeah, we're just gonna have some fun with it. But is the Lord of the End Times DLC going to come with the Tomb Kings rework? I think so. I bet you it would. Yeah, Tomb Kings will probably get a rework. They're pretty outdated on the campaign. You're here for disasters? Do you just guys just want to see suffering? Okay, fair play. Yeah, I respect that. Is there actually a world in which we can get you? So let's get this guy. Yes, so we don't need that. What does that actually do? So that's good. All right, yeah, this is the build right here. This is the build. God, dude, that's so bad. How am I possibly gonna actually take objectives? I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to get them. We'll find out. We will find out. Okay, so my opponent, he's cooking something up, man. He's taking a sweet time with his build. Makes me nervous, you know? You never know what to expect here. But we got Skaven schemes. Tomb Kings are good in Warhammer. They've been used in high-level play, for sure. Wookiee kind of looks like a little Skaven, the dog, on the picture here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he does look like a little Skaven there. Looks like he'd be like a friggin' wolf rat or something. Tomb Kings, I don't know about their campaign, but their multiplayer is fine. Tomb Kings are a decent lower, I would say like lowish mid-tier faction, but still viable. Okay. Fairly open map from what I can tell. All right. So let's see what old Lura's got. It's time. The artillery of the rats is upon us. If Rattling Gunners aren't a decap, I'm going to be very... Oh, dude, look how cool this map looks. Oh. All right, guys. We have 4 catapults. A lot of artillery with which to bombard. Then we have a Master Assassin character who's going to be up here with the homies. So he's going to be 3. Then we got you guys in 4. So let's get you guys right here, you guys right here. And then we have a Haggard Plague Priest who's going to march up. All right. Come on, you guys like this build. Don't act all high and mighty. You know, this is where you embrace it. Come on, you love it. You love it. What the hell is this? It is a build, all right? It is a dank build. Master Assassin has Looming Dread, so I can debuff people. Look at that. And let's see what Lura brings. Good luck, Lura. Nice to meet you. Based in rat build. Rat build, oh my god. All right, let's move up and see. Okay, a fairly... Oh, Queen Bess. Okay, so we're going to go get our catapults and just annihilate Queen Bess. For sure. And I legit think our build has a chance of winning, guys. It's not a high chance, but it is a chance. We're going to move up here, and we're going to creep up on Count Noctilus and Queen Bess. We just need to really defend our artillery back here. Like, really defend it. So the Artie is advancing. We're going to get up, and we're going to go put some pressure down. We see a vampire character, a hell of a lot of guns, and here we go. All right, so Looming Dread on you. Can we not? Oh, it doesn't work on Lords or Heroes? Wait, why is this? Is it because he's out of range? Why is that Looming Dread not working? Isn't the whole point that it works on... Oh, that's a regular Colossus. Oh, shit. I didn't notice that. Oh, I thought that was Noctilus. I was not paying attention. It's a trap. But look at our little slingers, dude. They're dunking on this guy right now. All right, so now we're going to get you. And this guy we can get with Looming Dread. Oh, shit. Look at the Looming Dread snipe. Lowering all his missile defenses. Oh, dude, the pro gamer plays. I am just getting work done right now. Jeez Louise. All right, let's get ogres and ogres. So we're going to get 2 ogres to protect our artillery line. So artillery, arty line there, arty line. Dude, did we just kill their lord? We just killed the Vampire Coast Lord just about. Queen Bess is getting a plague volley right there. Look at that. 600 HP, negative leadership. Holy shit, that actually worked. All right, so let's keep going here. We're going to keep cooking, and Queen Bessie is getting it pretty good too. And in the meantime, we can summon some Vermintide to get in front of those guys. Dude, that actually worked. The mass Eshin pressure. I can't believe this is working. And Queen Bess is getting it, and now we do see... catapults here and cannon there, so let's go hammer those down. We do get afflicted there a little bit. Back we go, and we have all the objectives. All right, so the catapults are moving up pretty far. We got ogres guarding them and ogres guarding them, just in case things get a little bit crazy, but we'll keep skirmishing here. And the bomber mobs are now on the way, so we're going to get 2 catapults to shoot into the zombie pirate gunnery mobs, and we have killed their lord. Oh my god, and this is actually working kind of well. Let's get a flare out there to run over some of these guys. Skaven are so fun, dude. They're such a fun, like, weird faction. All right, so the Plague Priest can chill. We are getting blasted by the artillery, though, but we are winning the artillery duel. That is for sure. The Bomber Mob is getting it. Our Master Assassin is a little bit low. We can do a breath attack here in a second. We're going to go send our Engineer over there to chill while you can keep throwing Ninja Stars. And, yeah, the artillery duel is actually going very, very well, mind you. So we're going to need to send some rats over here. I think we'll send some Death Runners to try and get that point. And we're getting hit there. You keep throwing the Ninja Stars here. And let's go ahead and get the summon right here on these guys and see what's cooking. All right, so you guys come up. Go join the Master Assassin again. So we did win the artillery duel. So now we need to get the Bomber Mob. So we're going to get you guys. And then we're going to get you guys on the handgun mobs back there. And I am slowly starting to lose the points, though, which does feel a little bit bad. So we're going to keep you flares back. Ogres I might send up eventually to join the fight, but I don't want to get ambushed back here and feel bad about it. So we're going to go flank right there. Master Assassin's putting in work. We are up in value. This game is not over. My opponent's a very strong player. They're currently, you know, not undefeated, but 5-1 in the tourney right now, or 4-1. So this is going to be tricky. We could still lose this because our build is a little bit memey. All right, so we're going to charge in with these guys and wreck that handgunner unit. The gutter runners are actually decent little fighters. They don't do badly. We're going to get you to run this down, and we need to get you guys to go ahead and hammer down that handgun mob back there. Death runners, let's creep them around the outside. Use concealment bombs. Go pushing there. Yeah, you guys have gotten in. Gutter runners can fight here and fight here, but the leadership may be enough to push those guys off. So here comes Doom players. You guys move up. You guys move up, and we can call up ogres soon. Let's get you around the backside there. As I think we can start calling out some baseline rats just to move up. So rats and rats, let's get you guys up towards that point right there. And how did this fight go over here? A little bit messy. We do take down a handgunner unit, but he or she, I don't actually know the gender of my opponent, is able to get a good push there. All right, so let's creep around the outside. We're going to go all the way over the top. See if we can get him. We are under heavy, heavy pressure here, ladies and gentlemen. The Doom player is doing quite nice, but is being hammered by Shade Wraith gunners. We have our back point. We need to get more rat support here. So we're going to do a little bit of this, and then we're going to do a big old one of these. So that's going to go right there. We're going to get a plague right there. And yeah, we have a big onslaught coming towards our back point. But this is why we kept our ogres on standby here. Where's the other ogre? The other ogre can come over here. Yeah, we got to make sure they don't get to my artillery. All right, ninja rats, go, go, go. Sneaky ninjas. All right, and over here, do we want to get some Guando rats? We kind of just need dudes for the dude god. So let's get some wolf rats up and use them defensively. And the ogres can defend against the bats, while the ogres here are going to get on top of these guys, and we'll hope for the best. Okay. Those guys are broken. Our sorcerer can keep running and being a sneaky little rat, and then you guys can jump on these bats when they eventually do pounce. Targets to shoot at. Yeah, we have a healthy unit here, healthy unit here. These guys are getting folded, and the fell bats, we just got to wait and see where they're going to go. Yeah, look at that. The Death Runners, though, they got it done. The Death Runners getting on top of the Shade Wraith Gunners. Yeah, baby. That is what it's all about. All right, so let's do a rat summon right there. Give a little bit of buffering. Plague Claw Catapult still going strong. And these are just deckhand mobs. So what we can do to wreck the deckhand mobs, actually, is we get Wolf Rat behind them, and that'll kill them very quickly. Yeah, we just do a little Wolf Rat flank. All right, I think we're in a winning position. We do see the big dog coming here. We can get you guys over there to go after this. Ogres will be a pretty good counter against Gallows Giant. He is flamethrowing me, which doesn't feel great, he or she. Shoot here and here. Those guys are getting folded. We have the Plague Priest. We do see some bats creeping in the bushes, but not too concerned about it. And the Master Assassin character can just Ninja Star here. And the Wolf Rats need to go finish these guys off in the woods. And let's get another Wolf Rat to come over here and charge onto the side of these guys. Okay. So how is this looking? Are we in a winning position? It's still close value trading wise. We do see that there are some bats nearby, so we need to see where they go. And then rear charge them with the dogs. Yeah, there's 2 bats actually, so we need to pull you guys back right now and get on the bats right there. Skaven artillery crews are pretty flimsy, so we got to be real careful. The rat ogres are grinding. We have the Master Assassin lurking, and you guys need to come here. So we're going to get the ogres on top of you guys and see if we can stabilize our backfield a little bit. It's going to be hard, but Guando rats, go, go, go. Go help clear those guys off. This objective is probably going to come into our clutches eventually, although my opponent still has some nice pressure. If I can stabilize some of the catapults, I think we're okay. Let's get those Shade Wraith Gunners. You keep throwing Ninja Stars right here. You're going to go down there, try and get this, and we can summon a... Is that a summon? It is a summon, okay. Oh, the Lord got resummoned, guys. The Lord is back. Oh, that's hilarious. I love it. All right, so ogres. Let's get ogres up to just push. The Shade Wraith Gunners back there are a huge problem, so we need to go intercept those. And do we have anything sneaky we can call in over here? Or even not sneaky. Morse Guitar's Hellion could be nice. Could be very nice. All right, so Plague Priest, let's do a little breath, although those are fake, so I don't want to waste one's magic on them. Little Eshin Assassin putting in work. We're going to charge here. Shade Wraith Gunners and Shade Wraith Gunners, catapults. Depth Guard polearms are going to have a really bad time. Let's get back on this. Move up the Guando rats. Get them right there. And now we just obliterate our opponent's good call in here, and we take them out of commission. It's not Noctilus, thankfully. Yeah, no, I know it's not Noctilus this time around. We're going to get some Gutter Runners up with poison. Move them over here to help secure that objective. And our little priest is going to do a breath attack, because he's going to maybe go down anyway, so we might as well. We get the breath attack there. Flayer's going to come in, intercept these rats here. And the Depth Guard polearms are going to have a horrific time right there. They're going to have a real bad time. All right, do we get into melee right here? I think we do. Wolf Rats can go chew on them, and the Plague Priest being an absolute chad. Master Assassin getting a little bit low. Looks like the zombie summons there, able to put in some work. Let's see if we can close the distance here, as the Depth Guard are getting Shadow Realms pretty freaking hard. Now, aside from that, we can switch the catapults here and here. Let's get you guys in, and have you guys charge right there. A couple of Rat Ogres at the ready, need to move up. Maybe start boinking you. And the Master Assassin can do a melee attack here. Is it worth it? I think it might actually be. My forces keep getting folded here. These Session Triads routing at like full health. But, you know, it's the Skaven experience, you know. Catapults up there doing very good. So we are holding on to the double cap. Hard part is going to be holding on to our objective here. All right, so Catapult's getting dived. Let's get the Ogres to go. You're going to go here. And we do have these Doom Players here who can come back this way. All right, Catapults switch back onto you. And let's go ahead and get Rattling Gunners coming up, and they can start shooting at these bats here, which is going to be fun. Rattling Gunners, just super badass unit. Our Catapult's doing heavy lifting here, and the Master Assassin can go and try and attack that Captain, which is going to be good. Plague Priest lives. Let's do a little stream here, although I think that's a fake one. Yeah, so let's save it. So we're going to go right here. We're going to click on you. We're going to use Looming Dread to make you weaker, and then we're going to go for it. So Ogres and Ogres, let's get them up. Triads can get on top of these guys, and the Rattling Gunners are shooting their friendly rats, which is great fun to save them. And then we can come up with the concealment bombs. And I think we've finally broken the back of this army here. I think we finally have. It's funny because this build was weird, but it was actually incredibly effective. I know my opponent memes a little bit and brought Queen Bess, which certainly is off meta. That probably, if they brought a competitive build without Queen Bess, I might have been in trouble. I think they probably would have won, but yeah. All good times. So let's get the Rattling Gunners moving up, so they're going to creep, and then we get you guys going towards my opponent's objective here. We can leave one Clan Rat to hold that objective. But the Plague Claw Catapults have always been very good here. And also, if I didn't get that snipe early on, I think my opponent would have been fine. The snipe early on was pretty brutal, and the Master Assassin has been an absolute chad this game. He's owning this Vampire Fleet Admiral here. Let's get some Wolf Rats coming around the outside. They're going to go fight those Scurvy Dogs. And I do have some Death Runners in the mix. Rattling Gunners going to move up this way, and Death Runners can intercept over here. And we're at 1,100 points right now. All right, so those guys are getting folded. The big Colossus is going to be going down. Let's go ahead and engage here. Master Assassin can do it, but looks like we got it. Still got it, baby. Still got it. Old man still got it. All right. That was a dank build, dude. The Gutter Runners with the Overwatch from the Catapults, man. Master Assassin, Looming Dread Snipe on the enemy Lord. It doesn't get too much more fun than that. GG, well played. Great game. Super, super wild. That was a wild-ass game. That was super wild. Okay. And, yeah. That was just a showcase match. I'm not playing in the tournament today. But they all laughed at this build, that's right, until the Looming Dread Snipe is pretty good because it lowers their missile resist and their durability a lot. So then you can get in and get some nice cheesiness there. I don't think they were expecting that. Lure's a very good player, though. I think if they were playing a serious build, I would have gotten rolled, probably. Yeah, because they memed pretty hard. Gallows Giant, Queen Bess, I mean, come on. If they brought a serious build, I would not have won that. All right, so let's do this and refresh. We're going to be seeing that Vampire Coast player in the semifinals, by the way. So very exciting, very exciting. Competitive build, Savant, not the best way to get competitive builds is to just go through my YouTube channel tournaments and watch and then see the builds that high-level players use. If you go back to the recent championships, you can see that, the one we had last weekend. But there will come a time on Total Tavern on the future update of the website. On this website, we're going to add a section where players can upload their builds at some point. That is something that I am planning on doing down the road. Now, that will probably be more so for 40K, but maybe it will happen during the time of Fantasy as well. But it is something I have planned for the website. Yeah, which should be pretty good. Should be pretty good. All right. So what do we got here? Been a fun tournament so far, guys. We're going into round number 6, or finishing round number 6, and then we will be advancing on. Yeah, the autoplay has been going pretty ham, Eagle Guy. How many of you guys have been sent here by YouTube autoplay? You were watching something else? I've been noticing it a lot lately. It's a bit tricky, a bit strange, but YouTube's probably just trying to compete with old Twitch. Averas, thank you for resubscribing, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Okay. So refreshing. We have grand finals, semifinals coming up soon. Vampire Coast is pretty much guaranteed to get in. So is Daniken's Cathay. Driver's Chaos Dwarves looking very strong too, so it could go either direction. That was a very sneaky build, it was. Yeah, so let's like play with that real quick, right? That like school of thought. So you have an army here. So let's go to land battle for testing. We're gonna go ahead and do Pillar of Bone, Pillar. I love Gutter Runners, they're a really fun unit. So then we're on Skaven, okay? I've been looking for a lot of guides and campaigns and army centers, a lot of them multiple years. Do you think they need to be redone? Some of the guides are still relevant, Luke. Some are older. Yeah, I agree, Whiskey. We agree. It auto-played for me while I'm playing Stellaris, so I just had it on in the background. Long-time viewer, though. Got it, yeah. Hey, Beer, thank you for becoming a channel member. Really appreciate it, man. Yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All right, so Looming Dread Master Assassin. We brought him not with his full kit. We just basically bring him like this. And then we had a Gutter Runner, and let's say let's just test it like this, right? So then let's say you're playing against, I don't know, what would be like a meta thing? You'd be like a Wolfric type character. Wolfric's not super tanky, but I'm genuinely curious how effective that would be. Although, what would be a better like indication? Like a big Dragon Lord is also something we could try out. For now, yeah, Sorcerer Prophet is like something we fight quite a bit as Skaven. So let's get you on the big Sorcerer Prophet, right? And I just want to see like how much and how quickly they can like chew through something like this. Hey, Beer, thank you for becoming a member, man. Yeah, the meta is pretty good right now. I mean, of course there are meta favorites, but it's been pretty solid. It's been pretty solid. All right, so here what we're going to be doing is testing out the Gutter Runners with the Looming Dread and seeing how quickly we could like snipe a big Lord, right? So he's going to come forward here, and we're going to take off fire or put on Fire at Will so we can control it. And then what we're going to do is we're going to throw a Ninja Star here. Looming Dread time once we're in range. We're almost in range here. So Looming Dread, and that's going to be in range here. So let's get you guys focus fire here. And can we get it? It's pretty good damage, honestly. Obviously, the little goblins kind of screwed up my chest, but it's fine. Ooh, damn, son, you just got wrecked. Okay, that's actually not bad at all, man. Like, Skaven, is this going to be... Did I just discover some forbidden meta Skaven tech? Like, Gutter Runner Lord Sniping with Looming Dread to lower missile resistance and speed as well. Huh. Yeah, we have our Way Watchers at home, right? I mean, it's still a lot. Like, a lot of things have to click to make that work, but... Kel says, I got into Warhammer 3. Any particular faction I should give a go? Are you talking about for multiplayer? For campaign, Norska would be my recommendation. Their campaign with Wolfric is super fun. You get to travel around the entire world and just live the Viking power fantasy. Yeah, Norska is a really good beginner faction for multiplayer too. Incredibly strong and very, very good. Who's the Al Bundy of Warhammer? Oh, man. Okay, give me some characteristics that describe Al Bundy from your perspective, and then I can tell you, because it's probably going to end up just being me. Yeah. That's not bad. Way Rats, yeah. I don't hate that combo, man. Okay, about ready for the top four, guys. Daniken finished, losing to Driver, but they're both going to qualify. Subutai versus Scarbrand, and Barl Sharkley versus Spartacus Dog. Okay, couple games here to go. Yeah, I think so, Kaiser. I agree. We're in a good spot right now, man. We're in a good spot for the old meta. Okay, how are we looking? Yes. Norska is tough because I declare war on someone across the map and they send all their armies to mess. From across the map, though, you'll have plenty of time to prepare, and they're going to take attrition on the way over. You know, usually you'll be okay there. But Norska's campaign is so freaking fun. Wolfric's my favorite one.
Chaos has chosen me.
You get to like teleport around the world with your freaking Viking longship and just raid and get great loot. Oh, it's so good. Any factions that you can build? Oh, Kel, if you want dragons, bro, let me present you with Imric. This guy is the freaking Lord of Dragons, bro. His main faction mechanic is called dragon taming. You seek out secrets of mighty dragons or defeat them for their allegiance. This guy, he rides a dragon, he tames dragons, he's obsessed with dragons. This is your campaign. If you want to play a dragon campaign, here you go. You get a cost reduction for dragons and dragon princes. It doesn't get any more draconic than this guy. Look at that dragon just chilling, dude. And you even start with one in your army. So there you go. Oh, it's awesome. I'll have to see if I have the high elves or not. Yeah. He's I think Emmerich was an FLC, wasn't he? He was an FLC, so I think he's free. I don't think you'll even need to own... As long as you just have high elves from Warhammer 2, you could play him. It is a hard start area, yeah, but if you're learning, just put it on an easier difficulty and have fun, man. Yeah, he's all pompous. This is the coolest high elf character for the record. No one is as cool as frickin' Eltharion the Grim Warden. Oh, dude. He just looks like Karl Franz, too. His campaign might be a little bit dated in some ways, but he's got a fun mechanic. Yeah, he's really fun. I love the Eltharion campaign. Capturing the enemy legendary lords and putting them in naughty jail, it doesn't get better than that. It's so fun. All right. I haven't played this campaign, though. I never played it, actually. I heard it was pretty good. It's like a horde campaign, very different experience.
Our future depends upon me.
Okay, so let's see what's up here. Yeah, Batman, it does. High Elf Batman is great. It really is. Okay, so Subutai still playing his game. And then Barles, Sharkley, and Spartacus. And then from there, we will have our top 4. Let's refresh this real quick and take a look. He comes with Henry Cavill. Yeah, he does. He starts with a Lore Master of Hoth, right? The coolest Elf Lord is the Edgelord. Who's the Edgelord? Oh, Lithanar? Yeah, Lithanar is great. So top 4 right now: Driver, Chaos Dwarves going 5-1, Cathay going 5-1, Vampire Coast going 5-1. Where's all the Norska and Slanesh? Not being played today, I guess. And then the last spot is up for grabs. Subutai. Ooh, if Subutai wins, maybe he gets the top 4. Maybe. Who's he playing? He's playing Scarbang, so maybe he might get the top 4. It's going to be tight, and we have another game being played too, which could affect tiebreakers. Barles Sharkley will give tiebreaker points to some people here. So at this point, it's very clear cut. We have these 4 in top 4, but Subutai might be able to tie Space Pope. And if they do, we have an additional tiebreaker round where those guys would play and do it to it. Can we get the neat YouTube emotes ported over to Twitch? Yes, Noctilus, yes. Keep reminding me. The old man will remember eventually. When you hunt edgelords, make sure you don't become one yourself. Yeah. Favorite Skaven campaign. So, I haven't played a Skaven campaign in ages. Warhammer 2 was the last time I played one. But I'd have to say Ikit Claw. Getting just super cool weapons teams and vehicles, and then also having the ability to drop nuclear bombs on your opponent's armies. It doesn't get much more Skaven peak than that for me. So I would probably say Ikit Claw is one of my favorites. I really like Throt the Unclean too. His Beast Laboratory is very fun. I used to like Lord Skrolk a lot, but I feel like his campaign is super outdated. So for me, it'd probably be Ikit and Throt would be my favorites. Throt is really fun. You get to like build these like weird Skaven mutants, and then for Ikit, I mean, come on, dog. Who doesn't want a Doomstack of Jezzails and Rattling Gunners with artillery? It's like, it is so freaking fun. Yeah. Look at him. Look at this guy. He's just having the time of his life. Having the time of my life. All right, let's refresh this and see. Subutai has finished. Let's refresh and see if he made top 4. Ikit has nukes. He does. I'm doing a campaign right now. Nice, man. Yeah, perfect. Get in there and feast. Okay, so for the top 4, did Subutai break through? It looks like he did not. His tiebreaker score, did he only win 3 games? What the hell? Let me check that. Did he lose? He might have lost. So he's got 1, 2. He lost to Danikin twice. Okay. So he's, yeah, and he lost his last game. Okay, so he's eliminated basically. So I think the top 4 is clear cut. I don't think that Barles and Spartacus are playing, so we could probably advance. Let me just double check this and see if we are ready to advance. Okay. Barles is there, and then, yeah, nobody's going to be able to catch there. Okay, so we got Space Pope, Laura, Danikin, and Driver. What a fun top 4 we have. And I'm definitely going to do some Chaos Dwarf action because he brought a Dreadquake for us earlier, so we got to do it. We got to do it. Okay, so your opponent no-showed. Thank you. So we could just drop them, and then we should have a clean advance from here. I don't know if we'll do siege. We're going to see. I have somewhere I need to be a little bit later. So maybe we will. Okay, Spartacus down. Drop him. The Predator promo for Ikit. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Okay, and yeah, did not matter. So we're going to advance to top 4. All right, top 4 time, guys. Let's get it. Let's see who's going to win today's tournament. It's going to be a fat one. We've got some great players, some new faces, some old faces, former world champion playing in top 4 as well. And let's see what he can do. Is he going to win with Grand Cathay and win it all? That would certainly be very fun. All right, so semifinals right now. Weapon teams are so fun with Skaven. They're definitely some of the most fun elements. So we have top 4 time. It's going to be Daniken versus Lura. And then it's going to be Space Pope versus Driver. Does anybody remember what Space Pope was playing earlier when we casted his game? It was like Warriors of Chaos or something, right? So let's go ahead and do Daniken versus Lura. I think we're going to do that one. Although, yeah. We'll do... Because Cathay versus Coast is a very interesting matchup. Although Chaos Dwarves on the other side, I kind of want to do Chaos Dwarves, actually. Lobby code, please. All right. So we're going to do Driver here with Chaos Dwarves. Yeah. What's up, Giamma? How you doing, dog? How goes things in the dreaded land battle community? You guys hanging in there? Going strong? Yeah, was he Beastmen? Yeah, Beastmen Chaos Dwarves will be actually an interesting one. I think it's very favored for Beastmen, but I want to see how he approaches this. As somebody who mains Chaos Dwarves myself, I am intrigued. All right, so let's do this. Do a little bit of that. 2 more Dreadquake Mortars against Beastmen. That's pretty awful. Like, trying to hit them is going to be painful as hell. All right, so here we are. We got our top 4. And this is a semifinal. And then we'll do the grand final afterwards. And that is going to be all she wrote. That'll be all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Cool, cool. The Chorf's call, man. Yeah, all's good, man. All's good. Everything's good here, man. Meta's very good right now. Very healthy. At least in these SFTs. And we had our World Championship last weekend, so... It is good. It is good. It's crazy how we have 10k sleepers subconsciously listening to Turin's 90s. Yeah, I would say that's probably about accurate. Yeah. Probably like 2,400 regulars and then the dreaded autoplay party, which I love. You know, made some new friends. Yeah, it's the nature of the beast, man. It is the nature of the beast. I don't know why he left. Looks like the lobby was bugged, so we're probably gonna have to remake that one and follow him elsewhere. So let's refresh. Let's do that. Okay, refresh here, and where's his new lobby? Is this it? That is not it. And den. You just want the end den jokes, don't you? Okay. So we found a new lobby. We'll get in there. Let's join. Ah, they're in the Nurgle's perfectly waxed bumhole lobby. One of my favorites. It's great. Paint some Emperor's Children. Nice. Yeah. Emperor's Children. Pretty wild faction. I've never played against him, actually. I just play with my one friend. He pretty much just plays Tau exclusively, so I just have to play Tau all the time. Subliminal messages and just creepy jump scares and things like that. Oh, please tell me they're picking this map. I would love to do the Siege of Salernum. This map is so cool, although I don't know if it's in the semifinals. Let me check. I've been adding this map to tournaments. It is not in the semifinals. Looks like he must have played it last round. Yeah. Okay. Beastmen Chaos Dwarves. Typically going to be Hobgoblin Wolf Rider Archers for Chaos Dwarves to try and counter skirmish. Maybe a single artillery piece. Chaos Dwarf Infantry. Hobgoblin Archers are feasible here too. You can use them to melt down some of the lighter, bigger targets. Try and counter skirmish the Unga Bunga Raiders. Yeah. Your fiance exclusively plays Sisters, so you feel your pain. Yeah, just playing the same faction over and over again. Plague Monks are alright. They're very niche. They don't get used a lot, but there are a couple fringe matchups in which they can do work. Typically, you see Sensor Bearers more because they have magic damage and they can hard counter ethereal units and really punch through armor. So you typically see them a little bit more, but they're both still niche. You should arrange a Total War tournament for streamers like they're doing for AoE 2. I would do it, but it'd be harder to get people, you know, because the people who are organizing those AoE tournaments, you know, probably have bigger networks of people that they know. Yeah. Usually, like, Grubby is involved, and Grubby's just been around forever. He knows everybody. But yeah, I would love to do those kind of things. But yeah, it's also a little bit tricky because getting into this game, you have to buy all the DLC. So it's kind of tough to get people into it. Do your best at rat dropping a nuke compression to wake up all those. Dude, the getting nuked in frickin' Beyond All Reason is so. I don't know if you guys. How many of you guys were here for the Beyond All Reason stream when we were just getting chain nuked over and over? Yeah, it's nuts. Not as rough as getting into tabletop. It depends. You know, getting my friends into tabletop hasn't been as hard. Number one, because one of my friends owns a 3D printer and is really good at it. But number two, like, if you have multiple armies like I do, if you want, they can just use your armies, you know? Yeah. I know, you nuked me yesterday, Naniori, but it ended up being a curse for your team, right? I learned about a new technology, and the rest of my team carried me to victory. They were avenging me when you nuked me back into the Stone Age. The Dark Lord of the Mountains being a raid boss was so fun to watch. It really was, Phantom. It really was. Those were good times. That guy was a pro player. He was literally like 1v8 in the mountains like Saruman on his freaking Orthanc tower, just like fending us all off. It was so good. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get this party started and have some fun. Taking a look at the forces here of Driver. He's one of our up-and-coming Chaos Dwarf champions. Has been doing very good, and he's got a front line of Chaos Dwarf warriors backed up by Hobgoblin archers, which, yeah, they have 140 range. They can outrage Ongors. They're good against Centaurs if they can shoot. Incredibly flimsy, though. With 40 base leadership, these guys will blow over to a stiff breeze. But if you can keep them shooting, not terrible. Kadai Fireborn to cut through the Beastman infantry and give you a little bit of mass. And it looks like it is going to be Astrogoth Ironhand. Flamestorm is incredibly good against Beastmen, so I like that quite a bit. Yeah, Lord of the Rings was fun. We might go back to it someday. All right, guys. Now for the Beastmen army, it's going to be Space Pope. He's got Goreherds and Ungabungas, and it looks like Pestigors in the secondary line. Pestigors are very good against Chaos Dwarves. Built-in missile resistance, armor piercing, and poison. You know, very good at punching through Chaos Dwarf infantry. So I like the Pestigor battle line. Very much going to be looking to try and stuff back the Chaos Dwarves as is usual. Malagor the Dark Omen there, and yeah, he is there with his Flock of Dooms, and Flock of Dooms are always good, especially against these massed infantry positions. So we'll see what he is going to be cooking with. Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to join the party, and let's have some frickin' fun. Who do you guys think is going to win, by the way? Do you want the Dowie Tsar to advance to the Grand Finals or the legendary Australian himself, Space Pope? Will he get there? One of our powerful popes that we do have in the community. All right, so 3 objectives. Objective 1, 2, and 3. Soon to be fought over. Fireworks going to be going off, arrows. Phantom in Twitch chat saying, give me the Chowie in the finals. I respect that. Chowie certainly are great. And by the way, for those of you guys watching the stream, it's not like skipping, is it? Because on my feedback thing, it looks like it's like lagging in a strange way, but is the quality of the stream on YouTube and Twitch smooth? Everything looks good? Please do let me know. Yeah, curious about that. Okay, guys. So battle lines moving up. The Ungor Spearmen and the Ungabunga Raiders. All good on Twitch. Okay, waiting for a YouTube update as well. And let's see what you guys say about YouTube. Waiting. Got to put respect in the Pope. I don't have any problems. Okay, good, good. It's just on my weird feedback thing. It looks like it's lagging on mine, but yeah, YouTube looks good. Great. No lag here. All right. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. So Astrogoth is going to be quite excellent. He's going to be able to pop out, drop Flamestorms on top of the Ungabunga Raiders, but probably taking down Pestigors is going to be the most important thing. We have 2 Dowie Tsar infantry advancing up on the home point, and then the rest of the Chaos Dwarf army is going to be forming ranks and advancing out to the middle. Pencil formation's active, and the Flock of Doom from Malagor, very, very nice right there. Able to hit basically 4 chaff units as well as a rank and file unit there. Backside is, ooh, a great choice. Look at this. Minotaurs with shields coming out. These guys are really good at punching through armor, and having shields against those raiders, silver shields, mind you, that block 55% of incoming shots, is going to be very, very good. All right, guys, Kadai are rolling up, and Chaos Dwarves are being pressured on every point, though, and they may be in danger of losing their home point. The Gore Herds, if they get the Pestigore support over there, could overwhelm these two Dawizar defenders. Now, Astrogoth is going to be cruising in, looking to drop a Flamestorm, and the objective here is owned by the Beastmen, but the Chaos Dwarves are going to be advancing up, getting ready to contest that where they can. And Malagor looks like Space Pope is going to be taking his big boy over here, maybe thinking about contesting that point, but Chaos Dwarves for now, I like that they're sending a Kadai Fireborn over there to make sure they don't lose their home point. And the Chaos Dwarves also going to be putting their Iron Feet down, and they are going to be grabbing this objective right on here. All right, all right. So Ungor Raiders shooting into the Kadai Fireborn. A good choice. The Kadai Fireborn, have some sort of missile mitigation via their armor and Fizz Res, but still can be worn down by volume fire. Centaurs with Great Weapons, a good choice against the Kadai as well, and just in general. Right now, the Hobgoblin Archers need to zero in and start shooting at the Centaurs right here. A couple of Chaos Dwarf Infantry going to be forming ranks, and the Archers are now online and are shooting at the Centaurs. Elsewhere on the battlefield, it does look like Astro Chad going to be using a Flamestorm to melt these Raiders, and the Kadai have engaged again the front line against Ungor Spears. Not the best trade for them in the world, considering they are Spears, but they do get the downhill charge and do have some infantry support, so the Chaos Dwarves are going to be calling in the Dawizar Troopers to screen out the Spears, while Minotaurs are now getting into the mix. And the Minotaurs will definitely trample these guys over. Kadai going to need to turn around and fight here in just a second, but that Flamestorm still going. Holy shit. Actually melting another unit there to some effect as well. So back on this side, big pit fights going down. The Kadai are going to be engaging versus the Centis in open field, but the Centaurs are getting nailed by the fire support from the Hobgoblin Archers, which is melting them down. So really good usage of the Hobgoblin Archers, man. That's pretty brilliant. Now they're going to be turning about, but the front line of Goblin Laborers does get smashed by the Gore Herds, and Pestigores were able to kind of circumvent the formation with their superior numbers, and now we are going to be seeing a slaughtering of the Goblins. So the Goblins getting slaughtered pretty quickly here and are going to be forced to retreat. Pestigore coming down, so both Hobgoblin Archers are going to get folded. This is big for Space Pope because he's collapsing the entire backfield here of the Chaos Dwarves. We still have a little bit of shooting online via these Hobgoblin Archers, but these ones are being compromised. A lot of pressure on all fronts. Granted, on this side, it looks like it's going okay for the Chaos Dwarves. They actually win the fight. The Chaos Dwarf Warriors will beat the Ungors. The Kadai are holding firm, and Astrogoth is helping to beat the Minotaurs. Astrogoth is a really good generalist fighter. He just hits hard, and he is going to be able to punch through the Minotaur models, and will probably allow the Kadai to survive a little bit longer. We'll have to see how that goes, but Chaos Dwarves do stabilize their back point, so no danger there. But elsewhere, the Beastmen, are they going to get this objective? Centaurs flanking in there. Some of the Archers do stabilize, but most of the Archer line is offline. Kadai fighting in the pits here and doing well, but you can see Space Pope is now going to start mixing in Khorngors. Khorngors will counter Kadai Fireborn pretty effectively with their anti-large attacks, but they are being targeted by some of the Raiders up in the high ground, or the Hobgoblin Archers. Yeah, shooting them into Khorngors, not bad at all, though Khorngors do have 60 armor, so they're not helpless. Hobgoblin Wolf Riders being called out to try and deal with some of the Centaurs and extending Gore Herds. Two Kadai units still bumping and grinding relatively well. We've got a close fight on our hands, guys. Driver is out value trading a little bit, and Astrogoth is a bit of a better late game carry. So that is something you need to consider. But there is a situation where maybe Driver is going to be able to advance here. Although with Khorngors and Razorgors being called in, that could change. The Khorngors will be quite excellent against the Kadai, as we've articulated, and the Razorgors will give some good armor piercing against the Gors. So this actually is starting to maybe turn badly for the Chaos Dwarf now that the Khorngors are arriving as well as the Razorgors. So quite interesting. Beastmen do manage to retake this objective. In the middle, Pestigores fighting. Gors are on their way in. Malagor trying to help out wherever he can. Khorngors getting a really good stuff, and the problem with having Khorngors in your backfield as Chaos Dwarves is your best bet to stop them would be Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits probably, but having to send Wolf Riders into Halberds is pretty unfortunate. Yes, they get a nice little shock charge, and the Khorngors were unbraced in that moment, but the Khorngors with the Fury of the Blood Throne going to be unbreakable here, and they're going to annihilate this 550 gold unit. A couple Ungor or Hobgoblin Raiders, though, getting some nice volume fire, and there's a chance that the Hobgoblins and the Goblin Laborers will break through. Chaos Dwarves trying to get some momentum back here where they can, and it is a really, really close knockdown, drag-out fight. Over here on this side, Astrogoth basically putting this game on his back. Oh my god, a huge Flamestorm on the Khorngors, eviscerating them. So Astro Chad just being the little raid boss that he is, but his HP is pretty good as well. So he does break the Minotaur unit, stops the Khorngor advance, and basically single-handedly saves this engagement. Because over here, we're starting to look a little bit better here for the Beastmen, but the Khorngors being stifled by the Flamestorm, and then also seeing the Minotaurs being obliterated by Astrogoth is incredibly good. So I dig that. Chaos Dwarves also getting a little bit of shooting back online. It's going to help them pull a value lead. If these 3 Goblin Archers can just shoot nonstop, they're going to wreck the Pestigores. They'll do very well against the Corngors. A lot of other things like that. There's still multiple units of Kadai, and it does look like the Children of Hashut are starting to get a little bit of momentum over here on Objective 2, to the point where maybe they could start steamrolling. And now the heavy big guns are being called in. The Iron Demon, which is my favorite unit that Chaos Dwarves have in tabletop, it is so incredibly fun to use, is going to be rolling in and dropping machine gun fire into everything, and also bringing terror to the battle. So Chaos Dwarves getting momentum here. We do see the Centaurs with Great Uplands doing okay against the Fireborn. Maybe going to be able to crumble them down, but not before the Fireborn do some considerable damage. 42 leadership right here on these bad boys. Shaken and stirred. And we are going to see how this frickin' goes. All right, guys, elsewhere, Chaos Dwarves holding this objective, and they're going to be playing probably more of a conservative game rather than trying to triple push the Beastmen. They might just stay back here with their Chaos Dwarf infantry and send Astro Chad over here to secure this, but it does kind of look like Driver is running away with the game here against Space Pope. And honestly, a really cool display of Chaos Dwarf tactics. You know, if I were playing Chaos Dwarves, I probably wouldn't have thought to bring the Hobgoblin Archers, but they are putting consistent pressure down. Now the Iron Demon is late game finisher against the Raggedy Beastmen is going to be doing some work. And yeah, it kind of looks like the Beastmen are cooked. They've run out of steam a little bit, guys. And Malagor is the last real Beastman unit I'm seeing on the battlefield. I mean, he does have some Corngors over here, but that is GG. And the Chaos War is going to be advancing to the frickin' grand finals of the tournament. Damn! It's been a long time since we've seen a Chaos War victory here on a live stream, at least. I know they've won a couple, but GG, well played, man. Fun match. So Hobgoblin Archers, not a ton of value, but they did grind. And the Kadai Fireborn were the big breadwinners. 1,400, 900 here. Really, really good value. 1,500 there as well. Fun stuff, man. Fun stuff. Yeah, good times. Good times indeed. How's the Chaos Dwarf campaign? Amazing. It's one of the most fun campaigns, Luke. It has its challenges with supplies, but overall, I think it's a very fun campaign. Burgers back on the menu, guys. Yes, good eating here for the Chaos Dwarves. Yeah, if they're, I guess they tainted chaos meat. They're already chaos followers, so it is all fine. It is all fine. So we have Daniken in the grand finals versus Driver. So Cathay versus Chaos Dwarfs. This is going to be really fun. I'm pumped for this one. All right, let's get you. Let's do a little bit of this, and we're going to get Daniken, the pride of Ukraine, coming out. And he is going to be facing off against Driver. So Driver is here. That is the wrong Driver. Is it you? Is it you that's here? Driver. I think it's this gentleman. Hold on a second. Driver. There he is. Okay. Finals. All right, so they're going to need to let me know the map, and we have a Cathay versus Chaos Dwarfs grand final. You're painting some Saurus Warrior right now. All right, you better have your dry brushes ready, dog. That's how you do it with Saurus. That's for sure. Yeah, Cathay made it, and Chaos Dwarfs made it. Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Daniken is an incredibly hard foe to get past, man. World champion level player. Just so freaking good. We're going to see if homie is going to be up to the task. Feast, my minions. Feast. Okay, so what do we have here? Daniken on Grand Cathay, Driver on Chaos Dwarfs. So let me message Daniken. Let me know map when ready. And hopefully they pick a map that has... So look, we have these corrupted maps now. So you can choose the different Chaos Corruption if you want to really get into the thematics. How cool is that? So scroll down the Total Tavern maps and you can see like a lot of the old school maps have corruption versions now. If you want to like get into the flavor there, which is good. Yeah. Good times, man. Good times. So do you play this professionally? I don't play professionally. I'm pretty decent at this game. I would say I'm a pretty high level competitive player. More of a gatekeeper though. Like I'm good, but not like at the elite level. I'm more. I would say I'm more of a caster in a professional sense. If you're talking about that. Yeah, I can. I mean, I've beaten some of the best players in the world, but they will beat me 8 times out of 10. I would say. Yeah. Okay. So, waiting to see what the map is. So, what is a new player do I recommend learning first? Which faction do you mean? Road to Talpheim? Or, yeah, Road to Talpheim. Or is it Road to Val's Anvil? Let me see what it's going to be. Imperial Road is going to be the map. Okay. Yeah, I would recommend Norska for beginners. I think Norska is one of the best beginner factions, and they're also one of the best factions in the game, so you won't regret it. It won't, like, feel bad investing your time. All right, Imperial Road. I don't know if we have a corrupted version of this one. I don't think we do. So we'll display the Imperial Road here. Okay. You're the opposite of a gatekeeper. You bring this PvP to the Thank you, man. No, I don't mean like I'm gatekeeping multiplayer, but like I gatekeep the finals of tournaments. I can't tell you. I win tournaments sometimes, but more often than not, I'm like in the semifinals and losing there or losing in the finals. It's very much the nature of the beast. Yeah. So Imperial Road is here. Let's get it. I got to unlock Norska. I'll buy that. Yeah, Norska is really good for beginners. They're really, really good. Yeah, if you can't beat me, then you're not going to beat the real sweaty champs. That's right. I'm like the I don't know what mythology has like a character that like guards like a pass, and the hero has to like beat that champion to get to the final boss. That's like me, basically. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think of an example. I mean, they exist in many games and many, you know, mythologies and things like that. But yeah. Yeah, it's like, for example, in Grubby's tournament, you know, I beat Loco. I beat Tommy K. Who else did we take out? We beat Red Panda. Right. And they were not worthy to face Sing Sing. They had to beat me to get to the worthy final boss. But then when I got to the final boss, you know, I paid the troll toll, right? So they they were not worthy to get to the final boss of the competition. Yeah. And then, you know, when I got there, I was like, oh God, I'm the gatekeeper versus the final boss. Yeah. So it was pretty fun. I'm the Monty Python Black Knight. Yeah, I'm the Sphinx. I'm like riddles. They have to like answer the riddles. Yeah, the Black Knight from Monty Python. 100%. 100%. I will take that. The Black Knight from Monty Python, I think, is one of the best analogies. They might cut off my leg, but I'm going to keep coming at him, dude. Yeah. Only the worthy may pass. All right, we got Chaos Dwarves versus Grand Cathay. The Cerberus guarding the gates of the underworld. Okay, that's apt. That's apt. Yeah. The guy who asked about the speed of an unladen swallow. Oh, the guy, yeah, with the riddles. Yeah. The troll under the bridge. Yeah, that's accurate as well. I would say so. Yeah. I can hear you now. Good, good. Oh, was there an ad or something? Yeah, I got it. I'm excited for this. So, are we going to get Dreadquakes? I don't know. I'm the boatman on the river Styx. Yes, I will escort you across. Oh, man. Also, who wins in a rage duel between Chaos? Cathay will typically win the artillery duel, because Cathay cannons will beat Chaos Dwarf artillery. It depends if there's line of sight blocking, though. If Chaos Dwarfs can hide their artillery in, like, behind trees, then they can do well there. But typically, the meta for Chaos Dwarves in this matchup is stuffing. You go super wide with armor check, and you just push Cathay back and try and win on objectives. That is the meta. Oh, how did you type in red, Mimmerden? Is your text appearing in red to everybody? What is this witchcraft? Yeah. So you played the Russian guy with bears, so you're talking about Boris Ursus and Malachi Makaisen. You could play, I would recommend playing Wolfric. Tamarcon is incredibly fun. If you want a really challenging epic campaign, Karl Franz is always my go-to. Yeah. Okay, perfect. I don't know why it appeared as red. That was strange. Huh. High Elves have been doing really good, Giamma. I mean, High Elves have been winning a ton of tournaments recently. Like SFTs, High Elves are a top tier contender now, man. They're very good. But yeah, I don't think any of the really sweaty players were playing High Elves tonight. So yeah, we're not gonna see them here. Daniken, if they give Daniken the Tigerman update, he's gonna be a menace. Oh, dude, you won Bo, the Executioner. Hell yeah, dude. He's going to be coming in, dropping some bows. I freaking love it. No, Diablo, play Karl Franz, Tamarcon, or Karl Franz or Tamarcon would be my recommendations. Those campaigns are so fun. What's going on for the finals? You know what? What time is it? 5:30? I might be able to do a Beyond All Reason game. Maybe one Beyond All Reason match to end everything, if you guys want that. But it would just be one. I don't know. It depends on how long this takes. I have somewhere I have to be. So now I probably have to go, honestly. Yeah, I probably have to go. We'll see. I will do bar tomorrow, though. Bar, we'll play it by ear. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals. It is going to be Grand Cathay led by the former world champion Daniken Trop, Yuan Bo, Shem's Burning Gaze for sniping, and Nets to net down his prey. So if he can net down the Chaos Dwarf characters, he is going to punish them so freaking badly. Aside from that, we got the Jade Warriors backed up by Iron Hill Gunners, couple Crane Gunners, and a single cannon is going to be there in the shadows. So Crane Gunners are really good against Chaos Dwarves. They can put a ton of hurt down. Cannon as well. The only issue with Daniken's build is he could get stuffed back and may have trouble defending everything, but considering he does have nets and probably will be playing defensively towards his back objective, I think he's going to be okay. All right, guys. On the other side, we do see the Hobgoblin Cutthroats chilling, Chaos Dwarf Warriors, very much a stuffing strategy. So this is risky, but he's going to be trying to present pretty much no good targets for Grand Cathay. Everything is either shielded or low quality, so it's going to be hard to break through them. And then we do have one of my favorite playstyles. Oh, Draz Hoeth. Oh, dude, he's like giving a speech to his dudes. Oh, that's so cool. Look at him marching. But Flames Vazgor is really good for just one-shotting like an Iron Hail Gunner. So I love that. And then we do have two of the Infernal Castellans as well. These bad boys are going to be quite good at dropping shots. And, oh, look at that. Look at the animations we're seeing. God. You know, for all of the grief we give Creative Assembly about things, they have so many nice little touches in their games and little things that are, you can see the passion bleeding through in terms of the unit aesthetics. All right, except the Cathay War Gem. That thing is pretty haggard still. Someone's giving a speech. I think it's Yuan Bo. Yeah, he's giving a speech. All right, guys. Advancing up are the Infernal Castellans, and to the back, Draz Hoeth, the Ashen one, is going to be pushing. So homie's going to be moving. And here we frickin' go. Community maps are so good. Oh, Giamma, download the Total Tavern map pack and just go look through some of the custom maps that our community has made. They're freaking amazing, man. I don't know if Land Battle has something similar, but yeah, we have, it's so good, man. It's so good. Flames of Vazgor does do a ton of damage. It depends on the single entity. It's okay against Monstrous. In my experience, it's not super good against SEs, but we'll find out. So having the two Castellans taking pot shots at the big man over here, Yuan Bo, is not bad. So they rip shots, and they hit him once. One of the shots hits home. That guy did roll high enough on his ballistic skill to make contact. And right now, we do see Daniken juking, while the cannon's going to be exchanging fire. Shooting into the laborers here. And will Daniken be able to deal with this onslaught? Guys, this is a massive, massive push right here. That's a hell of a lot of units. And Orc laborers do have okay AP. They can fight Jade Warriors. They will lose, but it's not the worst fight in the world. But Daniken is pretty insane on the defense. He is one of those high-level players that can pull off builds like this. Whereas, like, I would say 80 to 90% of the players who would play this many range units would probably get overwhelmed and wouldn't be able to defend them. But Daniken is pretty next level. I mean, again, he's a world champion level player. He has won a highly competitive championship and has always been a contender. It's a shame he took a break from the last one. I was like, I know he probably had other things going on and maybe he was busy, but I was so excited to see Daniken play in the last championship, but he decided to take a break, which I understand. It's easy to burn out on competitive play if you don't take breaks every now and then. So I get it, but I was personally a little bit sad. I was like, man, I wanted to see if he could win it again and bring out some unorthodox tech. So Cathay is basically just going to be chilling on their back objective, and the Chaos Dwarves are just going to weather the storm. Honestly, most of their units are so junky, but I do think going for a big envelop is the correct play against Grand Cathay. You want to push Cathay back, you want to triple cap them, make them pay the troll toll here. Daniken on the outside, able to get some Onyx Crowmen and intercept the Hobgoblins. Really good engagement. The Hobgoblins are a unit that relies on their charge bonus, so using the Haggard Crowmen to descend on them is quite brilliant, and because they don't get their charge bonus, and they're just going to die. Unless the Hobgoblin Cutthroats get here in time, which looks like they might be able to get over there. All right, guys. So far, the Chaos Dwarves are content to just play the middle and let Daniken kind of sit back. And maybe he's going to wait for Daniken to advance up a little bit. Then he's going to counter push. On the backside, we do see a Deathfreaker rocket launcher, which is countered by cannons. But here's the thing. The cannon will reach about this far, like up to here. So if you keep the Deathfreaker deep set, you can still shoot his front line. Then if the cannon tries to push you, you pull back. And it forces their cannon forward, which means you can compromise it easier in melee. Some in-depth tactics there with artillery, but it is what it is. And look at these Giga Chad Castellan characters, actually, putting some hurt down on Yuan Bo. But Grand Cathay has zeroed in on the Infernal Castellans and is going to be shooting at them with the cannons, which is not bad at all. So right now, the Infernal Castellans are there. On the outside, the Onyx Crowmen doing an excellent job. Daniken getting, 500 plus value right there, and still having his Crowman on the table has got to feel pretty good. So nice pick there. And I would imagine Driver is going to be doing a full court press. But the thing I like most about this Chaos Dwarf build is the Castellan characters. Like, he's got a wide pressure build, but also has these 2 sniper characters, because Cathay loves to have these like powerful SE lords, whether it be Yuan Bo, Iron Dragon, Miao Ying, Celestial Generals. Even the Shugengin lords are pretty good targets as well. So the Death Streaker is shooting, and here comes the first rocket salvo. Is it going to be hitting? It looks like it misses. Daniken is really, really sweaty with the way he plays. He dodges like every artillery shot you shoot at him. Dude, I can't tell you how many games I thought I had Daniken dead to rights, and then he dodged like 50 cannonballs in a row and just got back in the game. Now, the Chaos Dwarf artillery is being sniped by the Cathay cannon, so Driver needs to micro his artillery back right now, or else he's potentially going to throw the game. We're going to see how he plays it. Death Reeker shooting, and it does get a decent hit on Yuan Bo, the Jade Dragon, and the Chaos Dwarf artillery is now running, which is the correct play. The cannon is getting big shots on it, and it's losing a ton of HP, 2,500, and he's trying to dodge it. He does dodge a couple cannonballs there, but we are going to see how this ends up working out there. All right, guys, let's do a little bit of this, and there we go. Boom and boom. Okay, so back to business, guys. We do see the big flyers, Onyx Crowman lurking in the skies. Yuan Bo, slow pushing up. This is such a Daniken playstyle. Such a Daniken playstyle. He loves to just move up with his like Cathay Battle Line and Iron Hail Gunners, and I am 100% here for it. I love Daniken's playstyle. 100% in my top 3 favorite players to watch. So Flames of Asgore are going to be activated, and these Iron Hail Gunners are going to partially dodge it, but nope, the Flames of Hashut are going to come up and eviscerate them. But still partially dodged there by Daniken. Some of them are able to escape the Flames of Hashut. Now, I feel like the Chaos Dwarf should have advanced sooner to try and triple cap Daniken, but now Daniken has gotten more summons in and has a bigger battle line, and look at how cool this is. He's got his guns in between his infantry formations. It's like some historical warfare shit, man. Crane Gunners are unleashing salvos, and the Chaos Dwarves are going to be sounding the Horn of War, and Daniken is going to be forced back. We are going to see if the Chaos Dwarves can stuff him back long enough to get the win, but man, oh man, all those guns are free shooting right now. Crane Gunners are unleashing in the back. We do see the Death Streakers trying to shoot, but not really hitting home. A couple Orc Laborers getting into the secondary, but Daniken calling forward his reserves to defend, while the Jade Dragon is going to probably be used a little bit more so in the late game. A couple Hobgoblins creeping around the wings, but I would assume the Jade Lancers are going to be able to intercept them. We will have to see how this goes. And yes, Daniken could lose on points, though, 100%. That is the downside of sitting back in your deployment zone. Iron Hail Gunners here mow down the Hobgoblins on the way in, but some of them do get in. It looks like the Laborers are still in, but nope, both Goblins do break. Now the Iron Hail Gunners are going to be free to shoot once again, and they're going to start unleashing of the Chaos Dwarves. And so far, nothing has penetrated into Daniken's battle lines. Nothing. A little bit of pressure from these Chaos Dwarves here, but he has sealed every breach. This one has been sealed. He's sealing this breach right now with his halberds, repositioning his Iron Hail Gunners, just absolute masterclass. Jade Lancer is going to be able to defeat both these units, or at least hold them at bay. Flames of Asgore going down from Driver, though. Very nice. Able to butcher some of these halberds. And one of the build mistakes that I am seeing from Chaos Dwarves is they didn't bring great weapons. You want to bring Chaos Dwarf Warrior great weapons if you're going to be playing this way. It's incredibly strong. All right, and yeah, the gun line is just free shooting, guys. The Iron Hills, everything is just going balls deep. Nothing is being interrupted. And yes, he is down on points, but as long as Daniken can recapture the middle here in the next like 3 or 4 minutes, he's going to be okay to just win on 2 objectives. And that most likely will be him in a good shape. Peasants or Jade Lancers versus Hobgoblins favored there. And look at the Orc Laborers putting in work, though. Their armor piercing actually cutting through the Jade Lancers. I didn't expect that, but Jade Lancers are going to get folded up on this side. And in the middle, the Emperor's Executioner has found Drazhoath, and Drazhoath is not up for this smoke. He is going to lose this fight decisively. The Jade Dragon still has as much HP as him, being very, very low. And yeah, Drazhoath is going to have a terrible time in this fight if they continue fighting. The cannon has moved up. Iron Hail Gunners are here. On the backside, Daniken able to find a really, really haggard Onyx Crowman that is going to be descending from the sky. And that is going to be shutting down this Death Reeker, which now shatters. So the artillery is offline for Chaos Dwarves. Daniken in a very, very good position, as the Jade Dragon is for sure going to get the execution probably on Drazhoath, assuming the game goes to that duration. And how are the Castellans doing? Still holding and providing capture weight. The Castellans, I didn't hate that tech, but I think he needed more great opens, and also the Chaos Dwarves blundered by not charging earlier. They should have charged right away, gotten a triple cap, and tried to win on points that way, because he could be at like 1,200 points right now, right? 100%. So Drazhoath 2,800, and Yuan Bo, he's getting a little bit beat up as well, but Drazhoath is an anti-infantry fighter as well, but I do think Jade Dragon will be able to edge that fight out eventually. Now Crane Gunner is going to be unsummoned. Chaos Dwarves getting a big overload here, so could we see a comeback for the forces of Hashut? As Driver does manage to overwhelm the flank, maybe going to be getting that cannon offline. Oh my god, the cannon hammering those Kadai Fireborn. God damn. Look at that. The Kadai Fireborn, 0 value and almost dead. So Righteous Lances of Wei Jin have arrived. A couple Hobgoblins going to be trying to penetrate into the backfield, and I wonder if Daniken's going to notice this, and he is. So the Righteous Lances descend from the skies, and the Hobgoblins are going to be getting hammered down real hard. And there they go. So Josh, not all the finals are best of 1, only for this format, because it's meant to be a rapid fire format, so it's easier for people to commit. For example, this tournament's been going for about 4.5 hours, and these two players, I know Daniken lives in Ukraine, so for him right now it's like 2 or 3 a.m. right now. So that's why we usually have it be best of 1 for like more, open casual tourneys, but for the sweaty tournaments, it's always best of 3 and best of 5, like the championship we had last weekend. Cathay has been able to get the middle back, and we might actually get to see the Executioner in action. So in case you guys don't know, Yuan Bo has a unique ability where when somebody gets low near him, he can insta-kill them and cut through all the remainder of his HP. So he's also faster than Drazhoath, and he is going to be chasing. Let's see if I can get the tooltip for you guys and show you. It is the Transformation of the Dragon, Jade Shield. I don't know where it is. Yeah, it should be here somewhere. But yeah, he's probably going to get the Karate Chop on Drazhoath here in a minute. Getting very low right now, guys. But Cathay does have a rock-solid hold here, and it looks like the Jade Dragon does get overcasted. He cast something like a Shem's Burning Gaze and took a little bit of damage himself. Okay, he's getting a little bit low, though. 1,300 here. Drazhoath calling in the support of his minions. And the Emperor's Executioner, it's got to be very low to getting it right now. I don't know why. I always thought it was in the tooltip somewhere, but maybe it's just in his explanation somewhere else. 900 HP here. Yuan Bo sitting there trying to get that Karate Chop where he can. And the Chaos Dwarves getting a little bit of a route back here. Getting that cannon, couple Hobgoblin Riders penetrating into the backfield, but Daniken now resummoning. He does have 2 Iron Hail Gunners back out, so that's going to give some nice supporting fire in the later stages of the game. And Drazhoath is squealing and running away, basically. I don't know if you need. I don't think you need to buy the ability for the Jade Dragon. Maybe you do. I could have always sworn it came bound with him, but yeah. So right now he is going to be running. It looks like that's going to be a Flames of Asgore coming in, which is going to be nice. So Hashut's fires raining here on the Jade Warriors, and we do see the Castellans and the Kadai putting up a good little fight here. Good late game scrap here by Driver, pulling some value back, but it's going to be rather hard. Now that we have 2 healthy Crane Gunners with full ammo and a cannon online, the Chaos Dwarves are going to start getting absolutely hammered in the middle. It's an ability you can choose not to bring. Thank you for checking. Yeah, I could have sworn it was a bound ability that he had to bring, but I guess not. Which I feel like against Chaos Dwarves, having that execution ability could be kind of nice. Peasant Spears are holding. Cannon's going to be shooting in to whatever it can hit, and preferably into the Iron Demon here, and it looks like they are. Righteous Lances of Wei Jin probably will rear charge into the Kadai Fireborn in the middle. And Cathay looks to be in a very commanding position in this game, guys. He's got 2 Crane Gunners back online, which are just going to melt that Iron Demon. The Kadai Fireborn are also going to get melted here. But look at the Jade Dragon getting a little bit low. He might want to go Dragon form to try and escape that. He pops Jade Shield on himself and is getting beat up by the Castellan as well as the Kadai Fireborn. Being an infantry-sized character, he's wavering. It might be time for Daniken to go Dragon form and try and escape that fight. Get that flying. But the Chaos Dwarves do reclaim the middle objective. Could we see a comeback by the Dawi Czar? I still don't think so, but nice attempt there. Ooh, Yuan Bo dropping a net on top of the frickin' Iron Demon. Then it's going to be getting hammered by bullet fire and by Cathay cannon fire as well. So there they go. Oh, so Out of Region saying the execution used to be a bound ability, but then they changed it. Where you, not bound, but now it's something you can cut. The cannon's taking down the Iron Demon. And we do see the engineering of Hashut being outdone by the Chaos Dwarf artillery. And the bullets do take it down. Down goes the bad boy. Yuan Bo getting a little bit low, but the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin are clearing through the Castellans. But Cathay better quit messing around. They're going to need that objective here very soon, guys. Because Chaos Dwarves are almost at the point of winning on just 1. So he needs to get everything on this objective if he can. He's got the Halberds, he's got the Alchemist, Jade Warriors coming up, and some Jade Lancers on the backside moving. Iron Hail Gunners mowing down the remnants of these units. And, dude, it is actually kind of danger close, guys. Kind of danger close. The Chaos Dwarves are reinforcing the back objective. Dude, the Chaos Dwarves might win this on their back point. Although I think Daniken will have enough to push him off, but it's still going to be a little bit dodgy. Oh my god, Driver just scrapping this super hard. Goblin Laborers coming out, Chaos Dwarf Infantry, Iron Demon moving to the back objective, and yes, the Chaos Dwarves win this on just 1 objective, ladies and gentlemen. If they can hold this objective for the rest of the game, they'll win. They will win on just 1 objective. Daniken will not be able to catch up to him. Granted, Daniken already has capture weight there, The Iron Demon is having to run away a little bit. We have the Alchemist and the Crane Gunners are going to slow push. The Iron Dragon or Jade Dragon does survive. Crane Gunners are also going to be in range of this back objective very soon, and we'll be able to put a ton of hurt down. But man, oh man, it's going to be something. It is going to be something. So Peasant Horsemen and Jade Lancers. The Righteous Lances of Wei Jin are going to basically punch these units right in the dong. Big armor-piercing unit. They will fold up these Chaos Dwarf Warriors very quickly as Cathay is getting that capture weight. And if Cathay flips this objective for even a second, they basically just win the game. Because by then, they'll be able to catch up on points, and it won't matter about the single situation. So the Chorf's getting there with their laborers. Cannons are shooting into the Iron Demon, which might as well just commit at this point. On the side, Jade Lancers going to fold up these Hobgoblins who are buying some time, but they're going to get obliterated by the Cathay Cav. The Iron Demon ripping some nice shots into the big Righteous Lances in the sky, but the Hobgoblins certainly not up to that fight. Chaos Dwarves are just going to be spamming infantry on this objective for the rest of the game to try and hold it. Daniken, Zagata, got to get those guns online, man. I feel like there needs to be more sense of urgency from him. Why is he not sending all these infantry up, Daniken? And the Iron Hails and all these units, yeah, he's gotta get that sense of urgency, man, because the time escapes you, man. We could see a Chaos Dwarf comeback here, which would be pretty epic. I mean, getting down the Jade Dragon certainly was nice. Is it possible he doesn't realize? He might not have done the math correctly. He may be mathing incorrectly. Cannon's still trying to shoot. Dude, everything Cathay has needs to be marching towards this point right now for capture weight. Even the Haggard, you probably keep the Crane Gunners back, but the Iron Hail Gunners need to be moving here. He could 100% lose this. Yeah, he could 100% lose this. We see more Hobgoblins being called in, Crows fighting over here. In the meantime, dude, this is stressing me out, man. The way he's playing, he might be throwing right now. He might be throwing. And a lot of people do often do the math incorrectly. When you're in the heat of a game, it's very easy to do that wrong. So the Jade Lancer is moving up. Crane Gunners coming up to the high ground right here, guys. But the Chaos Dwarves have a lot of capture weight here now. He's allowed them to get the Hobgoblin Cutthroats. A lot of reinforcing units here. Righteous Lance is going to be charging down. And finally, he's moving everything. Okay, now we start to see him panicking and moving his units up. I think he realized that it wasn't going to work out unless he got everything all hands on deck here. Man, what a close grand finals, guys. Chaos Dwarves making their last stand with their Hobgoblins. Righteous Lances, though, are tearing through those Dawizar infantry. And the Halberds are on their way up. Iron Hail Gunners going to be repositioning. He only has 80 seconds left to get back to the board here, guys. On the outside, the Iron Demon of the trees is going to be cackling as more Jade Lancers make their way up. But the Chaos Dwarves are resilient. They're still dwarves. People forget this. Very, very stalwart. And he might be throwing the game here, unfortunately. We're going to see, though. But regardless, a very, very good attempt by Driver. A very, very good attempt. We'll see if he can pull it back. Moving up are the Jade Lancers. That's going to be more capture weight, a little bit more cap weight here. The Chaos Dwarves have so much. I feel like, does Daniken have any magic? He's got 50 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Crane Gunners are trying to shoot what they can off the objective. Chaos Dwarves are holding. They are leaderless. Draz Hoth, I believe, got thrown in the trash can. Yeah, but more of the Orc Laborers are coming up. And they are holding, unfortunately, for Grand Cathay. Iron Hail Gunners going to be getting up on the point. The Demon Train is now moving in for its final hoorah. Peasant Spear is moving in. And look, yeah, Daniken needs to get Yuan Bo in here. He really, really does. But is he going to be able to do it? Those guys are moving. On the backside, Orc Laborers arriving. 20 seconds left. I don't think he's going to have enough time. I think if he had moved up a little bit earlier, he probably could have clinched it. But even still, the Chaos Dwarves might have found a way to hold. It's hard to say. So the Jade Dragon, he's getting here, and he is being shot by some of the riders on the back, the Oglacon's boys, and 193 HP. But a Terror Route could do wonders. But 4 seconds, and the Chaos Dwarves clutch it, guys. Jeez Louise. GG, well played. Victory for the Chaos Dwarves with the last stand on their objective. A blunder from Daniken, but Chaos Dwarves might have still won that, even if Daniken had advanced earlier. Hard to say. YouTube auto-rep is so random. Well, welcome to the stream, Devil. Nice to meet you, man, and I hope whatever you were watching before was fun. And, yeah, victory. What a game. I can't believe that. Hashut pulling it back with the scrappy hold on the back objective. Yeah, GG, well played, guys. Fun game. And a nice game by both players. Draz Hoth got 1,200 value. We do see the Castellans hanging in there as well. Overall, very, very fun times. So, ladies and gentlemen, I got some stuff I got to take care of, so probably don't have time for another game. But I want to sincerely thank you all for joining today. It was a super fun stream. We'll be back streaming the next couple days as well, so if you guys are interested in some sweaty RTS action, make sure to tune in tomorrow. And yes, if you guys enjoyed what you saw on YouTube, consider subscribing. And for those of you on Twitch, consider following if you enjoyed what you saw. All right, folks, congrats to our Dawizar champion. Driver is going to be the winner today. Very great attempt by Daniken. He was looking very strong early on, just A little bit of a slip up in the late game cost him there. All right, guys. Adios. GG, well played. See you around. And Hashut, bless all of you. Well, not really. Nobody wants to really be blessed by Hashut. Although, I don't know. Making big cannons and having magic is kind of cool. But turning to stone definitely sucks. All right, folks. See you around. Take care of yourselves. Thank you, everybody. And that is going to be it for tonight. GG, well to the played.